Welcome, welcome one and all to the China qualifiers for the road to the international. Yet again, for the 14th year, we're going to be finding ourselves trying to crown a new champion of Dota. And for the first time since TI1, we are going back to Germany in order to determine who truly is the best in the world. Of course, to do these qualifiers is going to be myself, Snare, and I'm rolling with none other, the man, the myth, the legend, Emmy award-winning Lizard. Brother Admir, it's been a minute. How are you feeling, man?
It's all good, feeling great. Emmy award-winning Snare. I woke up very early. We were supposed to have some tech check, but instead I was listening to beautiful Ares and beautiful Fear cast some SA Grand Finals. Yeah, watched some interesting games there. Saw some interesting drafts. I'm still kind of figuring out the new patch. Like there's a lot of new things that have happened in the last couple of days when it comes to the close qualifiers. Pubs are kind of trying to recreate what people are seeing in the qualifiers, but not necessarily everything. So yeah, I just don't know what we're gonna see from the Chinese region.
Well, we are going to be finding out soon, of course. And I like that you were mentioning that you were watching some of the other qualifiers, because this is about the international. That's what we're all working towards at the moment. And within the international, so far, there are quite a few teams that are there by dint of invite, having a solid enough year that they say, you know what, here you go, guys, come through, join us at the international in Germany. I think more or less this is quite fair. If anybody's been watching Dota for the year, these are the teams that you'd say, yeah, consistently, these are the top 8 teams every single tournament. I want to see them at TI. Does seem to be heavily stacked towards Western and Eastern Europe, but nice to see All Gamers Global, got our Chinese boys over there, and of course here, we're going to be finding out who's going to join them. We already have Aurora Gaming and Heroic having secured their slots through Eastern Europe and South America respectively. But here, Liz, of these 8 teams, when you look at them, who stands out to you as the most likely to claim the only spots in the region?
It's a rough one, I have to say. Like there's a lot of players, not upcoming players, but players that have been around for a really long time, right? That are playing in different stacks. Like I can see Azure taking it. I can see Extreme Gaming. I can see Yakult as well doing well, right? Like all of these teams are looking pretty damn solid, but who are they going to face in the first couple of days there? What's happening here?
This bracket actually does look kind of stacked, if I'm honest. It's like one of these things where if I'm one of Tournament or Excel, I'm kind of glad about the way things are shaking out. But yes, you're probably going to have to play Yakult's brothers next phase, but at least you get to dodge that bottom side of the first half, man. Extreme Gaming, Vici, and Azure Ray. Damn, if I'm Future Esport, I'm like, what did we do to deserve to be put on this side of the bracket, man?
Yeah, the only thing is, a long time ago, I feel like, let's say 2014, 13, these qualifiers sometimes you join them, of course, to get to the TI, but at the same time, some of the teams that joined, they kind of knew that they don't really have a shot, right? Maybe they do, but most likely it's too hard, especially in Europe. I'm kind of speaking from my own experience. And then you're taking the qualifier as well as a training ground, right? I feel like right now, across all regions, if you are joining the qualifiers, you can win. And you can take them, right? Like you can get to TI, but you need to, of course, perform the best at all times. So when it comes to bracket, I feel like it doesn't matter if you're on top, if you're on bottom, if you're in the middle, who you're facing off, it doesn't matter. You need to win against all of them in the end, right?
I mean, you're right. Ultimately, there is only one slot that will be coming from the Chinese region, so you certainly need to put your best foot forward. And to find out what that's going to look like, of course, that brings us to our first draft of the day. XL Esports versus Tournaments. Like you were saying, this is stacks comprised mostly of journeyman players. Honestly, it feels like I'm taken back to 2022, you know, watching DPC back then, all of these different stacks coming together. We remember a lot of these players, your Ericas, your SRFs, your Small Pandas, Red Panda used to be known as. I wonder if he's going to be dragging out the classic position 5 Red Panda Brewmaster.
Yeah, I remember those days. He had another one. What was it? It was Brewmaster, and he had another crazy position 5. I can't remember, but he's definitely a guy that likes to experiment a bit on his position 5 sometimes, at least when he was part of that elephant squad, right? Like he was doing that. But let's see, like on paper for me, we don't have absolute clear favorites, but maybe you or B-Cop might disagree, considering just how much you watch the region and follow it closely. But for me, it feels like, yeah, of course, you have the on-paper favorites, Yakult, Extreme, Azure, whatever. But out of these other teams, I don't know. I actually want to see Kaka do well, you know, like he's back as well. So
I would say personally, right, with VG Gaming, not just Kaka being back in the mix, and usually Kaka is one of those guys that elevates the team that he's on by quite some drastic margin, but also you have not just Yang coming back as well, but the last time we saw Vici Gaming in these kind of qualifiers, they almost made it to TI. They were at that last chance qualifier, made a very deep run, almost able to depose even Liquid, who ended up coming second at that tournament. So if that, if it holds firm from that particular qualifier that the team that's able to do well there can do well in the future, I have this weird thing that Vici Gaming is the one that I'm going to put as favorites, but I will beef with B-Cop about that later. For now, I want your opinion on the Storm Spirit, because I've been seeing lately that this hero has sort of evolved from being a 18/24 gotcha pick to just being like first phase, just grab Storm Spirit whenever you have the possibility, especially if you're on second pick.
Yeah, talking about Wallachia even, right? Like the last season, I feel like Storm Spirit was one of those heroes that kind of was saved for later picks, and then it was insta Storm or Ember, right? Like first phase Storm, Ember, like you gotta pick core, get rid of these heroes, or you can't deal with them. Some combinations with the Storm have been nerfed, like you don't have your good old well, I guess you still have it, it's just not as strong like the good old Coral Storm, IO Storm. IO Storm never was, I mean, it was great for a bit, but not in recent history. We'll see what they do with it. I see a lot of Kunkka. I see a lot of Kunkka in the last week or so, like especially after the patch. I'm seeing it safe lane. I'm seeing it a bit mid lane as well. We'll see where this one goes. Maybe even an offlane Kunkka. Silencer, we've seen it in the last grand finals, right? Like we've seen it a couple of times. Hero still looks solid, but being able to dispel global with one singular item or spell feels pretty good. Like he's, in my opinion, not as strong as he used to be.
I am currently not a fan of these kind of heroes like Silencer in the support role that are uber reliant on their ultimate to really do well throughout the game. Like I'm thinking of some of the other really high tier S tier supports. Like even look at that Oracle that got banned out. Even without False Promise, Oracle can still provide quite a bit of utility during the midst of a team fight. You know, you got yourself some disarm, some magic resist. Things can still look good for you. A little bit of a root. With Silencer, if global is down, I don't always feel that impact, but at the same time, it does make it now exponentially harder to kill the Storm Spirit. So even though it's only going to be once in a while, it does feel like a get out of jail free card for the Storm, allowing them to play a bit more aggressively. So on that basis, I like it, but I'm with you that overall Silencer, I think the stocks, it's a good time to sell the stocks for Silencer right now.
Yeah, he's like that, isn't he? Like he's one of those heroes that can be extremely oppressive when it comes to some aggressive moves, but also can save specifically the spirits from the mid lane, because usually if you want to kill a spirit, you need to cast some spells, right? Like it's not pure damage that will bring them down. If you can't perma control them, they'll get away. So I like the point that you've made. But these two heroes that they've picked on the other side, like they kinda cast their spells and chill, right? Like you use Frostbite, it's the longest route in the game. Then you have these Bramble Mazes as well, another really long route. So overall, you can global after that. But that Storm Spirit, if he doesn't have a BKB, is gonna be just stuck there in the icy brambles for a couple of seconds. So yeah, we'll see. So far, drafts looking decent. I feel like one thing that Kunkka is lacking right now is like he brings a lot of sustain. He's tanky, but his damage output is not amazing in the mid game. Like in the lane, he can cleave you once he gets like a bracer phase boots, but in the mid game, he does fall off, and these two supports do help with that.
Yep. I'm pretty sure that's why they also went for the Bristleback pick, right? They're looking at the damage output and saying, you know what, if Bristleback can at least get through the first salvo of spells, he should be A-okay. They don't have much burst damage, nor do they have sustained damage throughout the course of the fight. So this BB, I would be very happy playing Bristleback here. Also, it gives you some ground targeted damage. You're not worried about the Dark Widow in the Shadow Realm just getting away from you all the time. You love to see it, paired with the Shadow Shaman, some push potential. That's a very disgusting lane. Like, they have to be really careful about how they do this lane. I think Terrorblade definitely one of the better carries, high armor, to be able to play into the BB lane. If you went for, I don't know, man, some PA or whatever, they would just eat you to shreds, those two heroes.
Absolutely. The question now is kind of where this Bristle is going, because Terrorblade should mirror his moves, right? Like, you have extremely high armor, low HP, you want to heal up through the sticks. If the BB is on the safe lane, you can follow him. You can be the offlane TB or something, but still carry the game. If he's on the offlane, you can just be on the safe lane. Like, for me, the simplest choice would always be TB safe, Kunkka mid right now. But Kunkka into Storm also, I don't know, like, is that matchup good? I feel like Storm does well versus most of these melee strength boys on the mid lane. So maybe some switcheroos are necessary. And also, by the way, I do like Storm into TB. Like, in general, I feel like it's a hero that eventually buys Parasma as well. Like, you can chew through TB, like, you can get on top of him in the backlines, you can set up for your teammates. It's not like you're gonna win a fight one-on-one, but out of the possible mid laners, I like these that can poke and prod the TB, not the ones that just stand there, you know, doing nothing, while TB just destroys you in a couple of seconds.
I also kind of like the Storm because his cost point for the zip is faster than the cost point for Sunder. You can't outplay these Terrorblades in these like dicey situations. Force him to try and target you for the Sunder. He doesn't get it off, ends up dead somewhere else in the fight. So does rely a lot on the skill level of the Storm Spirit to pull off those kind of moves, but overall I do like it a lot. Let's see, what's missing here for them? I think I want some damage, we said. Okay, this gives them both damage and initiation, right? Because before this, they were kind of struggling with how to start fights. I mean, Kunkka could try and X somebody back, but it's not very reliable. Now you have the Tiny that's going to give you that mid-game presence with their movements across the map and give you some of that earlier damage that we were thinking that they're lacking. And of course, they have Terrorblade, so you don't have to worry too much about the late-game damage scaling.
Yeah, absolutely. How are the lanes going to look like, by the way, now with the Tiny pick? What do you think?
I think Tiny mid. I think the point we were mentioning earlier about Kunkka, they probably realized that gone are the days that you can lane Kunkka into Storm and win because of the static slide. So you just say, whatever, we'll sack that lane, put Kunkka off lane, and then we go mid with the Tiny. No. Oh, wait, are they changing it up? No. They are indeed. Kunkka's going to go mid. This is going to be SRF Tiny in the off lane. Okay.
Yeah. So why I asked is because, okay, first and foremost, when I was talking about Terrorblade, I should have just went with it's Erica. He's gonna play it 100%, right? Like there's no flex with the TB for them. But the thing for Kunkka, it's really rough to playing against Ursa, right? Like it's not the best matchup for you. And then on top of that, both of these heroes aren't that amazing into Storm Spirit, so it doesn't truly matter too much, I would say, like Tiny or Kunkka mid. So you just put the Kunkka there, and then you can perhaps toss the Ursa away from yourself on the offlane. You have some burst between the Tiny and the Dark Willow, but overall, like I think I like XL's draft a bit better here.
Yeah. My concern looking at this, the Tiny going off lane is, I agree with you that the lane can be a bit easier in terms of like tools to keep you away from the Ursa. But if I'm looking at their draft, without the Blink Dagger on Tiny, that feels like it's the pathway for them to do anything on the map. They don't really make that many great moves without it. So the longer it takes for that to come out, the harder this game feels. And I don't think he's going to get a fast one from the off lane. He'll do better than the Kunkka, but will he do so much better? He'll still get a decently timed Blink? I don't think so. And if he doesn't get a decently timed Blink, like what tools do they have to try and like contest the timings of XL? Because XL, what do they have? They have Storm Spirit, Bristleback, Ursa. This early mid-game timing, that's when they want to be peeking across the map. So I don't know, man. I'm very skeptical about this off lane Tiny.
Let's see. You know, like we have been proven wrong. Casters are there to be wrong, by the way, not to be right, contrary to popular belief. So I just want to see how it's gonna pan out in the laning stage. I have, like, when I said that this is better for them, I meant like out of two, in my opinion, kind of bad heroes against Ursa, right? Like this one is better, maybe a little bit in the lane, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Sometimes Ursa, you know, like he just feels like he's this bully in the lane, but if you can burst him down early enough, he doesn't feel that amazing. It's like when you're laning into a Monkey King on a side lane, right? Like you can, if you have enough burst, you don't really care that he can rack those stacks up. Like you can kill him before.
Well, speaking of killing, it might be the first death onto 7E. He was trying to ensure that they secure the bounty. They're going to the Shadow Realm now, and they got him. They get him with the shackles, the damage coming through, 7E falling lower and lower, and that should be his death. At the same time, though, Terrorblade went into the meta, so he's looking for some quick revenge. SS is going to end up losing his own life, but it's still a 2-for-1 exchange favoring the side of XL Esports. They will take that all day, every day.
Yeah, there's a little bit of the benefit for Erica that he gets to the lane a bit faster, so this first wave should be a bit easier for him, but in general, you know why that kill happened? That kill basically happened because of chicken fingers. Like in any other situation, Dark Willow just waits, right, and uses Shadow Realm later. But you cannot because of this new facet on Shadow Shaman that's so damn annoying. This is probably one of the biggest winners of the new patch, I would say. The Shadow Shaman.
Oh, without a doubt. Like, the Rasta went from pretty much unplayed. Like, he'd be played here and there. Maybe you'd see Tofu pick him up in a game when the enemy team has some spirits, to now just being the staple 4 hero. Like, he provides so much aggression in the lane as well. You love to see it.
Yep, bot lane already. Ukyo messing the Tiny up. 6 stacks on him. He had to run back. But what's important is 70 was hitting Ursa as well, right? So it doesn't matter. As long as you are bringing the Ursa down, he can't commit completely.
Think about this. Ursa has been in a very weird and volatile place for a while, but in games like this, you certainly can see his value. And so far, looking solid in the CS department. They are going to try and put some aggression onto the Red Panda, but he will trigger out their magic stick, or the full magic wand, in fact, and he's going to be A-okay. On the other side of the map, Shadow Shaman will end up going down. Erica with the Metamorphosis providing the necessary damage to find his first kill.
I gotta be careful. TB plus Crystal Maiden. This, even with the way the game started, this is still their lane to win, right? Like you're playing versus a lot of physical damage. Right clicks from the Shadow Shaman, right clicks from the Bristle, the Quill Spray, but TB does not care. So once the meta is up, you gotta be careful.
Mid is sort of going as expected. Butterfly effect doing more, but you know, Echo knew this coming into the matchup that Storm Spirit is going to end up being favored here. He's going to win the Deny War, going to get most of the runes. Not really too much you can do about it as a Kunkka. Especially because nowadays nobody's going into that early X marks the spot build up anymore. So Storm Spirit has a much more free time in the lane.
Yeah, once you get like a bracer or two, maybe it becomes a bit easier to harass, right? Like you can... so just the splash itself is insane when it connects from Tidebringer, so it's a bit better, but when you're playing versus a Storm, you usually want to be just stopping him even getting that level 6 in the lane, right? Like you want to zone him out. With most heroes, you don't want to give Storm an even lane.
I will say, speaking of lanes, this tiny lane is going better than I thought it would. He's 14-2 right now for SRF. Ukyo, yeah, he's still getting his own CS, but has had to actually suffer a lot of harass. And now they're going onto him once again. He does only have a little bit of sustain with the Lotus Orb. He's already popped the stick. 7E trying to chase him down. Shadow Realm, can he find the vision for the hit? They cut down the tree, but he doesn't find the hit. So he will actually end up losing his own life. Blood Grenade, some CS, and the Earth Shock from Ukyo. They secure the life on the Dawnbrave, the Dark Willow. Mid lane, they're going on Butterfly effect. He survives because of the help of the Shadow Shaman. Those shackles preventing the final right click necessary to kill him off. Butterfly effect stays alive by some miracle.
Yeah, and he didn't have a creep to right click to get that splash. Oh, but...
oh no, SRF dies to the Red Panda silencer. Oh, dude, that has gone from bad to absolute catastrophe down bottom.
Yep, like, this is unfortunately what happens in a lane when you're, you know, like, you have this Tiny and Dark Willow. You want to be kind of contesting, hitting them hard. Butterfly effect mid.
Is he gonna die here? He's not level 6 just yet. They should have the damage. This time around, no salvation incoming from the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, this is really nice. Like you get 1x mark, you start pressuring the Storm before level 6. I feel like these kind of rotations had to happen. They had to at least punish mid. When it comes to bot lane, it is what it is. You tried to min-max, it failed. It just became a lot harder though for them.
Yeah. Well, on the bright side, at the very least, top lane is still going well. Erica is farming like a demon, but they might actually try and go on his life right now. The shackles are there. They definitely don't have the damage, though. Erica, he's chilling. Now, if he died, now that would be looking like, you know, game-losing territory type of situations, but just one lane loss, it's bad, but it's not too bad.
I feel like he doesn't die unless there's a third hero on top. Like, you have to either move some Silencer or Ursa through the Twin Gate. And speaking of Ursa...
Going on to the Rockman once more. Tiny, can he get out of here? No, he cannot. He will try his best to run away. He's ticking lower and lower. 20 HP, 11 HP, 7 HP, Lizard. He almost had it. There was like 2 ticks left, and unfortunately, those 2 ticks are more than enough to bring him down.
Do you know that saying dumb as a rock? I feel like it can be applied here. Small Panda has 5 brain drains. Like, he's getting all the intelligence away from Tiny. This is the origin.
You literally made me spit out my coffee. If my keyboard is messed up, you owe me a new one. This is pretty bad, though. This is not great. He doesn't have the greatest int gain in the world either, Tiny. But my concern is, yes, he's gonna be dumb, but man, we need that blink. These deaths are not assisting in that cause.
Yeah, he doesn't have phases.
They are gonna go top lane.
Yep.
They wanna try to get a kill on the Bristleback now. First rotation coming in from Echo. The boat will be there, crashing in onto the Bristleback, and nothing can be done here. SS goes down. Very easy kill.
You know what? Like, this looks rough, right? But what's the problem is the bot lane isn't getting anything out of it. Tiny is level 4. I feel like this is a bigger issue. You know, like, you can get the Bristle on top, but Ursa is just absolutely loving life right now.
Yep.
We'll see. Maybe some rotations can happen from Erica and CM through the Twin Gate to pressure the tier 1 tower with the next meta.
Well, they're gonna try go on to SRF once again. Tiny losing out on so much HP. Does manage to escape for now. 7E dropped the Bramble Maze behind him, providing an easy route of retreat. But still, he is completely out of health. And again, he's been ferrying in region after region after region. Liz, his net worth right now is lower than Catchu's on the Shadow Shaman.
Yep. They're not zoning him only out of gold, they're zoning him out of experience too. He might be dead.
They're actually zoning him out of life. He's dead. Red Panda gets him. 7E might look for revenge. ZZQ finds the Frostbite on top of him, and the Shadow Realm hit could have done some damage, but 7E was low enough that he knew if he opened the Shadow Realm hit, Ukyo would just straight up kill him. So he's forced to leave the Silencer to his own devices.
Looking really rough. This is a lane where you have to min-max and win. If you min-max and lose, the lane is just over. Your Ursa gets like phases or Orb of Corrosion, whatever option he goes for, and just runs you down. The lane is long enough for him to kill you off. So, yep, some massive rotations are needed to bring this one back.
On the bright side, though, Kunkka as well as the Terrorblade have started to do their farming shenanigans, both sitting very high up in the network department. So they can be the ones to help bridge the gap. Unfortunately, they won't have a Blink Dagger to make that easier, but at the very least, they will have some still route of winning deeper into the game with these kind of farm patterns.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? Like, even though you look at this bot lane, it's absolute bloodbath. Tiny 0-3, Dark Willow 0-2, 5 deaths on the 2 of them, and still Terrorblade and Kunkka are higher net worth than the Ursa, right? That's the nature of the hero as well. Like, he can't just go to the jungle, farm some creeps. He needs to stay in the lane.
For the Kunkka, what do you think after the Blade Mail here? Are we going Aghanims? Are we going Radiance? What's the feeling?
Like, I don't know. I've seen a lot of different builds on Kunkka right now, and like, I can't say that I have been super impressed by any of them. I feel like there is still some room for improvement when it comes to the item build. I like the Radiance, but I still feel like Kunkka is one of those heroes that at the moment brings more out of his toolkit, his skill set, I would say, than the itemization.
That makes sense to me. It's still very close right now. They might find a kill onto said Kunkka. Global Silence first on of the game, utilized. Butterfly Effect gets the zip forward. The Blade Mail trying to protect himself. It actually might be enough. And now with the Frostbite going back onto Butterfly Effect, he's the one that needs to get out of dodge. The boat comes through as well. He does manage to dodge. The X marks the spot. Nicely done by the Storm. Unfortunately for Red Panda, he does not have such capabilities, and he will end up being chased down and killed off. Catch You trying his best to escape, but they do not have any reach on the side of tournaments, and they have to let him go.
Yeah, that fight actually, I feel like just throws any advantage that they had in the laning stage, if you could say that they had an advantage. Like, Kunkka had 20 Magic Wand charges and the Blade Mail completed, plus Sister's Shroud, right? Like, you basically went on the tankiest hero in the game. Phase Boots, Blade Mail, 21 charges, double bracer. They're just not taking this man down.
Yeah. They committed a lot for that one. All the spells from the Shadow Shaman, they committed global for that one and still didn't get it. And to make matters worse, you still end up losing your own tier 1 tower. That's not great. And you know, there's something you were mentioning about Ursa earlier, right? Ursa is also one of those heroes as a carry that even when the Tiny vacates the area, is not really able to contest them. Ursa doesn't punish you by taking your tower very quickly, so you still get to keep the real estate that you have. They're forced to drop the Shadow Shaman wards top to get that tower. If I'm tournaments, I'm extremely happy with how this last minute panned out.
Yeah, for sure. Ursa is one of those heroes, though, that he's a strange one. Like, even when he gets this Battle Fury right, it's not like he's gonna fight immediately. You need a blink at least after. But he's also one of those heroes that is always in the back of your head, like, is this guy gonna solo the game? You know, like, because it can become a 1v5. He can't just put the team on his back and carry it with all the right pickoffs, with some blink basher down the line. So, yeah. I feel like already I'm seeing a lot of pressure on the Ursa. That's why I'm talking about him.
Let's see what Ukyo is able to do. For now, Shang-Chi on his bristleback is just trying to tank up. Crimson Guard into the SNY Glimmer. Standard bristleback things these days. Just try to not die, have maximum presence in the middle of the fight. And I don't think we'll be seeing anybody on the enemy team. There's no Nully buyers. Not going to be seeing anything to dispel this bristleback, so it's going to have quite a good time in the middle of the fight.
By the way, you see on Kunkka, like, he's just, bot lane, hold that thought.
Oh, bottom lane, they're going in. Butterfly Effect wants to bring down SRF. They commit the global. This time around, though, will they have the damage? No! He's still alive, SRF. He might tick out to the Arcane Curse. We'll see. In the meantime, though, Ukyo been dragged back into the middle of the Bramble Maze, and he's the one that gets brought down as Erica has shown up with the Metamorphosis, providing the necessary damage. 2 fights in a row, Lizard, where they dive with the global as backup and still fail to find the kill.
Yeah, these globals, they're being used so aggressively, and I feel like XL Esports, they're trying a little bit too hard to force things that are unnecessary. Like, you're diving this guy under a tier 1 tower, and your Ursa has 50-ish% HP, no Battle Fury completed. Now he does have it, but he's like... It's such a high-risk maneuver that they just made. It had to be punished, and it was. So they're kind of giving they're giving some freebies away. Let's put it that way.
I mean, I sort of would have understood if Ursa was there, like chilling with like some Blightstone, and if he had power treads instead of phase boots, then you're like, okay, I can maybe get in and out, but absolutely not with his build right now. So it gets punished, like you said. Manta gets complete by Erica as a result of that fight. Bro, my man has got Manta Falcon Blade treads here 14 minutes into the game. That's crazy for Erica.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, what, 10k net worth minute 15. at this point. Perhaps not 10k, but he's gonna be close. So it's a really damn good game for the TB so far.
You know, you were talking about how Ursa's a strange hero. The Ursa TB matchup, in my experience, is one of those strange ones where if Ursa's coming out the gates swinging and strong, then he like eats Terrorblade for breakfast, lunch, supper, every meal you can think of. But if the lead is this lopsided, the game actually feels super impossible for Ursa. How do you ever get to this man to actually hit him?
Yeah, you have your Storm, right? Like, you have to count on him as well. He has the Witchblade now completed. It's flying out to him, farming some Ancient stacks as well. So he has to be the one that initiates. Maybe some Bristleback as well. That has been kind of forgotten by the two of us, at least. He's been chilling on the top lane. Has a Crimson Guard completed, by the way, so might be able to contribute in these next fights.
They're looking for the Ursa. They almost had him. Thank goodness for Ukiyo that his boy Katju was right behind him. If he wasn't there, they would have known that Ursa's the one that broke the smoke. They dive him and kill him. But the support doing his duty, diving before the bullets for the carry, that keeps Ursa alive and farming.
They read the move very nicely. You could see the split move as well, right? Like the Delta split, Ursa goes down, and Shadow Shaman still kind of sticks around to break the smoke. They knew exactly what was coming their way, or had a very good idea.
Like, what's wild to me, right, is that the game is actually about to become more difficult in the next few minutes because we've forgotten about Tiny off lane. Buying Blink Dagger is not that far away from it. Once that happens, you know, all of a sudden going to be them making the initiations. But Excel, this time around, they don't need to pop the global. It's just a lowly support. They just get the kill straight up.
I gotta say that, you know, like, yeah, Tiny is getting the blink, but at the same time, Shadow Shaman is about to complete his too. He's on 1900 gold, sorry. So you're going to have it soon on him. I feel like Bristle is a bigger issue than the Tiny is right now. Like, he contributes way more.
Oh, without a doubt. He's going to be with his team middle. They're trying to post up and secure the tower here. They do live for this one, so Tournaments might want to mount a defense. Everybody's showing up. Echoes is here as well. The Mass Serpent Wards, only 4 of them left. They should be able to clear these out with the Terrorblade Illusions, and that should lead to the end of this push from Excel. The question is, do Tournaments want to try and contest this? Make something happen afterwards? Do they want to smoke? Doesn't seem like it. It would be a bit too obvious if they went for the move right now, so just go back to farming.
Yeah, they had some pretty sweet vision though. Like, so far it hasn't been dewarded. Like, these observers, man, ever since the map got changed recently, have... I'm not sure if they're super valuable or have no value almost at all. It's like you need wards, you need them, but at the same time, wherever you plant them on the map, they are not really giving a lot of vision. If you plant them in the spots that give a lot of vision, they get dewarded. But so far, Red Panda, Cat Feces or Catju have been doing a really good job.
Things have slowed down a little bit. There's not that much of a gold lead in either direction. The Ursa, though, he's been the main beneficiary of this lull in the game. He's been able to catch up quite heavily, about to eclipse the Kunkka in his net worth. And then all he has to be worried about is the Terrorblade. But once he gets Blink BKB, that's when we'll start to see this Ursa really assert himself on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe a Basher on top of that as well. But yeah, some pretty big items on both sides. Kaya completed on Storm Spirit. Most importantly, I would say Echoes with the very early Black King bar. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier, right? Like, you just get Blade Mail BKB. It's not like you need some big item like a Radiance or something like that. You get it afterwards, and you just make sure that you can use your spells in fights. It's a very fast rush, by the way.
Yep. They're gonna come and try to at least get somebody on the way out. X marks the spot on top. Oh, it actually caught him. He's inside the Bramble Maze. Global Silence will be popped to protect him, and it will be good for the money. So the offensive ones haven't worked out, but the defensive one actually is money. And that move actually from XL, you were talking earlier about how they read that smoke from tournaments. They read it again because they showed with the Ursa bottom. Then he TP'd to the outpost to go Roche, and they smoked them to try and kill him. So they sort of knew that tournament would be baited into that move and exploited the space left behind them. Very nice stuff from whoever made that call from XL. As a toss back, Shang-Chi. Oh no, that was not supposed to happen. The boat will still crash down onto this bristle back. Will they still be able to kill him? Terrorblade has the right click damage, able to make it happen. Catch You had a long range shackle onto Echoes, but they're unable to find that kill. A little bit of anti-synergy there between the Tiny and the Kunkka, but they still find the kill in the end.
Yeah, if you don't have the mobility, Terrorblade will tear you down, right? Like, even this poor Bristle that has a Crimson Guard, Shard, Essence Ring as well, and he's turned his back, he still falls. It's that's Terrorblade dealing way too much damage.
Hashtag just Terrorblade. 1100 physical damage.
Ursa might...
At 20 minutes in the game, feels balanced.
Is he gonna get them the Torm? He gave up on it. He did get some stacks up on the Tormy, I guess.
They're pinging him. They know that somebody's here. Look at this. SRF actually finds him. Avatars, they get the Aegis already popped away from the Ursa. Now they're going to look for his main life. He is going to come down. He does not have his BKB finished just yet. Buy your Mithril Hammer, brother. At least he bought the Myth Hammer, but he will end up dead regardless. And they're still going to go ahead and steal the Tormy because Erica's like, I don't want to waste this time, this opportunity to get free gold from the map. Thank you very much, XL.
It's okay, boys. I bought out. It's fine. Don't worry. I did lose Aegis and I died and we didn't get the Tormentor because I wanted to solo it, but don't worry, boys. I bought out. Yeah, that was a game-defining move play, I would say. Like, they desperately needed that Aegis to breach the gap, right? Maybe win a fight, because their team fight is not stronger right now.
Yeah. That's a very unfortunate situation there. Let's just think about what you lost, right? You lost the Aegis, you lost Tormentor, you lost the Ursa's life, you lost time to farm for your BKB, you lost 2 towers in succession, and now you're about to lose the Shrine as well, man. This is tough. This is really, really tough.
Yeah, you make one single mistake as big as that one, and it's you just put yourself in such a deep hole. Speaking of items, by the way, that are coming up on the other side now, you've got the Radiance on Kunkka soon. Not TM, not there yet. Butterfly as well on Terrorblade. Like, he is eyeing that one, and it's not going to take him way too long to complete it.
Yep. By contrast, it's going to take quite a while before we get the MKB finished on the Ursa. So there's a lot of damage just being left on the table that they're not going to be able to achieve anytime soon. We've got a couple of curios earlier on. We'll see what the full upgrades are going to be. I like this Brigand's Blade item. It's very fun to have. Just enjoyable to have in the game. Yeah, Terrorblade enjoying life.
It's the upgraded one as well, unleashed one, I mean. Right, like it's a bit better, 30% better, I should say. It's not just a tiny little bit. My favorite unleashed item is still the floppy one. What's it called? I forgot. The one that makes you jump. There we go. Tumbler's Toy. Thank you very much. It's like a mini Force Staff when it's unleashed. Like it's quite a long range. Is it the best item? Probably not, but
I still vehemently do not like the fact that Tumbler's Toy and OST are in the game. But I don't play support, so that probably is why. I'm trying to kill these supports and they just keep getting away from me. I'm like, yeah, dude, this is really annoying.
If I have Curio, I sometimes take it on a core. Like,
Echoes, the core, about to get close to his Radiance, was drawn towards the top lane. Catch You at least putting some pressure on this tier 2 tower, opening some space on the map. I must say, even though the game is not going that well for them, XL has done a very good job of not allowing tournaments to dictate things purely on the map after these fights have gone south. They've still just been forced to like try and chase these heroes, catch them in awkward positions. And now, because they know that they've actually split them apart due to that move top, they can smoke up. The Observer Ward actually scouted the Kunkka a little bit. Will they be fast enough to catch up to him? It does not seem like it. Echoes. They get the vision, but he BKBs immediately. They will blink instead onto ZZQ, as he has no BKB. But nonetheless, this move will not find the prey they wanted, the core Kunkka.
It was a massive dodge. Like they lose the CM, sure, but Kunkka, he's got the Radiance now. Your Terrorblade as well was just about to complete the Butterfly. Now he has it too. So basically you traded CM for some extra time to complete all your items. You did lose a little bit of map control. I feel like that's something that so far has absolutely defined the game, by the way. Whoever had better vision at times would take better fights, which it's an obvious statement, right? But top lane.
Let's see if Shang-Chi is going to end up getting brought down here. Oh my god, look at Erica go! Holy base! You know, this Bristleback thought to himself, you know what, I'm rolling in the streets with the Crimson Guard. I just finished, I had Assange, SMY was coming soon, had my Essence Ring. It does not matter in the slightest. This Terrorblade is just way too strong right now.
Yep, exactly. Plus, of course, the Dark Willow, one of the best supports when it comes to blowing up a singular target, has that use as well, which is amazing this game. Not only to dispel, but to set things up and to hurt the Ursa. It's probably #1 item that he hates the most. Orchid or Yules, probably Yules more than Orchid.
Dude, if I told you at 7 minutes, right, with the way the lanes were going, that the Tiny would only lose his tower at 25 minutes, you definitely wouldn't have believed me. Yet here we are. Ukia only now taking the tier 1 tower as Erica beating onto the tier 3 with the Metamorphosis. Excel have to respond to this. There's no Aegis in tow, but Erica just feels immortal and they jump in. Global Silence, Butterfly Effect, they want the Terrorblade and they're gonna get him. He's gone in the dirt, 60 seconds. Butterfly Effect also able to clean up 7E in the backside. TP out from the Kunkka is absolutely required. And that was a huge kill streak to end on the Terrorblade. They just brought down the Dark Willow before she could really debut her Blink Dagger. That time Lizard, that Global Silence was absolutely perfect. Timed to perfection, allows them to get 2 massive kills there.
Yeah, they had to be punished. They just absolutely had to be punished the way they were playing. I feel like this is the perfect demonstration of why every game feels like it's at least 40 minutes in the current patch. No one just rolls over and dies, right? Like, no matter how much punishment they take. And they just went for the high ground without Aegis. They went for it without actually setting up or killing a target first. I mean, they killed Bristle, but he was already back, so... A very reckless move, maybe, I would say. I understand why they felt so strong, but... Now they can fight, though. There's no global.
Yep. They're gonna try and smoke up immediately on the side of tournaments. Let's see who they can catch here. Most of these heroes are heading towards the north side. There's only a Bristleback and a Shadow Shaman in that direction. They don't have the best vision in the world, so scouting them will not be that easy. They do have this Observer Ward, but they're gonna find the Shadow Shaman first and foremost. Catch you. Will happily die for the cause. Shang-Chi will take the hint, get the hell out of dodge before anything else happens. You know, another great thing about that previous fight also gave most of the components for the MKB to the Ursa. So this is going to be what? Only one fight that you've had where you had Butterfly and the Ursa didn't have MKB. The next fight, he will have MKB, and you still died despite having the item advantage. So what happens when the item advantage is equalized?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it was... In a different world in which there's like a tier 2 mid, they probably don't go high ground, you know? But being that ahead, they got punished for being too good, you know? Okay, guys, I guess we can't just run down bottom. It's too far. Let's just push high ground. Screw it. And then you get punished.
Have you also found that sometimes like the game is harder when the game is going too well? That's when you make the most mistakes.
And they hurt the most, right? Like those mistakes that you make because of the comeback mechanics. So.
Only a 1k gold lead right now between these two squads. Nothing in it as we are waiting for the next Roshan. That's going to be the big point of contest And now XL though, big power spike. Monkey King bar complete for Ukyo. It's time to smoke and go kill, boys. You know, we've been on the back foot for quite some time, but this time, the global silence this time is gonna get us an offensive kill. Echoes is gonna find himself getting hexed. The long range shackles, what the hell? Look at that, baby.
Yeah, another smoke, by the way, straight up. Like, they don't have the vision advantage, of course, because of this cliff. And you probably want to defend it. Well, let's see which way they go with it. They're even using the courier. Look at the dire courier. They're even using the courier to kind of break the smoke from the trees, you see? It's right there.
But they're going for the wraparound though from the side of XL. Still, with Tillemans maintaining this high ground advantage, ZZQ is going to be the first one jumped upon. They get blown up immediately. Does happen to buy back. Global silence will be there. Want to try and bring down Catchu. They do get him. Ukyo was used into the air. He can't get out any of this damage. He has to run away. Frostbite will be there. He just needs to get out. Popping his BKB to flee. The tree thrown at him. The toss comes through and the damage is supplied. Ukyo goes down, no buyback available for the Ursa. Shadow Shaman buys back as well as Shaanxi. He got caught up on the Curse Crown on the high ground. He does manage to get away for now. SRF though chases him, tosses him back towards the waiting arms of Erica, who will mow through the damage as killing him quickly. SS is gone, no buyback for him either. And the failed push from earlier this time, absolutely successful. There's no one alive to stop them.
Nah, man. Wow. A really bad target to go on, I have to say. Like, initiating on a Crystal Maiden, probably not your best option. You know, you want to use that global to get rid of a bigger boy, like at least the Terrorblade, I guess, but... Yeah, they just didn't have the nice read. They didn't have the nice read because they didn't have the best vision and they couldn't pick and choose the targets. Once again, these wars just absolutely... winning team fights.
I mean, they had the courier right next to that observer ward as well. Gave them quite a lot of vision in that last engagement. And now, not only do they get 2 lanes of racks, they will be rewarded further with a Roshan to their name. The rich get richer in Dota 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, not only in Dota 2.
Especially not in Dota 2. Here we go.
Freezing.
This might be the last fight of the game. They pop Freezing Field for it, so they don't have it for the fight. And here they come. XL, are they gonna try and jump for this? They're too late. Honestly, I think if you had the opportunity, you should have, because I don't know how they take the fight through a double life Terrorblade at this moment.
No, they absolutely wanted, because there was no meta as well. But what's so cool about Erka and the boys is that they used basically everything on Rush. They even used the boat. Like, they used Ghost Ship, they used Freezing Field. They just cast every single big spell to get that rush as fast as possible. Because they knew they were gonna... They knew that the other side will try and contest that, right? All the big ults have been used before.
We just picked up now. Obviously an Aegis on the Terrorblade. What's Kunkka rolling with? I saw he just picked up an AC as well. So, woof. Yeah, good luck, guys. Good luck. More attack speed for the Terrorblade, less armor for your entire team. And this Bristleback, his damage output in these fights is starting to feel negligible at this point. Like, he's not even surviving that long, but even the damage in the opposite direction, they don't really care about with all these items. But let's see if they can stop this push. It will be Megas if they cannot do it. Can they get past the banner? Can they find the Terrorblade and do something to him? Butterfly Effect will try. Going in with the global silence. BKBs were apart, but he gets himself into the air. He's still alive. Ukyo throwing in the right clicks. Is it going to be enough? Erica now able to stand his ground. Pops the Satanic. Gets right back up to full. Doesn't even need the Sunder. And they have nothing left in the tank. They dropped everything just for life 1, and they don't even get that one, Liz.
Yeah, Tiny, that was probably the most impactful play in the game that he had. He's got his Wind Waker, he puts the Terrorblade in the air, breaking the initial go so that the TB can just pop Satanic afterwards. I mean, honestly, the game was over. It truly didn't matter. I feel like if these guys just A-clicked the base and lifted their hands, they probably would have won the fight. But surprisingly, when it comes to net worth, the game was pretty close through the game. I feel like this one was more or less decided by Excel Esports, one way or the other. I feel like they had some really good laning stage that, well, on the safe lane at least, they had this laning stage that could have been converted into game-winning mid-game, but unfortunately it wasn't. They were too aggressive with global silences. I feel like imagine if instead of using them that aggressively under the tier 1 tower, they wait and they buy their time and they use them defensively. I feel like it could have been much better. Like, just look at the score from the silencer right away. In a losing game, he's 5-1. It's one of better silencer games in general for the hero itself, right? But unfortunately for them, it didn't work out.
There were a couple of moments. This fight here was obviously really good, sort of made up for the previous error that happened, but this was absolute disaster. These kind of fights, when they happen like this, they break out in this fashion, you don't get any of your key targets early on. Yeah, just feels, I can't do anything. Also, I must say, this pickup of the Satanic from Erica was kind of genius. We saw in that last fight that he didn't even need Sunder. Just able to stand his ground throughout regardless. He can post up right next to the Ursa and not fear for his life, which is a huge deal for the Terrorblade, to have additional sources of self-sustain, so you can't even jump him if you want to. I think as well, one of the things that probably went wrong in retrospect, I don't think they got enough value out of the Storm Spirit, right? Compare and contrast some of the insane Storm Spirit games that we've been seeing. And in this game, you know, there was that one really cool zip top that got the kill on the Terrorblade, but outside of that, it feels like after the laning phase broke down, Butterfly Effect wasn't really that impactful.
Yeah, for sure. If anything, if he was the one calling the aggressive calls, I feel like the Storm Spirit was more of a detriment. Instead of waiting for some extra items, they would make a couple of plays that kind of ruined the game for everyone. The Grudge Bearer Ursa was... he was actually the strongest hero on their side, right? And he was the one that came out of the laning stage as a true winner. But the moment they dove the tier 1 tower on the Tiny, they didn't kill him. It backfired, and then the Ursa as well, later on down the line, went for that solo Tormentor. You can see that this game was really close. It's just that the game wasn't that clean from Excel Esports. So they got punished for basically all their mistakes.
In the next game, I really hope that they don't go for Silencer, given that what we did see in this game, my main fear, which I have with this hero, if the global doesn't pan out, what else does the hero really provide for you? You know, you can't really make plays outside of the global silence, so hopefully we do get something new in the second game so that they give us a third game, because, you know, we don't want to start the first day off with just quick 2-0s. So let's see if Excel Esports have what it takes, if they can dig deep and bring us a new look in the second game, or if Tournaments will end up walking away with this one in 2-0 fashion. We'll find out after a very small break, so don't go anywhere. Game 2 of XL versus Tournaments in the qualifiers of the Road to TI will continue in just a few minutes.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, to the road to the international qualifiers here in the Chinese region. We have game 2 of XL versus Tournaments, and we're going to be seeing whether or not we get a game 3 or if Tournaments will just make this an early morning, making it 2-0 for themselves. My name is Snare, of course. I'm joined yet again by Admiral Admir. Brother Lizard, what can we expect from game 2 here? What do you want to see adjustment-wise from XL Esports?
I feel like when it comes to XL Esports, it comes down to execution. You know, for tournaments, it's more about just playing the steady game and punishing the mistakes. I feel like when it comes to the draft, they had a decent one, but they kind of shot themselves in the foot a couple of times post laning stage. It's not like the laning stage was a massive victory. Ursa did well. Everyone else kind of struggled. I mean, Ursa and Silencer, that lane did well. But, yeah, they need to... they need to either switch up the draft so it's a bit more... how to put it? They need to switch up the draft so it kind of fits the play style that they tried to execute in the last game. Let's put it that way, you know, the nicest way possible. Because... Or maybe there is also some nerves involved. I feel like when you're making those kind of plays in the last game, I feel like some nerves have to be involved. You know, like going so ham for the tiny a couple of times. It's just completely giving the ball away. And on the mid lane as well, going on that Kunkka with double bracer phases, 21 charges. That it's like 2 plays basically that... absolutely solidified the game of Tournaments, right? Like it just gave Tournaments everything. So they get the Doom first phase, but also the Lina on the other side, hero that has risen in stonks once again as a carry. Probably one of the best ones, right? On position 1.
She's really high up there. Listen, Lina right now feels like 2023. Do you remember Morphling, when Morphling was absolutely insanely busted? And you would feel disgusted with yourself, right? You'd win a game with Morphling. You'd get the MMR, but you knew in your heart, you don't deserve this, man. This is very scaly. You can't do such things. That's what I feel like Lina feels like right now. In the right environment, in the right game, even if you win, you're like, this is not right. I can't believe this is allowed to happen.
Yeah, I have to admit I agree, but I wouldn't go as far back as to the Morphling guy. Just go back to the Lina a year ago, and that's like she was. It's not the first time that this hero has been plaguing our lands and bringing blight and destruction. She's been, she's been a mess before. I think she's not as of a mess right now. She's a bit more balanced. Still, though, extremely hard to deal with if you're playing some of these casual offlaners. Just way too much damage that she dishes out. And she's tanky, right? Like, it's not, you don't have to max out your Dragon Slave. You just go for stats. You get 1 point of Dragon Slave. That's all you need, and then you just tank yourself up.
Yep. We'll see what they pair it up with on the side of Tournaments. I'm also curious to see what XL do in tandem with this Doom, how they make this lane as strong as possible. I wouldn't be too sad to see Catchu playing the Shadow Shaman again. That would not make me too unhappy, especially if they're going to be playing into that Lina lane. I would like some kind of kill threat to make her as uncomfortable as possible. But for Tournaments, what's going to be their support to open with? Oh, they steal the Shadow Shaman. This is nice. I think they knew that Shadow Shaman would be solid with the Doom, so just take it away.
Most picked hero in the tournament, by the way. And when I say tournament, I mean all regions of the regional qualifiers. Shadow Shaman has been not only picked the most, but out of all the top 10 heroes, okay, he doesn't have the highest win rate out of all the top 10 heroes, but considering he's been picked 37 times, 60% is quite high. You know, he's got
That's crazy.
Yeah, a decent chunk of wins. The hero that's actually rocking the highest win rate in top 10 right now is Storm Spirit at 66.6%. So, yeah, even though it didn't look that way last game, he's definitely a strong one right now.
Wouldn't be too surprised if we see Storm being involved in this game as well, in either direction. Remind me, did we see a puck ban in the previous game? I don't remember, but we did see the mid laners involved in the first phase, so probably was no point going for deeper bans at that level.
Yep, when you get the Storm first pick and Kunkka, Tiny later on, there was no space for the puck, like you said, even if it wasn't banned.
For Excel, we get the Tiny now. It can be flexed in multiple roles if needed. We just saw it being played off lane. We've seen previous people play it in the support role. And of course, it can go middle. So I would like to see them just hold the cards to the chest. Maybe just get a carry on 18. Me personally, I've not really been a fan of carry Tiny for a while. But this meta right now, whenever I see carry Tiny, I just do not feel the impact of him as a safe laner.
Absolutely. You do feel the impact when there's an AA with you, though. I feel like Tiny is one of those heroes that can blow you up in an instant, and if you survive and reset, you can kite him. But with AA, you usually do not survive, right? Ava Toss, Ancient Apparition, you're pretty much dead. And Tiny in general, would definitely not be on my top hero list when playing against Lina as a position 1, so maybe there is something else left in store for us for Excel. Maybe they can switch up the Tiny as well, put it on 4, or I won't like Doom as position 1 into Lina as well, so I'm not sure. Maybe Tiny as 4, Doom as off lane sounds like a bad lane, but maybe that's an option. Maybe Tiny mids, just the casual crash landing is pretty nice against Lina, right? Like, all you want to do is blow her up, and that would probably be my preferred role for him this game.
Let's see, tournaments. We still need another support, and we need something that goes into the off lane. I wouldn't mind seeing like an Aura Buyer, given how much magic damage there is on XL right now. And they get the Beastmaster, not necessarily an Aura Buyer, but he's going to go in for the Zoo strat. Obviously, Ancient Apparition is crying at the moment, having to just think about how many times he's going to die to this game to Beastmaster. What can you do?
It makes Beast's Aghanim's a little less valuable, right? Like Ancient Apparition, but in general, you feel good playing Beast into AA. Like, you can't really deal with the boars that easily. Like, the right click is there, it's nice. Chilling Touch is solid, but yeah, in general, Beast has a good time. You can take the pack leader, if that's the name of the facet, the one that gives more attack speed with each unit that you control. I believe it's still 7, right? 7 attack speed. It's Wild Hunt, yeah. Pack leader is on the on the Lycan, and it's not 7, it's 6 maximum. Inner Beast maxed out, so.
Here's a hero that I know you're a bit of a fan of, some Elder Titan coming into the game. So this is going to obviously help ramp up the Lina's damage overall. She has mixed damage. ET can help you in both regards. Nice beefy hero on the front lines, so that even if they do think of playing aggressively into the Lina, really, really hard to get past the Elder Titan reliably and get a kill. I think we don't see enough of this hero. I always like seeing ET in the game.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when these long-range glass cannons are involved. Like, if they're being played as position 1, ET kind of finds his way into the game. It's a good pick. Probably the worst hero to play against, though, as an Elder Titan is the Storm Spirit. Like, you just don't contribute against Storm at all, and he always finds you as an easy pick-off. But there is a Shadow Shaman. You have a Roar as well. You have some LSA. I feel like there's enough setup on Tearlaments, so we'll see. We'll see what their last pick is going to be. But you can see from the 2 bans that they're not sure what Excel Esports need. They banned out 1 carry. They banned out 1. I mean, I guess actually Bat can be a carry right now, right? Like, with. It definitely feels like one.
Yeah, the damage output from the Batrider these days is a little bit extreme. With that, what's that facet called? One that enhances the damage?
You mean Arsonist or the other one?
The other one.
Stoked.
Stoked. Yes.
You see Australian?
Stoked.
Like, they're the ones using Aussies are using the stoked thing, right? But in any case, yeah, jokes aside, we're considering if Doom is safe lane, so they ban out. They banned out a bat if in case Doom is safe lane, and they ban out the Klings in case Doom is off lane. But Venge is being last picked. Dude, like this hero did get buffed, and I'm seeing a lot of Venge in pubs. Like she feels very beefy very early on. You get swap into Lina as well. Like if you can get her close and personal, you can kill her.
Okay, I'm very intrigued. Vengeful Spirit. Telements will round out the draft by getting a Void Spirit for themselves, so that's going to be their mid laner who's going to try and open up the map. But Shang-Chi, I want to see how he plays here with the Soul Strike. Is he going to actually go Soul Strike on this? Okay. He's sticking with the Soul Strike, not going to try and get the bonus damage on the Magic Missile. How do you feel about the Vengeful Spirit? Because I think that's the real X factor in this draft, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a cool pick. Like, nice heavy stun. Nice way of killing the Lina through the game, like swapping her in. Basically, I don't think that they needed to go this way. Like maybe they could have picked something that gets on top of Lina, right? Like from that position 1. But all of these heroes do suffer into Beast, and it's nice to have Doom in that lane. It's nice to have Doom into the Beastmaster lane. So you put the Doom safe, like you're having a bit of a nicer safe lane, and on top of that you have this Venge hero that can perhaps down the line get on top of the Lina, swap her, and make things easier for the rest of your team. We'll see how the lane is going to go, though. Tiny is not the strongest laner. Like, you're playing with some stun toss. Meanwhile, Elder Titan plus Lina early on, that's a really strong lane. So there's a lot of stuns on the other side, but once they hit like level 2, level 3, right? But level 1 and 2 might be heavily Lina plus ET favored.
Well, we're going to be finding out if XL Esports can utilize this X factor to get them into a Game 3 situation. I'm skeptical. On the bright side, even if the lanes go badly, as an off-lane Venge, you can stack for yourself. You don't need your support to do it for you. So we'll see if that benefits Shang-Chi or not as we head into our second and hopefully not final game between Tournament and XL Esports.
Yeah, there's some nice shenanigans definitely that you can do with Tiny and Venge, like some tosses under the tower with a stun, a pretty long stun as well. So from the two of them when they combo up, so gonna be an interesting game for sure.
I wonder how she's going to build this Venge going for the Soul Strike. I've seen like some Venges go Soul Strike when they play carry. I haven't really seen Soul Strike from the off lane. Just straight Ags?
I think it's just straight Ags. Like you can get maybe one like Raid Band or Bracer or something like that. I guess 1 or 2 Raid Bands maybe. But after that, you have to get Axe. It's the only thing that makes this hero work from the off lane. I don't think it doesn't get any more straightforward than that.
Okay, the horn has sounded. Observer wards were planted by both teams, but it does seem like XL did get a bit deeper in the map to get theirs down. Nonetheless, still ends up being a straightforward trade. No first blood this time around to kick off things off.
7E did get that last bounty rune. He does have a sentry, but yeah, like you said, it seems like none of these wards will be rewarded. How do you feel about the Void Spirit Resurrection, by the way? The hero is finally seeing the light of the day.
Oh, I like it. I've always thought of the spirits to play against. Void Spirit's the one. When I lose to a Void Spirit, I always feel, man, that guy played really well, you know? Sometimes you lose to a Storm Spirit and you're just like, this is ridiculous. That just feels like BS. Void Spirit just feels fair to play. I think it's fine. I'm happy he's back in again.
Is this the first pick or... Like, it isn't, right? Like, he's been picked before. Yeah, he's been picked 8 times so far in the tournament with a 75% win rate. He's actually doing extremely well. And you know what? Like this, what you said about the playing versus Void Spirit. Yeah, I feel the same when the hero is in a bad spot. But when he's broken, you very quickly change your mind, you know?
think this matchup, it used to be that you pick this Void to have a good time, but can't do anything to Storm these days with the static slide. Just gotta allow him to do his thing. Down bottom, Shang-Chi farming away on the Venge. As we said, just making the road towards that Aghanim Scepter as fast as possible. And especially because you're playing against Lina, right? It's unless they get a nice toss onto Lina, not really too much you can do to stop Erica from farming this lane freely.
I feel like you said, you need to get the Tiny as well to his blink if you want to get the tosses, right? The opportunity will not present itself without the tosses, so without the blink, that is. So that might be a little bit of an issue too. Like, how do you get both the Tiny and the Venge chunky and healthy enough to get these big items? You desperately need to win, or at least do really nicely in this lane down bottom.
How are things looking on the other side of the map with Ukyo on his Doom? Just farming away, trying to get himself towards that Bracer. Just eating shackles, but whatever. Just a little bit of harass. He obviously is going to get level 3 soon. Yep. He really needs it, can get a point into the Scorched Earth, but otherwise he should be a-okay here.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this is one of those lanes where they have a solid advantage. Well, just like in last game they had it. Maybe it's a bit more straightforward this time around. Unless they get heavily outplayed by 7E and Beastmaster.
What did I see him build here on the Doom for the game?
Midas. Midas Radiance. I don't know if you have to go for anything else right now in the game. Maybe in the old patch, some phases drums, SNY was the build, right? And you just run people down, but right now I feel like Midas is most of the time to play. Especially if you're on the safe lane, of course.
I always assume that Midas just like comes with the Doom hero, you know? Like, I literally don't remember the last time I saw a Doom in a game without Hand of Midas being in his inventory at some point.
One thing though, he's got Gluttony, right? So...
Oh, mid lane. They're putting some pressure onto Butterfly Effect. They want the kill onto the Storm Spirit, and they are gonna get it. Echo getting himself the first blood. He was falling behind a little bit in the CS department, but finding the kill, definitely worth it. Beautifully done, coming in right now from the side of Telements.
Yeah, and he cancelled the right click as well to get the last hit, so he was making sure that he gets it and not the Shadow Shaman. No support attacks this time around.
I will say, this Aghanim Scepter from the Void Spirit this game could be absolutely disgusting. Can you just imagine if he's able to get that silence onto Venge and AA at the same time? That just ruins the entire fight for himself.
Yep. For sure. It will be massive. Like, Void Spirit, when he was played mostly around Yags. By the way, what do you think about Gluttony? Like, I guess you go for it here because you're laning into a beast. But because of that, you don't get to buy Midas, I guess. Or you can still, of course, but you won't have like the Midas selling shenanigans. Buy Midas, buy Radiance, sell Midas, you know.
I was actually, now that you mention it, right? Devil's Bargain versus Gluttony as carry Doom.
I guess he still queues it up. He's gonna go for it. Okay, I mean, it's still a really good item to do.
Oh, bottom lane. We're gonna have a first big rotation onto Erica. There's gonna be the Avalanche. Red Panda came through as well. Gonna be able to freeze him up with the cold feet. They do commit the life of the Tiny, but they find the kill. Echo shows up with his first rotation and will immediately get some vengeance, finding a double kill for ZZQ as they punish Shang-Chi. So 2 for 1. Multiple rotations bottom. On aggregate though, how do you feel about this? Who do you think came out on top?
Excel. I feel like they came definitely out on top. For multiple reasons. Storm Spirit getting the rune as well, forcing a TP from the Void Spirit down bottom. And now Butterfly Effect with that rune maybe can rotate and kill Lina again. And this would be pretty damn massive, you know, killing Erica twice in a row. And now you know that Void Spirit cannot connect.
And they don't have vision either. Here they go, jumping in. Erica is in a very dangerous place. His LSA doesn't connect, but right behind him, the Avalanche will connect onto his face. He ends up going down. ZZQ, this time you will not be finding a double kill, my friend. You're the one that's getting brought down. Like you said, no opportunity for Void Spirit to connect. Free kills, Storm Spirit involved in them both, galvanized charges, pressure on the tower, and a walk of shame for the Lina.
It's just like, maybe the first move didn't look that advantageous for Excel Esports, but what they did after made it exactly so, right? Like, Doom?
Oh, first Doom of the game, it goes on to Echo. So he couldn't show up bottom. Can anybody show up for him? Ukyo just keeping this chase up. Storm Spirit zips over and they are gonna find the kill. Ukyo says, you're not stealing that one from me, buddy. I did the hard work. So now what happened bottom looks even better in retrospect with them picking up the Void Spirit kill, isolated from the rest of his team.
Yeah, a couple of snowball plays, really. Like one after another. Looking really damn good. By the way, keep one thing in mind. You cannot devour the dominated creeps anymore. So the Wild Hunt from Beastmaster together with Creep versus Doom is pretty nice. He can't eat it, he can't Midas it. Basically why I'm saying this is to break the snowball that Excel are having right now. I think you need to involve the Beastmaster. I think he's the one with Helm of Dominator. Either play around him or make him move to you.
Well, speaking of moves, one is happening for Excel. They're looking for the life of 7E. They are going to get him. Erica was right behind, threw in a Laguna Blade onto Tiny, but sadly for him, it's just not enough damage to threaten catch you.
Yeah, he was right behind because he is behind and he cannot go bottom anymore. Like, he is moving back bottom, but I feel like that's so dangerous for him. Any move through the Twin Gate and they can take the Lina down once again.
I mean, we're 50 seconds until we have Doom online. I would not be surprised to see him immediately make his way through the Twin Gates, try to catch Erica off guard. But Erica, in the meantime, is just trying to keep his own farm up. These deaths that he suffered have really put a damper rather, on how he's been progressing. But we're still gonna get to the items. It's Lina after all. You can't really stop her farming for too long.
Mid lane.
Yeah, jump here. Tiny gets himself shackled. Echo should be able to get this kill. Thank you very much, Mr. 7E, for the support.
Yeah, they were setting up this skill for a long time. They had a nice little observer behind Doom.
Wait, they want Ukyo, but he's too tanky to just kill easily. Instead, there's going to be some counter move with the help of Red Panda. Put some pressure out onto SRF, but he does bring in the support of the Elder Titan, who's trying to find vision with this Spirit. They're not going to be able to fully connect onto Ukyo, so he gets away safely.
Yeah, it's actually Lina that rotated top, right? Isn't patient enough to wrap around, goes hit creeps instead, so small panda, red panda should be fine. This should be an insta D-ward. This is, by the way, this area is my favorite place to ward. Absolutely favorite place to put an observer in. On one team or the other.
It's just because like you get the mind games of exactly where the ward is going to be, harder to D-ward.
And you see Ancients. Right, then you see the access point to the Twin Gate. Like it gives a lot of info, even though it's kind of in a corner of the map. Doesn't feel very impactful. It's not truly a corner if the Twin Gate is there, right? Like it's a wormhole that you have.
Oh, that ward did get taken away, as we see tier 1 towers getting taken away on both sides. SRF provisioned the push in the top lane. Of course, Ukyo and Shang-Chi do the same on the other side. So now we are in that phase of the game where everybody's going to be thinking about the next item, which is going to lead to a play. How far are we from these items? Oh, looks like actually Echo is going for a Spirit Vessel here.
Yep.
Not going to be going for the Aghanim Scepter Rush. What do you make of this?
I love it. I really think that every hero that could buy a vessel that benefited from stats got a huge buff with the vessel change. So yeah, we see an AA ulti flying down mid. That's good.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, Vessel is amazing. Diadem being a part of it, I feel like heroes like Phoenix, like Void Spirit, any universal heroes that have Diadem as in their inventory feel very happy about it.
Of course, we were going to reference Phoenix there. You know, it was a countdown until you started talking about that hero, bro.
Yeah, of course, it's me. But yeah, like with the Vessel, I even bought it on Meepo, by the way, a couple of times. Like mid lane Meepo. Speaking of, by the way, I think that hero is in a really good spot right now. Oh, big ward on the mid lane.
Nice. Putting in, I like that. There's that little ward there. Well, little is definitely not the word, but the Cobra is throwing in the damage, spitting on the tier 1 tower. Should be able to claim this one. We'll see if there's a fight that breaks out subsequently. We see Elder Titan getting caught out with the swap and the avalanche. They even throw the magic missile on top of him. They want this kill and they are going to get it. But in exchange, Tournaments were able to claim the tier 1 tower. So that's an exchange that you'll take all day, every day. The life of ZZQ, unfortunately, not worth that much.
Yeah, Doom just running down Lina a little bit down on the bot lane. Just trying to force Erika away from some farm. Meanwhile, the guy that we just watched, Helm of Overlord, of course. A pretty big deal for the Beastmaster.
What might be a big deal is Lina dying. They're smoking in to try and catch her. Oh, don't use a spell. Don't spell. She just showed. They know where she's at. But thankfully, ZZQ. What a legend. What a hero. He broke the smoke right behind. So now she knows to play safely. That was... If ZZQ had respawned 3 seconds later, she'd be dead right now. Perfect timing from him.
Yeah. It's also the best combo breaking hero, right? Elder Titan. Yeah, you go on anyone. Echo Stomp. Together with your ulti. Plus you're generally tanky enough to stay in front. Right, like you can actually break smokes with your face as well.
We'll see now, Catchy getting jumped on by Echo. Echo would love to find this kill, put some charges into his Vessel, but he can't do it. So this is my one complaint about buying Vessel, right? Is whenever you buy this Vessel, and if the game starts to lull a little bit, you don't find any of those charges. Just die, bro.
Just die, lol.
Easy solution. Mid lane, they're going to try and get this kill onto the Tiny, and they are going to be able to find him. There's the Vessel charges you've been looking for, and he certainly doesn't want to go back. He wants to keep the aggression going, but XL Esports are backing up, playing carefully. I don't think they'll be caught more in this gank attempt.
Oh, damn. Red Panda, he got rooted by the Ancient Prowler. Almost punished for that, but yeah, you can see the way that they're playing right now in tournaments, right? Like you have this Beastmaster with Helm of Overlord, you want to take over the map, and he's literally taking over the map. Like he ran from top to bottom. There's a tier 1 still down bottom. You want to take as many fights as possible before the blink on Tiny. So maybe that's the reasoning behind all these moves.
Uh-oh. Ukio just showed bottom. They might try to jump him. Butterfly effect though, going in first. Looking towards SRF. The Ice Blast is going to land onto him and 7E. But they've already lost Ukio. 7E now using the remnants of his life to try and hold Butterfly effect in place. The Storm Spirit does manage to zip away. In the Roshan pick, he gets bashed. But he does have a fairly substantial one. Is it going to be enough? For now it is. He's ticking lower thanks to the Spirit Vessel, but not low enough. Butterfly effect will live, but ultimately XL still end up trading away their doom. He showed, but he was too far away from his team, Liz. They just pounce on him, kill him before the support can arrive.
I absolutely understand his mindset and his playstyle, like why he did what he did. He wanted to go win. You know, you want to go win and set things up for the A ulti, but he's just not tanky enough, unfortunately. Like this is a Doom with phase boots and magic wand. Like that's it. That's all you've got. You don't have Radiance. You went for the Midas, so you're truly not that tanky. As much as HP as an Elder Titan, more or less at this point.
Oh, they're gonna smoke up with that Doom again. Got the Tiny with him. We're not yet at the point where we have the blink for the Tiny, but perhaps Storm can find an opportunity to set up a fight. Echo dodges the Avalanche. Very nice use of the Dissimulate there. And now Lina coming in with the bot. They want to try and break down the Tiny. Laguna Blade, one right click, and they've brought him down. Ukio throws out the Doom onto Echo in a vain hope to keep himself alive. It looks like it'll be good enough. In the meantime, we do see a shackle onto Butterfly Effect. He manages to zip himself away from the engagement. So he stays living.
Yeah.
But now it's Roche time. There's no Tiny, there's no Doom. You still have the entire Beastmaster army, so time to go and claim yourself the first Aegis of the game.
Yeah, they still have Roar as well, which was unused in that fight, so maybe some AA ulti could fly in, never mind, it's on CD, so that cannot really help them at all. The Surf Ward maybe wasn't that necessary, but makes things quicker, I guess.
But why did they go for that fight with Ukyo especially? You were just mentioning just how he's not ready to take that engagement just yet.
Yeah,
he didn't even have the relic or anything.
I'm not really surprised. They played the same way last game. I feel like every time a move is possible, they take it, whether it's good or not. And they also needed the Axe on Venge, right? Like that's another item that's absolutely massive for Excel, but they fought a bit too many times before. They're not out of this game, by the way. It's still doable, but they just made things harder for themselves.
3k net worth lead as they are pushing into the tier 2 tower top lane. Lina, the one that's sitting with this Aegis. Nothing that Excel can do about this one. Just gonna have to let it go. And the map continues to shrink. And this is the scary thing. If you're in a game, right, where you lose your tier 2 tower at 18 minutes, it's bad, but recoverable. If you're losing a game at 18 minutes against a Beastmaster lineup, damn, things start to feel very, very claustrophobic all of a sudden.
They do have the grand equalizer in Ancient Apparition. I feel like no matter how far behind you are, if you take a solid fight with a good Ice Blast, you can turn it. So yeah, it's still in their hands to make a comeback. They're not out of this game by any stretch.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Little does he know, Butterfly Effect just avoided being killed by a gank. Fortunately for him, the smoke ran out, and they'll focus their attentions towards the mid lane instead, dropping the Mass Serpent Ward. Let's see how much pressure they can put out here, what kind of response they'll draw from Excel. It looks like the response will be, we're doing absolutely nothing. Boys, do what you will.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, if you remember,
Check out this ward that they have top.
Yeah, it's a very deep one, right? You like it?
I like it. I like it, man. I think when you're winning games hard like this, especially with Beastmaster, you try to control everything, make the map as small as possible. And now Ukyo, that Observer Ward is already paying dividends. It scouted him heading in this direction, and now it should get him killed. Ice Blast will connect at the very least, but there's no follow-up damage. And the one hero it could have killed did not get connected with it. 70 just pops a healing salve. He is right as rain. And oh my goodness, Tillemans is just in a position where the game feels impossible to play right now for Excel.
Yeah. Small Panda, or Red Panda, or Dead Panda. One of those.
He's trying, man. He did his best. He did his best.
He's still breaking.
Though. Look at him go.
Yeah, he's still breaking some ankles. Might be even fine. He's fine. He has another Glimmer Cape as well, and another Tumbler toy, so he can use them. But speaking of the state of the game, absolutely in control on Radiant now. I feel like, especially with these last couple of kills. But high ground is still a problem into Venge Tiny, so you really have to be careful. Last game they weren't, and the game looked way more even than it should have.
Let's see. Is anything coming out right now from Excel that we need to take note of? Ukyo is still very far away from having BKB. Does have Radiance, but they...
Yeah, they're smoking, right? Into Aegis. 1 minute of Aegis left, by the way.
Okay. They're also smoking. They don't know this, but the Aghanims just was finished from the Void Spirit, so this could be very complicated.
Yeah, they're trying to move somewhere top, but they're just gonna get forced into the base, most likely by the beasts. Like, not even a hero is necessary. You can just send the beasts, and they're good enough to force a move. Like, you have Serpent Wards as well, like, or a ward, I should say.
Time to respond to this. XL Esports is still... Where are they? What's going on, Liz? There's a couple of heroes inside the base, but the Storm is not here. But crucially, the Doom is not here.
Dire's middle tower
They're just gonna let this one go. They leave the tier 3 tower. There's the swap. Erica, can they go on him? Where is the follow-up? They just blow up Shanxi. And now though, the Tiny get going to the far side of the fight. Avalanche only connected on the 2, but once more, no follow-up. He gets roared. He's gonna get killed off by SRF. They even end up losing the illusion from the Vengeful Spirit. The Doom does fly out onto Erica, but he's still sitting within Aegis. It just expired. Perfect time for the Storm Spirit to come in, get the zip, get the kill. ZZQ now being forced away from the base. They do get some damage onto him with Ukyo, but now here is the revenge from Echo. Huge resonant pulse, big damage from the Dissimulate, and Ukyo is gone in the blink of an eye. 7E falling very low as well. Avalanche might just come out. There's going to be a swap back on the far side of the fight to make sure that the Beastmaster cannot escape. They killed off the one. 7E is gone. Beastmaster's going to follow him. It's a double kill for Butterfly Effect. It's a high ground hold for XL Esports, but it was very expensive. 2 buybacks were required in that equation, and they still barely clutched it out.
It's still a pretty cool hold, considering how badly it started, right? Like, they went to their base way too late, Doom TP'd when the tier 3 towers was already dead. But yeah, they clutched it out, like you said. Very expensive, of course. The buyback on the Tiny... like, this isn't a hero that gets a lot of farm, but once you get the blink, like, you can get accelerate and get into the Yules. This buyback basically means that he will not have it anytime soon. Vent Spirit as well, like, she'll stay on the Agonist for quite some time. Not even a shard is doable now. Nicely timed, at least. Like, you know, like, you get the Lina kill.
I will say though, as much as they got that Lina kill, Echo was cleaning up house on the other side here. This Void Spirit is going to become a little bit scary. With this Aghanim Scepter, he's level 14 right now, about to get level 15.
They do told me, but ulti is flying in. It does nothing. Like, no damage, the pipe is too strong. I agree, by the way, about Echoes. Like, it's not like they have only one carry. Usually you can see the Void Spirit just carrying games on his own as well. But he is full utility this game. Aghanim's Vessel, so might not be as crazy in the right-click department, at least, as some games he can be.
Let's see what happens now with the Roche being out of play for quite some time. Tormi having already been claimed away as well by Tournaments. We'll see where they want to go next. I don't think they want to go high ground again before they have that Aegis. And you know, you were mentioning how difficult the high ground hold can be into Tiny Venge. What's crazy is that was actually really sloppy from a hold perspective initially from XL, and they still were able to have that much impact.
Yep.
So imagine if the whole team is set up and ready for that move. They could have actually blown up Erica at the beginning, even without having to worry about the Aegis, and still have it damage available for round 2.
You know what? I absolutely agree with you, but I think the sloppiness is what made it work. Like, them being sloppy kind of let them have enough time for Aegis to expire. And it also allowed Erica to maybe feel a little bit overconfident and move that high uphill. So, you know, sometimes you make a mistake on paper and it works out well for you. If that smoke connected out of their base, by the way, they just straight up lose the game, I feel like, on the spot. But that's why I was wondering why they're smoking. Because if you smoke up, you catch Alina with an Aegis. She dies, sure, but you're then playing into Roar, into Echoes. Best case scenario, I would say, for SL Esports, that last fight.
We'll see how things pan out from here, because they have just picked up a pretty crazy item. Ukyo finally has BKB. Unfortunately, so does the Lina. So Erica, even more difficult to kill at this point. They have to be pitch perfect with their timing to bring him down before he gets off the BKB. 100 seconds until the big man comes back. XL Esports probably don't want to deal with the Roshan banner push. So I imagine that they should try to make sure that they're ready for this upcoming fight. BKB now for the Beastmaster as well. So we have double BKB for tournaments, and both of them are fresh as well. Full 9-seconders available. Beastmaster in particular, 9-second BKB, Plip plus Tumbler's Toy. Good luck ever killing SRF.
Yep. The BKB on him is so important because the playstyle from Excel should always be the same. Swap Lina, kill her off, right? And control the beast at the same time. So if Beastmaster can just pop the BKB and run in, he can probably prevent the kill on Lina. Probably. But it won't be easy. Ukyo as well. Doom has the BKB, so...
Here we go. 10 hero smoke, baby! We're about to have some action. Who's going to be the first one out the gate? Who gets revealed first? They have some pretty good positioning on the high ground here.
They do, but the courier from Radiant gave it away. I feel like that Radiant courier that flew over them just pinpointed where Radiant are, so...
Dire's middle barracks.
I suppose.
Still though, look at the
Do
base.
have the mass serpent wards dropped inside the base. They're gonna force them back. This is a catch-22 situation for XL Esports. What do you do here? Now that they've revealed the Tiny, look at SRF. He's just waiting in the wings, ready and willing to get on top of somebody if needed. But now that they've drawn everybody back, they know that there's space in the Roshan pit. They can just go back and take it, and they still got the melee racks regardless.
Exactly. If you're Excel though, do you contest this? I feel like the best bet for you is still to fight on the high ground, but you know that at least there is no Serpent Ward, the massive one. So maybe you can take a fight around the pit.
They're thinking about it. They see SS in the top lane. Shang-Chi, can he get back in time? Yes, he can. There, SRF was ready to kill him.
Yeah, they're just not finding any farm on this poor Venge. Like after the buyback, look at the net worth, by the way. She's as poor as the Shadow Shaman, or Shadow Shaman is as rich as Vengeful.
On the bright side for them is they haven't lost the Roshan just yet, but now it's happening. And they're too far away. I don't think they can contest us that easily. Because Roche also dies pretty fast, man.
Yeah, they have a good rune on Storm though, and the BKB on him too. So,
Okay.
and they ulti flying in, yeah.
We aren't gonna get hit by the Ice Blast, and now they know that the Ice Blast is down. Hex, going forward, they found Butterfly Effect. Can they catch him with the Primal Roll? Where is the stun? It's not gonna be there. There it is at long last, but there's a Salvation save. However, Echo jumps in with a huge Resonant Pulse, able to connect on the 3. They bring down Shang-Chi first and foremost. The Illusion is gonna die as well as he comes back. However, his sacrifice did enable Butterfly Effect to zip away at the very last moment. But it's still going to be them losing a core and an Aegis going the way of tournaments.
Yeah, and you cannot contest this, right? Like Vengeful is dead for a long time, over a minute. That's the, I believe that's the dieback duration, right? Like he didn't die since then. So an easy pick off and an easy rush for tournaments. Like you can see how they want to play. They just want, at any given point when Venge sees Lina, she tries to swap her, but at this moment they didn't have A ulti and Storm was way too low, and it just feels so much easier on the Radiant side to play these low ground fights. High ground is a different matter, but low ground it's almost impossible to lose.
Oh well, now we have to figure out what do we do next? Because we only have one lane of racks that we have to protect. Fortunately for us, if you're on the side of XL Esports, they still have a tier 2 tower down there. So they have a little bit of time. My main problem isn't that, not my main issue is, right, I'm looking at this Doom, and I'm asking myself, what has this Doom done from the carry position that he couldn't possibly have done from the off lane?
Nothing really. Yeah, I think it's not really about the Doom, it's about the general idea that they have. And the general idea is actually really nice. Like it doesn't look that way right now, but you've got Alpha Wolf on Doom, and you've got Venge with her Aura. Like it's kind of. It's kind of a thing that you don't really think about, you know, when you're looking at the draft from distance. But if you look a bit deeper, these two complement each other together with Storm. You're basically running a 3 carry lineup, and all of them can fight early. It's a really cool draft, but the execution just, unfortunately for them, so far wasn't there.
Still have some time to try and figure that out. It's an 8k gold lead, not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, but becoming increasingly more difficult. Echoes and Erica, both of them pick up Lincoln Sphere simultaneously. And there aren't really that many spells to pop the Lincolns before the Doom comes out, so this is going to provide extra complications for the execution of Excel Esports.
Absolutely. All they needed was basically this Lincoln's. And now the high ground is way more simple to approach and just hit with the Lina.
Here they come. He's gonna jump in, butterfly effect, BKB active, they're going in, but unfortunately Shang-Chi is gonna be the one that dies first, taking way too much damage. Both him and the illusion are gone. Well, there is a buyback available. Echo Stomp landed flush onto both supports with the Lina LSA, popped in with the Resonant Pulse. The supports are shredded through, both of them forced to buy back. In the meantime, the Mass Support Lord was able to remove the tier 3 tower. They're looking for the final melee barracks here. They should be able to find it once this cliff comes down. XL Esports, they can try and go back in. They have all their heroes available, but they still have to worry about an Aegis available for 2 minutes.
Yeah, they have top racks, by the way, as well. So, another side that they can defend. They don't have to necessarily throw in the towel just yet, but it is looking rough. At this point, I feel like Lina is a hero that even if you swap, which is what they did in that last fight, she just stands in man fights. Absolutely not scared to
I'm gonna
fight.
try to swap the Beastmaster this time, but it does not help. SRF pops BKB immediately, and once more they kill on Shang-Chi, and this time it's a dieback. LSA landing onto Tiny. Catchu's gonna die back as well. 3 versus 5 defense on the high ground with a minute to go on the Aegis. This feels like an impossible hole for XL.
Yeah. Storm is in,
Butterfly
AOT is
effect.
in.
Gonna try his best, but he just dies, buys back, ALT, it lands, but whatever. It's onto the Beastmaster that still has his Pipe of Insight. And Butterfly effect, he knows it's over. He's zipping in and out just for the lols, just for the memes, but it is done. GG, well played. XL Esports drop down to the lower bracket and tournaments win our first series of the qualifiers in very clean 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. Well deserved. Executed better, I have to say. They played better through the game as well. Like the laning stage was probably the brightest part of this painting that XL Esports have given us, you know, but overall they just weren't the better team, unfortunately, this time around. They made some nice moves on the Lina, right? Like the 1-2 rotation on bot lane where they killed her twice in a row. Basically forced the Lina into moving across the map instead of laning. She had a very late Maelstrom, but it didn't truly matter. The high ground defense was the next best thing for XL Esports, but it wasn't really done that amazingly well. I feel like it's not about the high ground defense per se, like the mechanical aspect of it. It's more of the approach where they smoke out, they try to search a fight when Aegis was still 1 minute and 30 seconds on the Lina. The duration, I mean, was left remaining, so even if you kill her, you're probably not getting the best fight. In any case, a lot to take away from a game like this one, I feel like, for XL Esports. Mechanically, they're very sound. Of course, we know these players, right? Individually, they're all good, but maybe in the lower bracket, you know, maybe they'll find their stride over there.
I mean, we did just see in the Eastern European qualifiers, Cyber Goose were in the finals against Aurora. Cyber Goose did drop down to the lower bracket, but Solo and the boys did make the full run all the way to the grand final. So maybe we could see something happen.
Spoilers.
You know what? Let me give you some interesting information about this game, gang. Of the bottom 3 damage dealers in this game, as in the 3 heroes that did the least amount of damage, 2 of them are on XL, and 2 of them are cores. Doom and the Vengeful Spirit are in the bottom 3 damage dealt overall in the game. That is... Yep. That just can't happen. That just can't happen, you know? And we could sort of see it in a lot of these fights that even though there'd be a Doom on somebody, there'd be a solid swap, there'd be a good Avalanche toss, there was just no real follow-up. These heroes just weren't dying.
Yep. To me, it mostly comes down to the fights that they chose to take, right? Like, I feel like every time they choose to take a fight, it's the correct fight on tournaments and on XL Esports. Every time they smoke up, I feel like it isn't really their post-laning stage. So 10-minute onwards, I feel like, some things can be improved on XL Esports.
Yep. Well, Tournaments will definitely take this win to the bank. Very happy with themselves after getting this performance out. And that's also 2 games back-to-back that we've seen from Tournaments. The hero that gets picked first on their roster, having a very massive impact as the game goes fast. Game 1, we saw Echo putting in a very good job on his Kunkka. Game 2, they just immediately wait for the Erica Lina. And boy, oh boy, did that Lina pay off. He is by far the highest damage in the game. In fact, he has more damage alone than all 3 cores combined on the side of XL Esports. So shout out to Erica. Erica's always one of those players that, like, throughout the year, he might not be so solid, but for whatever reason, gang, TI qualifiers, this guy just levels up. He remembers why he was slated as one of the next big carry names out of China.
Absolutely. And give him his good heroes, he will carry you, right? Like Terrorblade, Lina. What else? Drow, I feel like. Weaver as well. Troll, I feel like he's got a decent pool. And around TI, he definitely shines. Like when you look back to those DPC seasons, he didn't really look that great in most of them, but whenever he's playing around the major or around TI, I agree with your point. He starts looking a lot stronger. Pretty cool game. I hope we see more from XL. I hope they step it up a little bit because mechanically they look really strong.
Well, of course, things are not over for XL Esports just yet. Like Lizard mentioned, they are in the lower bracket trying to continue their road to the international the hard way, but you can still get to where you really want to go. Of course, we are going forward, though, into our next matchup of the day, which will be Team Curtain taking on one of the favorites of this entire tournament, being Yakult's Brothers. We'll see if the favorite advantage will allow Yakult's Brothers to succeed, or will the underdogs give us a nice little surprise early in the morning. We'll find out after a small break, so go get some water and then join us soon to continue the day on the road to the international.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, to some more Chinese action as we witness the qualifiers for the road to the international. We apologize for the slight delay, but we had a couple of technical problems with one of the teams, and unfortunately that does mean that Team Curtin, one of our competitors here today, will have themselves a level 3 draft penalty. However, we are still going to have the game, so maybe that additional pressure will bring some additional sauce out of this young squad at the moment. So as we get into it, yet again, my name is Sneh. I'm joined by the Grammy Award-winning Lizard, or at least Grammy nominated for his song Acid, which lit the world aflame. What's happening, gang? What can we expect from this upcoming matchup?
Acid. What can we expect? Well, we probably expected a quick 2-0 out of these two teams, right? But it's going to be a bit not as quick as we might have expected due to technical difficulties that Team Curtin have had. We'll see if they can muster their strength, right, and just click fast on the heroes, because level 3 penalty is no joke. When you are playing versus Yakult Brothers, though, I feel like you have the advantage of knowing what they play, what these players tend to pick. And Yakult's Brothers, they perhaps don't have that advantage. It's a bit harder for them. So we'll see if maybe there's some, gacha pick on Curtin Gaming. By the way, Curtin Gaming, like Curtains Gaming.
It's curtains, bro. They're like for their performance. They just draw the curtains. It's already over. Before you even start the game, it's already
curtains.
Watched.
Yeah.
One thing I do find interesting about the matchup as well is that Yakult's Brothers, they had Beyond playing for the last while for them. They just kicked him like last week, and they brought in Old 11, I think particularly for these qualifiers. Obviously, this is a guy that has a lot of pedigree in the Chinese scene, has been around for a long, long time, has won tournaments in China. So what do you think of him? Would it be a direct upgrade, or are we past the point where you can just say swapping in a player as an upgrade and it's all about the team chemistry instead?
It depends on how much chemistry the team had at the beginning. It also depends on how much practice the Neck God has had, because if I remember correctly, he was chilling, right? Like he was kind of retired for almost a year now, or pretty much basically a year. Last team he played for was Kev. And he also played for them for just a little while. Before that, he didn't play for a couple of years. I feel like, yeah, we'll see. Old 11 definitely, like you said, a man of pedigree in the Chinese region, but it's not easy to just show up and own. Perhaps it is for him. Maybe some Old 11 Tidehunter, Ravage 1 against 5 on the offlane. I want to see that.
Well, he most likely right now, he could be playing the Pangolier, as it has come out. Second pick for Yakult's Brothers. Obviously, they open up the draft by getting themselves the Silencer. And then Team Curtin, going for the Shadow Shaman, who I imagine, especially in China, right? Because even in times when this hero wasn't highly valued by anybody else, the Chinese region would always be playing him. Honestly, by the time we get to the end of this qualifier run, Liz, I'm expecting like 90-95% contest rate on the Shadow Shaman.
Well, the hero is picked every game first phase. It could be one of those first phase bans like the Undying is. Undying, offlane Undying right now, looking really scary. A lot of spooky heroes, by the way, right now that are being played. The Dead Prophet and the Undying are in the pool. Dead Prophet being picked up, not something that I'm super surprised by. It does open up some heroes for Yakult, perhaps some Lina on the safe lane. All these ranged heroes that can just poke the DP from a distance, to me at least, feel nice. There is one unlikely hero that I also like into the DP. It's like on paper not that great, but Ursa feels, also the decent-ish. Like you blow her up, and this guy as well. Again, TB, like you'd think, okay, she's got a lot of nukes, but it doesn't really work that way. I feel like in a team fight, if DP doesn't have like an oracle or a hero that can prevent her from dying quickly, Terribly just shreds her to pieces. And damn, this is a quick draft, but keep in mind it's quick because there's a tier 3 penalty on Curtin Gaming. So they're switching it up, putting the DP mid into the Pango, which is a decent matchup for DP. even though they're swashbuckle to get away, I feel like DP should do fine. And then they have the Darkseer plus Nyx into the Terrorblade, which is also nice. Like overall, I liked it. I like what they've drafted so far, considering they have no time, no reserve time.
They definitely had to have thought about this in advance. I like this a lot, actually, from Curtin. They've got some decent enough team fight. Maybe not the best, like, massive ultimates, but you still have the wall, can still threaten the Terrorblade. You have a ton of push between Shadow Shaman, Death Prophet. Nyx Assassin, Darkseer can also, after the laning phase, Darkseer can continue to just shove out the lane, get yourself some map control in that fashion. Yep. I like this a lot, actually. I like this a lot from Team Curtin. The one thing that I do think is missing is I need a bit more punch in the physical damage department, because their damage output right now is relatively slow. But if I can get a bit more burst on the carry position, I could see a lot happening here from Team Curtin.
Absolutely. But what I like about the burst that you're mentioning is they need a bit more, but Nyx Assassin into Terrorblade, you know, like, with some Iron Shell running around the map, like, even this position 4, if he gets a good game, he can make everything happen on his own. Like, one problem is no follow-up for him right now. So they need a carry that can kind of go in, I guess. But with the Darkseer, I feel like he activates a lot of melee carries into the TB. So there are two options: either go for these Lina or Drows, which are really good, right? Like, you can get one or the other into the TB. I feel like the carry to carry matchup is great, or you can get melee heroes actually into the TB, like an Ursa, that you put an Iron Shell on and you just give him Surge, and he can actually do it on his own as well. Like, this draft from Curtin Gaming, in my opinion, is really good. Like, I like it. Is it flawless? It isn't. There are some problems. But overall, considering how much time they've had, this is like a very well-rounded up draft.
I mean, you kill threaten both of your lanes on both sides of the map. You have some very good mid-game timings. You wanted a carry, like you said, that can go in. Ursa fits that bill perfectly because he's happy to buy the early Blink Dagger. It's part of his kit regardless.
Now the question is, do they keep the Pango mid? Do they like pick a Lina into the DP, make her life miserable? It's not a great Lina game, but it's possible. Or do they pick Enigma? Like, literally was my second point. There is nothing to break the black hole, and you're playing Enigma into Ursa Shadow Shaman. Like, the lane is really hard for these two into the Enigma, and it's old 11 Enigma. So you can see those traps right there on Enigma, you know. This player to hero resemblance is very high, and that means that Old 11 is gonna own, most likely. We'll see. But yeah, both of these drafts I feel like are on a very high level. They're maybe easy to read, but they're not hiding a lot, but at the same time, they didn't have to, because they have a lot, you know, like, both teams have push, both teams have strong lanes. It all comes down to the execution.
Yeah. This does feel like one of those just pure execution type games. One thing I find very interesting as well is going to be some of the timings from Yakul's brothers, because for them to open up the map, you need Emo to be the one to make the big moves on the Pangolier, whereas for Team Curtin, you know, you don't really see DP being the one to initiate those kind of moves. So we need Hara on his next assassin. He needs to give us a Kaka level performance, you know. I'm sure Kaka, who's playing in the next game, is watching this and being like, guys, I'm telling you, Nyx is back. Just give me Nyx. Let me show you how to play this hero.
Dude, this is Kaka's patch. It's not only Nyx, it's Shadow Shaman as well, right? Like, he can play these Shadow Shamans. He can play the Darkseers. The Nyx Assassins. Like, overall, yeah, I think he came back at the right time. But speaking of, I feel like, yeah, definitely there's a lot that Nyx has to do on his own. But I also feel that's why they picked the Ursa, because they didn't really have, like, they had two options. If they picked those Linas that I was talking about, then the Nyx would definitely be alone. But with the Ursa, you actually have someone that can follow through, like the Nyx Ursa plus Darkseer down the line. It definitely can work, you know. Some TB illusions as well from the Darkseer. Like, I honestly, I'm a big Dire draft enjoyer.
Let's see how this is all going to pan out. Yakul's brothers, They're all sitting behind the tower. They do not want to get ganked. They're going to smoke themselves now. Of course, Curtain Gaming has already gotten up their own vision. And they go PP breaks the smoke onto Fly. So that smoke from Yakult doesn't seem like it's going to go anywhere. What can you do?
Yeah, can they counterplay this though? Probably unlikely. Like level 1 fight is not really strong on Dire. Like you've got Nyx, you've got Iron Shells that you could use here, I guess, but let's see.
It's gonna poke at each other. There's gonna be the 2-hero Arcane Curse. They go forward. They will be able to pick up the rune. Fly also falling really low, but so are Hara and Nevermind. They need to get out of here. Baboka, 7 seconds until he has access to the Fade Bolt again, but they might not even need it. Nevermind, one more hit will kill him. They find him through the trees. Ollie goes the wrong direction. He gets out juked. Darkseer will stay alive as a result. Hara though, I don't think he'll be so lucky.
Yeah, he's a gunner. Not as bad as it could have been. I feel like there was a possibility that both of them die. Like Curtain Gaming, they kind of went in and out. They couldn't really they weren't really committing. Darkseer might be dead.
No way. Fly chases him down raw with no boots, no windlays, no meta, no nothing. He just ran down a Darkseer and killed him. Heads up.
He lost all the last hits though. He got one last hit. Well, actually two, never mind. It's not that terrible. So yeah, definitely worth it. Chasing him down, killing him off. The Darkseer had no regen and he was left on 5% HP. This bot lane, Darkseer is one of those heroes that activates Nyx and somehow manages to make Nyx look like a decent laning hero, but when it starts this poorly, yeah, he might even not be able to do that. Top lane, like we're seeing, Enigma just denying a lot. You're playing into all the Eidolons with deny and versus Fade Bolt. It's a super annoying lane.
Yeah, if I'm the Ursa player here, poor Summer. I don't want to be in his position at the moment, but he's got to have to deal with it. We'll see how he fares later on. He shouldn't be dying, but it's still going to be difficult to find your farm. And then, of course, mid lane, Death Prophet, a hero we've been seeing come back in more into the mix. You know, this is actually the classic Chinese mid lane hero, so if she's in the mix, I'm expecting a lot of these Chinese mids to start picking her up more and more.
Yeah, your DPs, your DKs, you know, like this is what you expect from the region. You know, Curtain Gaming, they're sure the game did not start off in a great way, but the lanes so far are not terrible. Like they managed to skip a little bit, get some waves under the tier 2 tower. Bot lane, mid lane DP that you just mentioned is doing pretty damn well. 15-1 versus 9-1. As expected though, right? Like this is a hard lane for Pango.
Very tough lane. I mean, what do you do against Spirit Siphon, man? Not really much, especially because it doesn't draw aggro, so she can just run you down. Or nothing you can do about it. But still, yeah. Emo will try his best to just get some experience from this lane, even if he doesn't get the most CS.
It comes down to swashbuckle, right? Like you have to keep that one as your saving grace. It's like when you were playing versus all of these Siphon heroes, Razors, DPs. 10-1 charges, he should be fine.
He'll be fine, but he's definitely not happy with how things are going right now. Barely able to approach the lane. Just getting completely shut out at the moment by the Terrorblade.
Kale. Do you like Kale, by the way? Are you a Kale enjoyer?
I'm fine with it, but it has to be like very minute amounts, you know? If it's overpowering, too much Kale, I'm like, no. But if it's just there for a little hint of flavor, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, there's no one that likes Kale too much, I feel like.
No person on earth is like starting the day being like, give me a stick of kale, baby. I'm ready.
Yeah. No, we had some kale dish here that let me just double. Yeah, we have some kale dish here that is mostly kale actually, and when I come back home from school and I see that's waiting for me, I'm like, get me out. As a kid.
Like, I'd rather go back to school.
Basically, yeah. Give me one of those square school pizzas. Rather have that.
I remember those square pizzas. Was a treat back in the day, I guess. So we are now back in the game. So far, these lanes do seem overall to be... bottom is a bit of a disaster. Darkseer is getting nothing. Mid lane being won out by the Death Prophet, and top being dominated by the Enigma. So more or less even across the board. Doesn't seem like anybody's got a decisive lead just yet.
Fly actually might even fall here.
Oh, he gets vacuumed back. They've got Iron Shell around him. He's gonna get run down. Horror making sure that the Iron Shell connects. So the first kill going the way of Nevermind. Doesn't seem like Horror wants to keep the pursuit going.
Very
That's
nicely.
good stuff.
Top lane.
Hold on, there's more aggression happening. Baboka, very nice toss back, but there is Earthshock available and a Blood Grenade. Unfortunately, though, Summer cannot keep up the aggression because he knows Old 11 has the Maleficent stun. No way to keep the chase going onto Baboka.
Yeah, they're gaming. They're gamers that are gaming right now. They're playing well. Nice little catch up on the Darkseer to get level 3, and then he is able to actually kill the TV with Nyx. They're going on Fly again, even through the meta. Yeah, probably not the best option.
I'm about to say, meta makes this a very different calculation. And Horror realizes quite soon that, yeah, maybe we don't want this smoke. But now meta's going to be down. So I wouldn't be too surprised if you see a twin gate rotation from the Shadow Shaman once he hits level 3 as well.
Yeah, maybe some TP from the Nyx. He went all the way back to base. Yeah, he's got those booties as well now on the little bugs, so he's much faster to rotate. We'll see how much he can do. Like Nyx us, and of course has been reworked a little bit.
My goodness, this mid lane matchup is... He's starting to get old right now, Emo. Massive disparity in the CS here. He's gonna get zoned back, needs to swashbuckle out, but Horror dropping down an Observer Ward, coming in behind him. Ollie, though, he's on it. He knows what's up. And they're just gonna jump in with the Ghost. In fact, they're going for this one. Horror gonna find the stun. Can they reach him with the Shackle? They get the Hex. Shackles are out. That's gonna be a dead Pangolier. Emo goes down. Ollie cannot save him. And with the Siege Wagon pushing in on the tower, they clip it. They're gonna try and take it. In the meantime, though, Summer getting dove in the top lane by Old 11 and Baboka. Will they be able to get him before he takes the twin gates? He's actually just gonna go straight onto Baboka, hoping to find that kill, but Baboka pops a magic wand, and he's almost able to put him into mortal territory, but Summer is able to rush himself away. He will stay living. The tier 1 tower mid, though, might not be so lucky. It doesn't die just yet, but it is gonna be in deny range. Horror doesn't get brought down by Emo, and Ollie unable to deny the tier 1 tower. They end up getting the tower kill. They still keep the Ursa alive. So Curtain Gaming are starting to game here, my friend, in game 1.
Absolutely. Pretty cool plays in general. Like Emo, I think this is the focal point of Yakult's Bros draft. Like, he needs to do well because the 4 other heroes, they don't have a front line. Like, you can have some Crimson Drums, I guess, on Enigma maybe, but besides that, like, Pango actually needs to be the frontliner, and right now, like, he can't frontline anything. He's not even level 6. He has to catch up. Meanwhile, on the other side, we talked about these heroes running in, the fact that you have Nyx and the Surge. On top of that, we won't be seeing a Vanguard Darkseer. Instead, what we are seeing is a Helm of Dominator Darkseer, so they want to apply even more pressure. It's kind of cool how they're playing and itemizing. Yeah, DP with the Yules. I feel like Kale is not only on the gamer side, maybe it's on the caster side as well. If I'm Kaleing or Snare is, I'm not sure. One or the other. But in any case, the game will continue, and we shall see maybe an aggression on bot lane, because Hara is nearby. It's a level 3 Iron Shell. Terrorblade is not 6 yet. He's gonna get it after this creep, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, this kill just becomes
much, much harder. Unless you know for a fact that he has no Sunder, I feel like going for him is dangerous. Right? On the TB, maybe one extra hero could make a difference.
Well, let's see. Hara is still sticking around the area. Doesn't have the Iron Shell on top of him though. And I don't think the Death Prophet wants to come down here, although they have rotated in the Shadow Shaman. So we'll see if they can get anybody. Hara gets some vision out onto Ollie. The Iron Shells are there, but not a clean route of initiation just yet. I don't think they're going to get anything out of this.
Yeah, for now they will not. They need maybe the Dominator. Darkseer has, at the moment at least, very low mana, but it's Darkseer. Keep in mind, the moment he hits that level 6, he's gonna get like half of his mana back as well.
They are going to rotate top to try and kill off this Ursa. Summer doesn't have level 6 just yet. If he gets caught here, it'd be in an awkward position, but with the phase boots, he does manage to run away in time. He realized something was spooky, nobody was showing on the map. That is the perfect time to get out of dodge.
Yeah, meanwhile, DP just takes the rune and insta-moves bottom. He's not going to find anyone, of course. He sees the TB on top lane, so maybe this is just pop Exo and take the tier 1 for tier 1. Yep.
Nice and simple.
Yep.
Okay. Tier 1 tower claimed in the bottom lane, tier 1 tower claimed top. Both supports, or both offlaners building relatively similar items, but Enigma, at the moment, doing a little bit better, does have his drums complete. I don't think you want to do anything with this just yet. I still think he'll be very happy to get to the full Helm of the Overlord without being interrupted. Just make more space, shove in this wave, decrease the opportunity for Ursa to farm these top camps.
Yeah, of course. It would be nice if they allowed you to, but now it's... I feel like on Darkseer and Nyx to get this Nyx to level 6 quickly enough. Because you kinda can, you just give him Iron Shell and he goes and farms creep camps. The way he's doing right now, he doesn't even have to take aggro, which is kinda dumb, but it is what it is.
This Darkseer right now is level 6. Do not have the Wall of Replica up just yet, but it's holding the skill point. Gonna have a smoke actually from the Terrorblade and the Rubik. Where are these two headed? What do they want to accomplish here?
They want to win back their jungle. Like when you look at the Radiant side of the map, it's completely infested, right? Like you don't have any control. But with the Sunder, maybe.
Oh, they get the Sunder out onto Nevermind. That's why Flyflower is rolling with such low HP. Emo finishes him off with the Swashbuckle. Gotta love my mid laner stealing all my hard work, but nonetheless, perfect kill to pick up there. And now Old 11 boy might be left a little bit isolated. Now that they know that there's 4 heroes elsewhere, Old 11 all alone, and he should end up dead. TP getting the kill. Are they actually gonna kill the Shadow Shaman with these Eidolons? They're chasing, but they have lost the vision right now.
Fast.
They get him again. There's the damage, and they find the kill.
The casual 370 movement speed on the Eidolons. Like, you're not getting away as Shadow Shaman. Especially when the Tranquils are broken, right? Like, you just don't have the movement speed. Like, the Dead Prophet with Windlace and Power Threads has 360-ish. Meanwhile, Eidolons just... yeah. They don't look that fast. They look like little derps that shouldn't be moving that fast, but okay.
Well, allowed Old 11 to recover some of the gold he lost out on there. As just gonna shove in this wave with the help of the trusty Rubik. Making sure that it's all gone. Was a fairly big wave, so this was quite decent farm heading in their direction.
It's like the levels are really important. On position 4s, I feel like now you get Rubik with his spell steal, and on the other side, of course, Nyx Assassin will be hitting his 6 now as well.
Of course, our carriers are still relatively far from having their items. Ursa still wants his Battle Fury. Terrorblade, who's currently being stalked, is en route towards finishing his Yasha. He is very, very happy that he left exactly at the moment that he did. And he's playing so safe. He doesn't want to reveal too much right now. I don't think they'll be able to kill him. In the meantime, though, a fight's going to happen in the middle of the river as Emo activates the Rolling Thunder, but very quickly realizes that maybe I don't actually want to be right here. An AD Rune Death Prophet right next to a Shadow Shaman, that's a recipe for disaster. But on the bright side, he has managed to draw out the Exorcism. Exorcism in exchange for Rolling Thunder. That's a win in my books for Emo.
For sure. Unless they can accomplish something with the Exo, which is really not possible anymore. Maybe pressure the map a little bit, but you cannot take any big objectives, so...
Ooh. Hara almost found the Impale. If that Impale connects with the AD Rune, maybe Emo dies, but now Emo might be in some danger. Global Silence will be there. Can they kill off this Death Prophet? He's being brought closer towards the tier 2 tower with the Stolen Vacuum. And that will enable them to find the kill. Shout out to Boka. Stolen Vacuum, Stolen Crypt Swarm gives them enough damage. And now maybe they get a tier 1 tower of their own.
Yeah, this is a pretty hard committal from DP. I feel like he just felt, I used my Exo, I have the DD, I want to do something with it, and he got punished for it. Very nicely done by Yakult's bros, like planting a nice little ward under the tier 2 tower as well. The sentry, I mean, preventing Nyx Assassin from wrapping behind. And so the first move from Hara wasn't really that impactful, or impactful at all, I should say.
Hara is still running around looking for his first kill. He's gonna scout out this silencer here, and they should be able to get this one without too much difficulty.
Yep.
Nicely done.
They got the silencer. It's a position 5 silencer. He's just trying to move on the map and put down some sentries to prevent the exact thing from happening to his teammates. So if someone had to die, if you're Yakult, you're probably happy that it was the silencer that did.
Never mind. Just walking around with his Sato Tormentor, making sure that he's constantly in an aggressive part of the map, farming away, wants to get towards those Guardian Greaves. The GG boots in this game against the Silencer feel super sick. Once he gets to that, it's going to make quite a big difference for the game.
I feel like I've been playing a lot of Darks here, but GG boots are, or have been at least, the item that I've bought the least recently. It's always, when I say recently, I mean before this last patch. Maybe I should start buying them some more. Because it just felt so nice going for Vanguards, going for a Halberd, then you get yourself some nice pipe. But when you look at this game, what's the pipe for? A Rubik, and that's it, right? Like, it's really not that great of an item for this game.
I'm gonna see Hara getting some vision middle, but they know where he's at. Scout him out a little bit, hit him with that Arcane Curse. Just to let him know, bro, this is our block, this is our hood, maybe you should play somewhere else.
Yeah, you can see Fly, they might even try to go on him. With Nyx being behind, and with the lane pushing in, I feel like if the Croaker gets on top of the TB, they might try to kill him.
At the same time, we do have a smoke from Pango and the Silencer. They're heading to the top side of the map while they're gonna attempt bottom, but they get to the top first. They find Summer, they get him with the Black Hole, and that should lead to a dead bear. Even though he popped the Enrage, it's not gonna be enough. Having some of his life drained away, and now though they make the initiation once they realize everybody is top, but they don't have the damage. Fly gets off the Sunder, and now with the Rolling Thunder of Emo, he's coming in hot and fast, looking for some quick revenge. They've already brought down Hara. They've caught up now to the dogs here. At the same time, now that PP has shown up with his Exorcism on the backline, he's looking towards Fly, and he's gonna get him. These fights are so disjointed at the moment, but in the aggregate, they still find the kill on the Terrorblade to avenge the death of their Ursa on top.
Yeah, with the Serpent War, this might be a tier 2 as well. Nice little... I feel like this was almost a disaster for Curtain Gaming, because the initial go on the Terrorblade felt so forced. That felt like, okay, our Terrorblade just died, we need to make something happen on the other side of the map. They go for it. It wasn't a perfect go, like the tower was hitting them, like they couldn't really dive. There was only one creep under the tower to tank it, and they just didn't get the control as well against the TB, so... overall, DP rotation is basically what saved the day.
Well, we're gonna get the classic. Oh, I miss these days. You see, now this takes me back, Lizard. One team taking, Radiant team taking Roshan, while Dire team takes bottom tier 2. Oh,
Good old era. Yeah.
they scan it out. They know what's happening, but there's not really too much they can do to stop this. So just take the trade, figure out what you're gonna do thereafter, especially because they don't have Exorcism Ghosts. That's the one major drawback with their lineup. Whenever the Ghosts are down, Yakult's brothers just have a massive opening to play into.
Yep. What do they need? They need a blink on Ursa at least, right? Like that's one thing that might help you take down the Terrorblade or at least take a team fight. Besides that, I feel like you're happy with just creep skipping and getting some pickoffs. Their utility is fine, don't get me wrong. Like you've got Greaves now on Darkseer completed, but versus the Aegis, probably better to just find some small pickoffs here and there with the Nyx Assassin.
We're also slowly getting to the point where this Ursa's presence can start to be felt. It's not that far away from picking up his Blink Dagger. Still wants BKB thereafter, but the game is trending in the right direction for him. Ollie, he finds himself in an awkward position. He did throw out the dust, so they did find where this Nyx Assassin is at. Can they kill him before Silencer dies? Yes, they can. It does cost 3 ultimates though, so if I'm Nyx Assassin, I'm probably still counting that as a win right now.
Yeah, not too terrible, right? Like you buy some time for your teammates. Maybe a fight is possible now around Exo. Perhaps going for the tier 1 top. Still have to be careful not to get black holed, but yeah, like you said, I feel like his job is done. It's also funny why he got dusted. He didn't get dusted because of his playstyle, but because of Nevermind's. Quick little pick off mid. They did use the ward though.
Yeah, but they're all porting to the top side of the map. They want to keep this going. Hara's leading the charge with his Blink Dagger. Okay, but he doesn't want to go down the hill. They'll let this one go.
Yeah, they have 2 blinks now. They have one on Ursa and another one on the Nyx Assassin, of course.
So 20 minutes in, we still have very little in between here. Well, what would you say the game state is at the moment? Like, who's happy with how things are unfolding?
I feel like it's a very even game right now. Maybe you're a bit happier if you're Curtain Gaming. Like, even though you're playing into Aegis and stuff, I feel like if the game was executed to perfection, they would have maybe a 55 advantage from my perspective. Mid lane.
Gobi going on to PP here. The Exorcism will come out of this Death Prophet. Emo making the big roll around. Doesn't want to keep going on the DP. Goes on the backline. Looking for Nevermind and Hara, but they're both still alive. Now, though, Terrorblade could be in some danger. He gets forced back away from the wall as we get a big black hole connecting on the 2. Nevermind and Hara taken out of this fight right now. Yakult's brothers, they find a Sunder for Fly, keeping this Terrorblade in tip-top shape. And they just demolished that fight.
Absolutely, and honest, you know what? That fight started off well for them. That's the biggest issue that I'm seeing here. Like, the Rolling Thunder completely missed. They used meta, and that Prophet could have possibly just ran away without them even fighting, but they decided to actually take that fight. They didn't manage to get on top of the Terrorblade with all their heroes. I think that's one of the issues. Like, they went on the TV, but not really. And also the black hole is way too good, considering Enigma doesn't have a blink or anything. Like, the black hole was too impactful.
Oh, now they also end up losing a tower. This map is shrinking a little bit. Ursa trying to solo the Tormentor here. Even if he gets it, I'm not sure he gets out alive. He's trying to leave. Oh no, he's forced to blink to the south side. Emo knows where he's at, trying to chase him. He found him with a swashbuckle. Not enough damage. Close call. If the swashbuckle or the shield crash had connected, we'd be looking at a dead Ursa. But they still at least get the Tormentor for themselves.
I feel like we're just watching the same game that we did. Like, just hours ago, right? Like literally the same scenario happened. Ursa tries to go for that. Tormi alone doesn't get it. Tormentor did get changed a little bit, right? Like it got buffed. I think it's... I'm not sure if it was a buff or not, but it's definitely keeping these Ursas away from soloing it. DP.
DP is in trouble. Doesn't have BKB. There's no way out of this one. You're dead for sure, my friend. We'll at least try to make them waste as much time as possible, but eventually the devil will have his due. PP taken off the map, and a surprising amount of gold given away for that kill.
Yeah, a lot. He's big, by the way. He's second on the net worth charts. Like, he's been on top for the longest time. Old 11, of course, now taking over this absolutely massive Enigma.
Young Reflection popped down bottom after they got the dust out onto the next assassin. Man, they've just been trying to make Horror's life as difficult as possible. Yes, it's come at the cost of Oli ever having net worth in this game, but it's just kept the Knicks from doing anything impactful, so hashtag worth for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Knicks could have completely opened up the map for Curtain Gaming, but it still feels like he's doing it. It still feels like he's detached from his team, right? Like he's trying to make things happen, but there's no real follow-up. Like, it's interesting how they itemize. Like, you have this Darkseer with Greaves and Shard, but still doesn't feel like he can really help the Knicks.
Knicks at the very least is keeping a close eye on where this Enigma is at. I don't think his team can do anything off the back of this one, though.
Maybe they're
coming down, but they have this observer ward. That ward is scouting the entire move. They know what's happening. He's gonna try and go. He interrupts the twin gate move. Old 11 does have BKB. Will he use it? He's forced to. BKB, twin gate. He should be fine.
I'm surprised he didn't BKB black hole them. Considering it is old 11 after all, but yeah, he does survive, and that's the important part.
Good old 11. Blink Dagger now up for the Darkseer as well. So we have the triple Blink for the side of Curtain Gaming. However, we'll also have a very impactful Blink Dagger coming from the other side. Rubik Blink Dagger. Blink Yules on Rubik, minute 24. It's pretty decent return.
Yeah, the Yules is just what really makes this hero work in this game. Not in general, maybe not the Rubik item, even though it's really good on him. This game, it's even better. You're playing into Ursa, you're playing into all this control that they have on the other side, so it's really good.
You know, you were saying that you're having some deja vu of the previous game. Well, in the previous game, we also had a Terrorblade push prior to having access to an Aegis. But this time around, somebody on the team was like, guys, what are we doing? Like, look where we are. Let's just wait, get an Aegis, we'll be okay.
Yeah, it seems that way as well. Like, meta is running out. Only quarter of the duration left.
Moves out onto Ursa with Emo coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Global Silence dropped down as well. Will they have enough to get through him? Of course they do. Unfortunately for Summer, he will not be allowed to survive this one. And there we see exactly why this Yules is so good against the bear.
Yeah, probably the best support item into the Ursa for sure. And he is really suffering. Like, he's bottom of the net worth now, even below the Pango, who basically had no game, no lane. Yeah, Ursa, at least before dying, he did buy out. He has the BKB now. So the next fight is possible around the pit.
Oh, there's that Yules again. Hi there, boss. What can you do? Emo on a killing spree now. Thankfully for Curtain Gaming, Roshan is sleeping in a little bit, taking some beauty naps 2 minutes before the big man returns. But that doesn't mean that you can't still lose additional map control in that time period.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see what can they actually do in these fights. Like, they're getting an Aghanims on Darkseer. Greaves, Aghanim's Shard is the build. how impactful will he be, and will he be able to actually just run in and whack someone, you know, with his normal punch. Not a lot of control on the other side, I guess.
Caught in by the Rubik right now. They used him, they dusted him, and with the Midnight Pulse, they will kill him. I think what might also help right now is that they did get a Shiva's Guard out on this this Death Prophet. And that's going to help them a little bit in terms of their issues with keeping these heroes close. Because their lockdown, it's, you know, we've seen the Nyx and the Shadow Shaman do their best, but there's too much counterplay options from Yakul's brothers. At least with the Shivas, there's something that doesn't rely on spell casting either. So you can use it during during the global silence as well.
Yeah, and it's really hard to kill her now, right? Because of that Shivas. She gets a lot of armor. The item, yeah, it might not be in its best ever state. The recipe is really damn expensive, but it's still a must-buy on DP 90% of the games.
They smoke up as Curtain Gaming. What are they going to try and do here? They want to try and find something before the Roshan fight commences. Very nice wards yet again planted out by Baboka. And he'll blink away after breaking the smoke onto Horror.
Yeah,
now we are at that make or break moment.
This should be good for them, right? Like they can just pop Exo and go into the pit. And now they're basically asking Yakult, do you feel strong enough to fight into the Exo?
Wow. Okay, please blow up Horror, but he's given his life for a good cause, making sure that the Aegis goes the way of the Ursa Bear. And they managed to get out safely as well. Yeah, it does cost them 2 ultimates in the life of a Nyx Assassin, but given the game state, absolutely well worth it. Can you just imagine having to deal with a Terrorblade Aegis right now?
It would be rough. And they got the banner, by the way. They forgot it. They didn't pick it up fast enough, but they sent a courier in. Insta smoke up on the other side. Of course, they have Black Hole, they have Global. They can basically take the upcoming fight head on. However, though, like all these big ults are really not great into the Aegis, so...
Fortunately for them, Curtain Gaming have also expended most of their ultimates as well. Never mind, he actually blinked forward, but immediately gets rushed on by Emo. Global Silence will be there, as well as the right clicks from this Terrorblade. We have lost the Dogs here, now we've lost the Nyx too. Mega kill streak for Emo. And Dogs here does have buyback, but Nyx Assassin will not have that available. So how will they defend this? Because I don't think Yakul's brothers want to leave. They want to use this meta to at least get a melee Rax.
Yeah, that was such a cheap kill that they got on both the Darkseer and the Nyx. Just a Rubik initiation, right? And that's it. It's really hard to defend without those two.
They will now also be suffering damage onto the tier 3 tower top. Tier 3 is gone. 7 seconds left before the Nyx Assassin is back. Yule Scepter onto the Ursa. Now he gets shackled as well. Look at him taking damage, and there goes the Aegis. DP did his best to zone them back with the Shivas. Old 11 pops the BKB by mistake. Definitely doesn't want to stick around here. BKB gets cancelled. The Hex! It finds him long range. At the same time, Hara gets an initiation onto Baboka. Can they kill Old 11? Old 11 managing to blink away, using the Mud Golem to find the stun and buy him time. In the meantime, Baboka was able to convince both supports to chase him instead. So he ends up dead, but it buys enough space for Old 11 to leave to safety.
I feel like that could have been punished even harder, but nice disengage from Yakult's bros. I think what the BKB on Old 11 wasn't necessarily a mistake per se. I think what he wanted to do is pop the BKB and just go Black Hole the Ursa as he's respawning. I think that was the idea, but the rest of the team probably was not on the same page, and then they just said to go back instead. Because they, again, a very cheap pick-off on the Ursa. All they used was shackles on Rubik, right? So.
Oh, they are now sitting with the full lane of Rax taken away. At least they did hold high ground on the top lane. But now it becomes even more imperative that they find a good fight next. And there's no Aegis to give them that easy avenue of initiation. These next 5 minutes are going to be crucial. We do have some fighting items. We do have now the full Basher available on the Ursa. What else is he getting? Yeah, he's got the Basher flying in at the moment. So he has that to his name. And the DP almost has a BKB of her own. So the next engagement they take will definitely feel like they are a lot safer on the DP, and they have some offensive prowess on the Ursa. The problem is, Yakult's brothers are coming right now. You don't have time to get yourself fully in position.
Yeah, you gotta move fast. TP or never mind, I suppose. Yeah, it's up. He's got full Aghanims if he wants to buy out.
My goodness, they've already lost the melee barracks. Melee gone, range taken away as well, and so far, no counterplay coming in from Curtain Gaming. What will they do here? Can't just let them take this for free, but that's exactly what they've done, Lizard. They take your buildings, they force you back into the base, and then they just walk away.
They'll smoke. I feel like they'll smoke going out of the base. Maybe out push one more wave. Smoke behind the Ursa, yeah, exactly. And I also think this isn't really like the best smoke, not only because of the wards. I feel like they just smoked up out of desperation. You know, it's like one of those moves. They could still take a decent fight, I guess, but it's gonna be hard.
Baboka breaks the smoke. There's also vision that they left behind them, so they see them. And now Curtain Gaming, they know that they know. That's a little bit unfortunate there. I guess they wanted to very badly reveal the BKB on the Death Prophet, but not gonna happen right now.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Tier 2 still standing. Is the next objective, of course, for Yakult Bros. I still feel like, I know they're in a rough spot, 10k behind, but I still feel that the next fight could possibly go Curtain's way if they play everything right.
Let's see here. They get the initiation out onto Baboka first. Baboka not gonna die because he has a Yule Scepter. And now a black hole onto 3 heroes. Ursa, Nyx, and the Death Prophet. All 3 of them have no options for movement. All 3 of them dead in a heartbeat. Never mind, as well as the Shadow Shaman's gonna do their best, but both of them, their lives are also forfeit. Baboka, the man who set this all up, he has the long-range shackles onto Nevermind, kills him off, and as they get team-wiped, Curtain Gaming throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. Yakult's brothers win game 1.
I tried typing them up, I tried finding the silver lining, but it just wasn't there. The neck god bringing it all together, old 11, way too strong. This man is an absolute beast on Enigma. I don't know how, but he found every single black hole on multiple heroes. 2 or 3 crucial heroes were always caught by the black hole. Mostly it was the Nyx and the Darkseer. This time around it was the Ursa as well. I feel like when it comes to Curtain Gaming, nothing to be ashamed of. I feel like they played a decent game of Dota, considering who they're up against, one of the regional favorites, right? So going into game number 2, I feel like they need to clean up their act just a tiny little bit, and they could take us to game 3. I feel if this Enigma was some other hero, maybe it would have been a lot easier for Team Curtain. And also, the Nyx Assassin, like, in isolation, he was a good hero, but with Darkseer as well in the laning stage, it was nice. But the general approach to the game with the Nyx wasn't really there for Team Curtain. I feel like they just couldn't connect with him, and that's mostly because of the Death Prophet mid. Like, in isolation, Death Prophet was also really strong. She won her lane, she felt very impactful through the game, but she really didn't and couldn't play around the Nyx. So I'm not sure. The Ursa was a nice idea to bridge that gap, it just didn't work. Like, Ursa took way too much time to come online.
Yeah. The Ursa really did end up being gimped throughout the game. He always just felt like one item behind, right? When you're in that position as Ursa where you're sick with one more item syndrome, the game is just too tough. But also for me, man, you look, old 11 Enigma, big problem. Baboka Rubik, you know, geez, I've forgotten how good this guy is on this hero. he was quietly doing all the right things, right? Stealing the right spells, always waiting for the Ursa before casting Fade Block to make sure that he's just not doing any damage in the middle of the fight. And crucially, this itemization, that first pickup of the Yule Scepter, game-changing. So many kills were set up by that item. So many kills were prevented because he had that item. So shout out to Baboka and Old 11. Both of them on that lane from the onset of the game. They just played this to perfection. You love to see it.
Yep. For me, it's like another thing that is maybe... It's not only about what they did, it's what they didn't do. They didn't die too many times on Baboka and Oli. Like when you look at their score, 2 deaths on Rubik, 1 death on the Silencer, and keep in mind that you are playing into the Nyx Assassin and Ursa. Like these are the worst matchups for these two heroes, or if not worse, they're top 10 for sure. And you're not really dying, which is rendering the Nyx Assassin kind of useless. Ursa as well, not being able to find these backline pickoffs, which he enjoys searching for almost in every game. So very nicely done by the two of them. Like you talked about the Yules, his shackles as well were on point. Of course, these are all spells that are easy to steal on the other side, but he did steal them and he did use them at the right times.
Really good performance from him. Obviously, we'll give Old 11 the MVP. He's the one that was granted the final pick, so his team gave him that trust. They're like, brother, what do you want? Your first game with Yaakov Brothers, what you gonna do? He says, give me Enigma, I will win the game. And indeed, that's exactly what they've gone and done. Of course, though, that is only game 1. And like Lizard was saying, we had a lot of really cool plays from Curtain Gaming. And if things were slightly cleaned up from their end, we could potentially be looking at them winning out this first game. So we'll see if they have gotten themselves the cleaning supplies necessary to make those adjustments, or if it's going to be Yaakov's Brothers taking the expected 2-0. We're going to be finding out after a very small break. So game 2 of Yaakov's Bros and Curtain Gaming coming at you in just a minute.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 2 of Curtain Gaming versus Yakult's Brothers on our road to the international here within the Chinese region. So far, so expected. Yakult's Brothers were able to get the Game 1 victory. Very solid draft that cohered into what they were trying to do on the map. But it wasn't as easy as we might have assumed coming into this one, Lizard. Curtain Gaming pulled out some really cool, smart plays. And yes, they didn't end up winning. There was some draft issues here and there. But some of the map movements, the map intricacies from them, definitely something that we could look forward to seeing more of in Game 2.
Yeah, I think they need to give a little bit less respect to Yakult's Bros and just play like they would play versus anyone in their pubs. I'm serious. I really like it. It's hard to, of course, to decipher everything, but I feel like these are the guys that have a good understanding of the meta, like have their own playstyle as well, but are just a little bit. They make a move and then they go back, you know, they don't really go through with it. So, like, look, Emo got handled on the mid lane. It was a very good matchup, of course, for the DP. And Emo did die once in the lane and then go 5-6-0 afterwards. But it's still kind of cool to see Curtain. These are not your pub stars. Well, more or less, they are pub stars. Like all pro players have been. But they have also been around for a bit, so let's say that I might not be completely expecting game number 3, but I can definitely see this see the series going to game 3.
Well, we'll see. Obviously, it does start in the draft for them, and they open up their draft with a Ancient Apparition in response to this Bristleback. So we're going to be getting, if this is probably going to be another classic, Old 11 BB coming out right now for Yakult's Brothers. That is, man, he used to play this hero before he even became Old 11. Back when there was just 11, you used to see this Bristleback, his Magnus. That was good times, man.
Yep, absolutely. I don't mind the AA pick into the Bristle. I feel like AA is a tank breaker and he breaks Bristle just as much as he breaks everyone else. Maybe Bristle is a bit harder because of the itemization and the fact that you can just turn your back and run, right? And that's what you usually do. But overall, I still like the AA. I like the rhyme stacks into him. I feel like if you play it correctly into the Bristle, it's good. I feel like also the fact that you can build a vessel on so many heroes right now might have made AA not as
10 seconds remaining.
Not as niche of a pick, but I still feel AA is just way too good on a 5. So yeah, it gets picked up. Shadow Shaman, by the way, left through, not picked up. Instead, it's the Bane that gets it.
No, they first phased the Shadow Shaman ban just after Enigma.
Oh yeah, my bad. You're right. So Shadow Shaman and Undying both banned, just like in game number 1. I mean, they're out. That's all that matters. How do you feel about Bane? Like, this is a hero that just before the patch hit, I had a couple of encounters with. There are some odd picks here and there in pubs, but he's got some interesting stuff. Like the reduction to the cast range is probably the funkiest looking thing in the game on some spells.
I personally think that this hero is actually underpicked. I think it does a lot of really cool things. There's not that many BKB piercing long-range disables, which he has in this game. Obviously, he can be very effective against the Pango. I think the rework to Nightmare made that spell like really, really solid with the Sleepwalk facet to reposition heroes. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that they had AA, I've been seeing some of these Banes be picked up in response to the Bristleback, so you can force him to move in your desired direction. Like you mentioned, you have that Enfeeble, which is pretty solid. But I think another thing for me, which I love the most about this hero, is because he has such good stats, the heroes are surprisingly solid in the lane. Like, you'll never be able to outtrade the Bane by and large. Also has some very high damage nukes in the laning phase. It's just one of these heroes that doesn't excel at one particular thing, but is all around enough that I think if you don't have any of the S tier 5s in the game, then I think Bane is like your next port of call.
Yeah. He's another hero that just feeds Rubik free spells, right? Like, and we've seen
That's
what Boboka could do with Rubik in the last game. This time around, it's Team Curtain that snatches it up. And it looks like a solid Rubik game, not only because of what he's playing against, but because of what he's got on his side. Like, you've got the Pango and the Dragonite, so you have these two heroes that are going to be frontlining for you already. You don't need a 4 that does the same, so I like it. Surprisingly, Sprout is a really good spell to steal as well for Rubik, right? Like, just getting it away from Prophet. Like, when you're playing into the Prophet, you always have a Quelling Blaze, right? Like, on everyone. But when you're playing with the Prophet into a Rubik, you probably don't. Not on all heroes, and then suddenly Rubik with Sprout makes you miserable. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Prophet, of course, still probably the S tier, position 5.
Yeah. I mean, in this game, though, they do have Ice Blast as well to help deal with the heal output that comes out of the Nature's Prophet. Question, if you're Rubik and you steal Nature's Prophet Sprout with the healing Sprout, do you get the healing Sprout?
I think you should get it, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like
then that's really good.
Yeah. At that point, maybe you don't care as much about it, but I feel like you should be getting it.
Okay. Speaking of Rubik, another concern I have, I do like TA in general. I think this hero, we often see her banned first phase for a very good reason in this patch right now. However, in this game, you have DK and Rubik. That is a lot of damage reduction going on to the Templar Assassin. They're going to have to do some work to make sure that she's actually capable of dishing out her damage. I don't think she can do it alone in this game, just given those two spells.
No, absolutely. If you can reach her with both, which you should be able to, right? Like, very easy and long range spells to use. So we'll see. They ban out the Bat. Look, you have a Prophet, you have a Bristle, you have a TA, and Bat is in the best spot that he has been in a long time. So a very necessary ban. Besides that, I'm not really sure how Team Curtain are going to play it. Will it be DK offlane? Will it be DK safe lane? So I'm not sure what the last pick will be here, but but there you go.
Instant Huskar, bro. Instant, immediate Huskar. Yo, if you are going to play a Huskar game, this is the kind of game you want to play it. You have a melee hero matchupping against you in the mid lane. You have TA as a primary carry. They have offlane Bristleback. Sure, that can be somewhat annoying, but you as Huskar, you know, the offlaner doesn't have any stuns, doesn't have any way to hold you in position. In fact, looking at their draft, the only stuns they have is Fiend's Grip and Aether Remnant. That's it for a Huskar. That's... Whew. Okay, PP is probably rubbing his palms together right now. What do you make of this Huskar at the moment?
It's a really good pick. Like, overall, I feel like the hero is really good. They don't really have a lot against him. You've got like some brain sap, I guess. I don't even know, like, to burst him down, because it's pure later on down the road. Yeah, like, overall, we'll see what he goes for as well, because you can go Incendiary or you can go Cauterize. I've seen a lot of players play around Cauterize, so you can get rid of the Vessel, you can dispel yourself very easily, right? Like, in a lot of the fights. Huskar is a sort of a hero that can win you games even when you're the weaker team, right? Like, it's just one of those. If it's the right Huskar game, he just owns. Keep in mind that Enfeeble reduces his right clicks, but he also doesn't care because he's got the fire sticks being thrown at you, you know? Like, you're still gonna burn.
You definitely are still going to be set alight here by this Huskar. I think if there was going to be one X-Factor pick, the 24 Huskar, this is where it's at. This is what we wanted to see. We'll see if it's good enough, though, to earn them that Game 3 berth, or if Yakult's brothers will still figure out a way around it. I will say, like, 3 heroes, TA is, you know, very short range. You have the other 2 cores are melee against this Huskar. This is going to be a tough one. Like, if Yakult's brothers win this one, then it's like, okay, guys, we definitively are just a better team, and there's nothing you could have done otherwise.
Yeah, basically. I feel like everyone feels that way when they win against Huskar, right? Like, if you win against that hero, there's just like, I don't know, you feel vindicated or you just feel much better winning against Huskar than winning against most heroes. Winning against Huskar, Tinker, Meeple, Brood, it's a special feeling, you know. You just want to
30 seconds.
prove that you're in general better.
It's those kind of wins that, like, you know, when you say one more game for the night, and then that last game has the Huskar, and at first you're bleak, but then you win, you're like, yeah, that's a great feeling. I can actually go to bed on time. I don't have to stay up playing until 3 a.m. to get that W.
Let's see how it pans out. Like, I have seen different teams approach the lane differently. Different players, I should say, approach the lane differently. And I have seen teams dual lane mid as well sometimes into the Huskar. Like, if you're having a really bad matchup, you just put 2 heroes there, a support plus mid. Make sure that he doesn't have a good game. Look at this smoke, by the way. And there you go. This is an answer, right? Like, instant gank on him. He's got a very good block, though.
Yeah, his block is immaculate. He stood right on top of the high ground to make sure that this block was perfect. He's still in a deadly position, though. Let's see, will he get slept walk forward? No, he will be slept forward. Will they have the damage to kill him? Baboka is there as well. They throw out the blood grenade. It's inside the sprout. Aether Remnant will be there, and they are going to be able to find this kill. It goes the way of Emo, no less, on this Void Spirit. Nice little gank attempt by Yakults. Was a bit risky, but it paid off in the end.
Yeah, Baboka is actually staying mid to help and deny the creeps. He's just gonna dual lane him. Like, this is what I mentioned a bit earlier. Bristleback can solo more or less, so this dual lane is actually possible.
Oh no. Remember there was an era of time where you often have dual or tri-lanes middle? The kind of situations that led to Sumail quitting mid for a while? Well,
Yeah.
PP is not happy at the moment.
Yeah, the IO +1, the Lich +1 mid lane.
Yeah.
Good times, good times. 2018, 17. I mean,
man.
they're actually relentless. Like, they might go for him again. Baboka
He's actually in a lot
might
of
be
trouble.
overdoing it.
Baboka
Is he?
taking a lot of damage from the flyer. He's gonna end up dead, but it's worth it because PP gets the cleanup right afterwards. So you get the Void Spirit, the full experience. You still get a kill on the Huskar. And Huskar, remember, he died earlier. So he has to
Yep.
walk back to this lane. He can't TP in.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold 11 bot lane, though. He's the one that should be struggling off of that. He does die.
Yeah. He dies, but at the same time, they also got themselves a kill on the other side of the map onto the Rubik. So Yakult's brothers, yeah, they end up losing this Bristleback. It's kind of tough, but like you said, he's playing all alone. So it's a kind of sacrifice you can afford to make with the way the game is unfolding.
No, absolutely. And I feel like it's one of those things that Old 11 should be fine with. Like, yeah, sure. I'm dying, but it's really important that Huskar does not have a game, so it's worth it. Plus, it's a Bristleback, right? Like, it's like leaving a Timber. He should be fine on paper.
Also, Old 11 is from the old school of playing offlane. He raised himself in the Suicide days, where every game was 3 versus 1, so he knows how to handle this kind of adversity.
Yeah, absolutely. He's already got Bracer, 7 last hits versus the 11 on Pango. I mean, he's doing all right. He's doing as fine as Pango is, and he's been left alone, so, yeah.
For me, the big difference, look at the CS middle, almost being tripled up on the Huskar. I don't think I've ever seen like a Huskar be in this position and then win the game. Oh my
They're
goodness,
doing
they're
it
gonna go on him again. Here comes Baboka. They missed the Aether Remnant though. I don't know if it'll be necessary. Dissimulate comes forward with the additional damage. PP doing his best to try and run himself away. Emo, his spells coming back off cooldown. There's some assistance coming in from the Ancient Apparition, but the help will come too late. We end up losing PP once more, and perhaps we have him sacrificing his life here with the Ancient Apparition. Fortunately for him, the creeps have been cleaned up around middle, so nothing to take away the tower aggro. AA lives, Huskar though dies for the 3rd time in this game.
Yeah, I'm surprised this TP didn't come a bit earlier. Maybe it was on cooldown or something, not really sure, but yeah, I feel like you just commit a hero on mid lane. You just commit someone to bodyguard the Huskar, and that's it.
Oh no. Well, he was supposed to be the bodyguard, but all he's gonna do is be food for the side of Yakult's brothers. Emo is on a killing spree, Lizard. 4 minutes into the game, he's 3-0-1.
Yep. They did deny the runes from him, so Emo will not be getting a recharge, at least on the bottle.
Oh, top lane. Hara's in trouble again. Here comes Baboka. Baboka, relax, brother. It's only a video game. Another kill onto Hara. They're chasing down Nevermind. He has shield crash, but he doesn't have access to the swashbuckle. Does have the point, though, that he's holding on to. There's going to be the double shield crash forward onto Ollie. We'll get Nightmare, a Sprout in front of him. Fly gonna put in some damage. Actually, he might just straight up die here. He does finally level up the swashbuckle, but it's too late, Liz. He's gone.
Yeah, nice body blocks from Baboka. Very nicely done. I feel like the Nightmare plus Sprout was, yeah, not played to perfection, but it was good enough. And, you know, like this Bane with the Sleepwalker facet is good on his own, but with TA it's even better. Like you get them to move into Melt.
Speaking of Meld, a shot comes out onto Nevermind as he makes himself available top once more. Baboka's in a little bit of a right-click war with Hara. He will get himself clipped, and that should lead to the death. Cold Feet will be there. He'll pop a very big one, but it won't matter in the end. Does end up dead, and that's a nice kill.
Yeah, he double tapped Sprout. I feel like you need to put it on the side if you want to sprout yourself off of the cliff, right? Like you need to put it on the side, so so you're not in the middle of it. That's all. Didn't really accomplish much.
Oh, but he's back alive again, going in onto Hara. Ollie got the initial setup, and Baboka will provide the rest of the right-click damage. I think that's what's so unfair about this support Prophet, right? It's still one of the best bodies in the game. Incredible stat gain, really good right-click. So you get the best of both worlds. You can still provide that early damage, enabling the team all across the map.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how tanky he feels with teleport, right? DD is here though.
Okay, they're gonna go in. PP, oh my goodness, eats the first big astral step of the game. He dies for it. Baboka will eventually end up losing his life, but they're gonna make this at the very least a 2-for-1. Ancient Apparition got Sleptwalk in the wrong place. Emo collects his life. Double kill for him. Mega kill streak for the Void Spirit. He's level 6, 501 at the 7-minute mark of the game.
They just made this game a chaos, like, as you should when you're playing into a Huskar. They want to contest the Wisdom Shrine. This is so necessary for Curtains.
Curtains, can they defend this? They do have Hara here with the left. Baboka also making himself relevant here. Hara ends up dying though to the Resonant Pulse. Emo on an unstoppable streak. Nevermind realizing that he actually cannot keep this fight going. Forced to swashbuckle to the low ground. But he has to abandon the shrine in the meantime. So both of them going the way of Yakult's brothers. Dude, they're doing this before the tier 1 top even fell.
Yeah, just because they got so much out of the mid lane. Keep in mind, by the way, Bristleback is just below the DK in net worth. Like, even though he's been left alone for the majority of the early minutes. A again.
Yep. Baboka putting in the damage. Ollie's right there. There's the brain sap. And Nevermind, all of a sudden finding himself in danger. Needs to be very careful about where he goes. He's still not level 6. So if he gets Nightmare, could actually end up dead. Baboka right next to him. They do have the Sprout. There's the Nightmare bringing him closer towards Fly. Here come the Meld Strikes, baby. Can Nevermind survive this? Well, at least swashbuckles past the Meld Strike. Fly didn't want to wake him up too early, but this should still lead to the death of this Pangolier. He'll make them work for it, but ultimately his life is forfeit.
Yeah, meanwhile, Huskar, he might be dead again.
No way. Did he just get solo killed by a Void Spirit? He did. Yeah, he did.
He was just farming. He was really low, as you should be as Huskar, farming the jungle, right? And Void Spirit. A lot of burst on this guy.
Oh, he's about to burst somebody else because they get the vision onto Hara in the mid lane. The Sprout doesn't connect, but I don't think it'll matter. They miss with the Aether Remnant as well. Not the best execution, but doesn't seem like they'll need it. Astral step forward. Emo finding himself on a monster kill streak. 8-0-1, 9 minutes in, bro.
Yeah, it wasn't a perfect execution because he didn't want to use Astral Step, right? Like he tried to greed it out a little bit and kill him without committing his ult, but yeah, he did commit it in the end. Nature's Prophet almost 6 Bane almost 6.
Dire's middle tower is
On the other side, the supports. 2 supports on level 4 that desperately need to get their ultis up. That's when they're activated. Prophet, even without the 6, like, he's doing a lot on the map, right? Like, these two, they really aren't.
This Prophet has just been a bane of their existence, and these supports, they're about to suffer a little bit more. The Wrath of Nature, not even necessary. Emo able to just mop up that Ancient Apparition. He is now getting more damage out. And look at this, Fiend's Grip going out onto the Huskar. Baboka supplying the additional damage. Bro, my mid Huskar is dying to the supports. What is happening?
Yeah, they just absolutely read the way that this Huskar wanted to play. The lane was devastating for the Huskar, and post-laning stage isn't any better.
Get a Nightmare now out onto this DK. They've griefed the Huskar enough. It's time to spread the misery to the other heroes in the enemy team. And Summer didn't manage to get back in time, so he will be forced to TP out. Ollie, bit too far away, didn't have grip either way, so no kill in that position.
I'm surprised no one went for Vessel on their side, but yeah, considering there's Cauterize facet on Huskar, right? I guess it's understandable. Still though, Dragon Knight won't be bad against him, I guess. It's just because Prophet can build it so easily, right? Like Baboka could go for it. Instead, they doubled up on the Orb of Corrosion, which is also understandable. Really good item for Emo, really good item for the Prophet. On the other side, we're just waiting for their ultis on supports. I feel like this is what might activate them a little bit.
Yep, I mean, we certainly aren't going to be having an effective Huskar for quite some time. He is kind of out of the game at the moment, just trying to finish off his armlet. In the meantime, Emo is able to claim a tier 1 tower middle. He's net worth leader in the game. You know, Void Spirit is one of these like mega snowballing heroes where if he has a start like this, you know, you were talking the other game about how sometimes it can just feel super oppressive. And I think we're about to see one of those games where Void Spirit just completely pops off.
Absolutely, and with this upcoming Invis rule.
Uh-oh. He's under a trap. He's under a trap. PP, they see him. They're gonna jump him. Emo goes for him. Misses with the Aether Remnant. Astral Step, though, in tandem with the Wrath of Nature bouncing around, does provide the necessary punch. And Huskar dies for the 6th time in this game. Mid lane, they found the sleep with the Nightmare Walk out onto this Rubik. So Hara will end up dead. Baboka is like, bro, don't you dare play my hero. Emo grabs another double kill.
Dragonite, the only one that feels kinda unkillable right now, even without the TP, like, they probably can't go on him. But what can he do actually across the map? Can he actually make a difference? I don't think so, not right now at least. What surprised me is that they didn't give a lane to Ancient, by the way. That's something that really surprised me. They gave it to Rubik mid. I feel like, yeah, sure, Rubik needs it, but the ulti from Ancient might get you a kill.
Well, I bet he wishes he had the ultimate right now. It's getting rushed upon by Emo with the Haste Rune, but they're going to ignore the Ancient Apparition. They want the easier prey of the DK. Well, no, I say that, but Baboka's like, I'm not ignoring anybody, gang. Everybody can get it. These hands are rated E for all. Or everybody, excuse me. That's bad spelling.
Yeah, this is looking like a possible game already. Like, we are entering a stage of... do we call it, guys? I feel like... there's a Vessel on Pango. He's the one kind of left forgotten on top lane. He's finding some farm. He's getting towards his blink. But yeah, I don't feel that's enough.
This might be the most shut down Huskar I've ever seen, like personally myself in a game.
Oh, you didn't watch that Quinn game, the 0-13 or something on mid lane? They did this.
No, I heard about that one.
Yeah, this is basically the copy paste of that game. Same thing. Pango.
Pan goes down. Rubik about to follow. Baboka is literally squaring up 1v1 against Huskar. He will die, yes, but it took Huskar everything he had to make that happen, and he still dies in exchange. You know what? I don't care what else happens. Baboka God for MVP, series MVP. He's just playing out of his mind.
Absolutely. I hardly agree. Like he's the one that won mid. He's the one that stood there on mid, denied the creeps, and also killed the Huskar a couple of times. And the rotations were min-maxed to the fullest with his teleport. This hero in general right now feels too damn strong. I feel like suiting saplings are good, like the facet is really nice, but just the fact that you can TP across the map, control the wisdom shrines as well, it just does a lot.
Yep. A man has been everywhere, and he's scaling into damage as well, building himself into an orchid to make sure that he has even more tools to make life miserable for the Huskar. In fact, he has higher net worth than the Huskar right now, Baboka does. Mid lane, we see Hara about to suffer at the hands of Emo once again. As Emo is now beyond godlike, 12-0-4 at 15 minutes. Okay. Okay, bro.
Aghanims, of course, already done into the BKB next. What's the play here? I don't even know. They do have the A6 now, and he's sending into the pit.
Okay. It's gonna connect. Will they follow this up with anything? Nevermind would have loved to, but look where he's at. He's actually being ran down. He's in danger of dying. He gets silenced right now by Emo. Hit with the Aether Remnants as well, and he is gone. Throughout that nature connect, they hit him with the Fiend's Grip. Secondary Resonant Pulse used to make sure that there is no escape. They got a kill on an offlaner while still taking a roach, while still defending bottomless. And here, they're not just defending bottom, they're getting offensive onto the DK, killing him off with Baboka and Fly. Man, what are you supposed to do, Lizard? You're the smart one. Figure it out. Make a plan.
Call GG, I'm not sure. Like, there is really not a lot that you can do. The reason why this rush looked so simple is because of Bane. Just this hero being in the game. Like, if Bane wasn't in the game, you pop that A ulti and you roll in, right? Like, Pango is free to do whatever. But into the Bane, you just cannot. Like, it's too impossible.
Also, officially, Nature's Prophet does have Orchid now. And I do not see a single BKB being available just yet on the Radiant lineup. We have one, I think, on the DK. Once he has it now, okay. So we have one BKB. Ollie, gonna be the first one found. Can they burst them in time? They can. And they steal Brain Sap while they're at it. That's not bad. Old 11, sitting fearlessly in front of them. He's kind of been ignored in this game. Pops his Glimmer Cape, and he is able to get himself out to safety, so he's fine.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine. Chipped West, Glimmer Cape, Halberd can't take him down, but at least they get something, I guess. You know, you got a big kill. You didn't use the BKB on Dragon Knight. You still have this Ancient Apparition with Ice Blasts. I've said this many times. I feel like this hero, like, if you're 10k behind, you're actually 5k behind with an Ancient Apparition. You know, if you can actually connect with Ice Blast and Ice Vortex.
Top. We're going on to Emo here, but man, they just simply lack the lockdown to hold him in position. If the DK was there immediately with the Dragon Tail stun, perhaps. But unfortunately, they couldn't make it happen. You know, it's kind of surprising, right? We were talking about the relative lack of lockdown from Yakult, given that they only have Aether Remnant, Sprouts, and Bane spells. But it kind of feels like they have more disables than Curtain Gaming. Curtain Gaming just have not been able to connect flush with all of their stuns at once.
Yeah, they just have too much gold.
Top. Oh my god, Emo! The two hero silences out. Can he get either of them down? He brings down Hara with the help of Baboka, and now Baboka shows up with the silence on top of this Pangolier. Nevermind, not even allowed to leave the scene of the crime, as he gets added as an additional victim. And while they're busy doing this, the rest of the crew takes out the Huskar. They have the full grip going out onto this Dragon Knight. He's taking so much right-click damage, and he will end up dead.
GG.
Bro, they're killing your crows across the map. It's over. There's nothing you can do. GG, well played is called. Yakult brothers demolish them in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. I feel like from minute 13 onwards, this game was not almost, it was impossible to play. As a caster, I guess you kind of have to make things interesting for all the bros in the chat, keep it, yeah, anything can happen, yada, yada, yada. But this game was so damn over. It was hard to do that. Like, dual laning Huskar, I feel like you need to react to that a little bit faster, and they didn't. They sent the AA there, but a little bit too late. I really feel like leaving the Dragonite into the Bristle was maybe a better option. Just leave him there, like DK is going to do fine into the Bristle one-on-one. The problem is the hero that did that move on mid. I feel like that's the biggest issue. Like, it's a Prophet. You can't follow him, like you can't mirror his movements because he has a built-in TP. So if he's dual laning mid, and let's say you go with A and you dual lane, who's to say he's not just gonna TP out of that lane, and start pressuring top or bottom? So yeah, which exactly is what he did after A moved. So yeah, a really rough one, but Yakult's bros, they knew exactly how to deal with the Huskar cheese, the Huskar last pick. This time around, did not take the W.
Yeah. Very, very, very lackluster game from the Huskar. Unfortunately, not able to exert his presence anywhere. The lane just went so badly that Emo just had the freest game of his life. He ended the game 13-0-6. 13-0-6 on a mid-void spirit that started against the Huskar. I think also another big thing is, Old 11, we were talking about him being relatively unignored. Bro, he ended this game 2-1-1, right? He did literally nothing, and he didn't have to, right? As long as he's just not dying, he's fulfilling his obligations for the team. And the rest of the lineup is just too easy to kill for Curtain Gaming. It's like, even if they had good moves, where could they go? You can't go on Emo, right? You don't have the lockdown to kill him. They tried a few times and they always failed. It's completely unrealistic to go after the Bristleback. And Fly spent half of his game just off-map farming. So what moves can you make, especially because you don't have a Huskar, your DK is still in vain search of a Blink Dagger, and Nevermind was just shut down from the get-go. I think he got level 6 at like minute 10 or something, which is insane.
No, absolutely. A very good point that you just made is, like, to make this dual lane mid work, you need a certain kind of an offlaner. And Bristle was, luckily for them, that certain kind. Like, let's say you have a Vengeful offlane or something similar. You absolutely cannot dual lane mid because she needs to be secured, right? Like, you need to hold her hand in the lane so that she gets farmed. So having a Bristle or Bristle-esque type of an offlaner allowed Baboka to stay mid and dominate. So yeah, pretty cool. Very nicely done by Yakult's bros. I feel like on the other side, after losing game number 1, Curtain Gaming, they resorted to the usual last resort, which is the Huskar, which is the cheese last pick. I don't think they had to. I feel like they were strong enough in game number 1. They definitely looked stronger than with the Huskar pick for sure. I also think that they can definitely go a bit further than lower bracket round 1. So looking forward to their upcoming series.
Yeah, of course, we will be seeing more of Curtain Gaming throughout their run in the lower bracket, where they'll be joining XL Esports, who's awaiting them that side. But we have to put a shout out and congratulations towards Yakult's brothers. They advance in the upper side of the bracket. And if they can maintain this kind of form, definitely we are remembering why this was slated as one of the squads that should be able to win the entire qualifier. Of course, we still have a lot of Dota to go. And the next matchup is some of the other squads that a lot of us have pipped to be able to go very far. We have Extreme Gaming, XG, the team that the last Chinese team to actually win a LAN. You love to see them, and they're going up against the newly rebuilt, who've been away from the scene for a while, Vici Gaming. Blizzard, since we're going to be handing over next to BCOP and our boy Lacoste, what do you make of our next matchup? Who is going to win between these two titans of Chinese Dota?
Oh man, I don't know. It's a rough one to call. It's way too close. I feel like the easy answer would be XG, right? Considering, like you mentioned, their latest performance. So I'm gonna go with the easy one and start off my Play Dota Q search right now. Watch them on the other screen. But yeah, it's gonna be a very, very interesting series, the upcoming one.
Yeah, I certainly can't wait to watch it. Me personally, I have to go for my boy Kaka. I love Army in the gang, but I want to see Kaka going as far as possible in these qualifiers. So we will be waiting with bated breath to see what that result will be. Of course, as we head into it, go grab yourself a glass of water and join us in about 10 minutes for the next game of the day, which is Extreme Gaming versus Vici Gaming.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Chinese qualifiers, the closed qualifiers. You guys saw 2 quick series, and now we're on to the big business of the 3rd and 4th series. 2 series, I think, might be a little bit closer, Lacoste. I don't think there's going to be an 18-minute game in these 2 series coming up.
Well, you never know. This is Vici Gaming. I don't remember last time I saw Vici Gaming playing as an organization. And some of the players that they do have, they, haven't been playing in a while. This is basically retirement home suddenly getting a team and starting to play together. But jokes aside, these are some of the, Chinese legends. You have Ori, Yang, Kaka, DY, and also Kikyo. I believe that is
Paparazzi.
That is Paparazzi, yes. So... a lot of legends on the team, and they're going to be playing against Extreme Gaming as well. So I think there's a lot on the line as well. They did manage to assemble a relatively good squad. The question is how up-to-date they are in terms of the playstyle, how Dota has changed. Extreme Gaming on the other side, this is the team that has been doing okay-ish, nothing too crazy. The results throughout the year have been, I would say, pretty mediocre. They haven't managed to reach top 4. Best place they got was Wallachia Season 3, where they got 5th place, but that's about it.
The guys for Vici came together. They have been playing in the Immortal Cup. That was is currently going on. It's actually on break for this qualifier, but that was the draft style format player coming in and playing in a tournament. So Yang, Ori, Kaka, and DY are all playing in that. Yang, whose team is Aggressive, Sakata, himself, Yuna, and Red Panda. And then Fly is playing with Ori, OP, HIM, and DD. And Kaka and DY are playing together in that tournament. So they've been playing pretty recently. Actually, I believe the side of Team YYF, they won a series yesterday, so they were playing. These guys are playing a little bit of Dota. How on the money they are, we'll see. But it's been some fun Dota for them recently.
Yeah, I got it mixed up because both Paparazzi and Ori retired. One of them was supposed to become a lawyer, right? Is it Ori?
Ori. Yes, Ori is. I think he might still be in school. But Ori, I don't know if I told you this story, but there's an amazing Chinese meme about Ori because in China, they say Ori has a very square head. And so they Photoshop his head onto the Tormentor. And
Chinese memes, they're so next level.
So I believe there was a series in which... it might have been Ame or Extreme. One of the Chinese teams won, but I believe during that game, the Tormentor got like a double kill. And in the interview, I believe it was Ame, was like, yeah, Ori was really OP that game, and Ori wasn't even in the game. It was just the fact that the Tormentor got a double kill in that game. So, the memes live on for Ori, and he is here with, of course, Yang, the leader of Dead Yang Strat. Very popular
retirement home, as we can see him on screen. My man, he retired. He wanted to get out of contract. This is one of the smartest guys in Dota when it comes down to bailing out of a certain contract, where he retired for a day or two and then came back into a different team. You're like, well, I guess retirement was indeed a part of the contract, where if you retire, you don't have to pay any penalties and you can freely leave the team. But let's focus on the draft. There's a lot of stories between these two teams, a lot of player stories as well. But if we look at the bans, pretty standard, I would say, other than maybe Nyx Assassin is not the most common one. We saw Nyx Assassin in the previous game. It didn't look pretty serious. It didn't look too good. And also Dead Prophet. Dead Prophet stonks are on the rise. We've seen quite a lot of that in Eastern European qualifiers, where Aurora just pretty much dismantled everybody with their
Yeah.
Prophet in semifinals and in the finals, 2 games when Kiyotaka played it. It feels like the reason why this hero is popular again is it has been slowly buffed over the patches, and one of the biggest buffs that she received was getting extra 15 damage on her nuke at level 1, which makes her such a stronger laner. And Vici Gaming, Ori, Queen of Pain. It's been a good almost 2 years since I've seen this guy play Queen of Pain. It has always been one of his signature heroes.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of his signature heroes. Speaking of signature heroes, the reason that Nyx is banned is, of course, Kaka. Like, this guy is the Nyx god.
Yeah.
It really is insane.
There is a reason why this guy is back playing professional Dota. Suddenly, Shadow Shaman, one of the most contested heroes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a coincidence.
And then, you know, somebody needs Kaka on their team. And, well, yeah, I'm kind of hoping this Vici team sticks together, whether or not they win this qualifier. Like, there is going to be tournaments happening, I would say, continually, even if it's not.
Hopes. That's a lot of hopes for them to stay together. But definitely, I would love to see them make a comeback. These are some of my favorite players when it comes down, because I've always been a big fan of China. And, you know, seeing them play together again, seeing them on camera feels good. I just want to see them in action. That's all I want to see.
Right. And they banned the Silencer, they banned the Ancient Apparition, and now a Drow Ranger pick coming out for XG. So they've got themselves their Storm, their ET. Pretty early-ish Drow pick.
We've seen more and more early Drow picks because a lot of the other heroes did get nerfed, and she needs a body. I think during Dream League there were a good amount of Drow Ranger paired up with Undying. Undying, of course, is going to be banned out in most of the games. Super strong hero. And speaking of Shaman, they're going to take it for themselves, potentially steal it away from Vici Gaming. But I'm not sure where this Earthshaker is going to go. Most likely this is going to be 4, Nature's Prophet 5, Queen of Pain mid. They want to have this against Storm Spirit matchup, which can be difficult. It's also a very skill-based matchup. Want to see how many points in Shadow Strike he wants to put. Knowing it's Ori, who is the old school player, I want to see him play aggressive. But they also needed some extra bit of a control, even though Drow Ranger's Gust does quite a lot against Queen of Pain. This is a hero that, on paper, it sounds very elusive, but every single hero inside of Extreme Gaming, they have some kind of a control, which is not going to make Queen of Pain's game any easier.
Yeah, Quap kind of needs a little bit more freedom, but we are, like you said, seeing Shadow Shaman a lot. Currently, throughout all the qualifiers, it is the most picked hero, followed by Tusk and Tiny. What are you feeling about Tusk, that it's been this top picked hero? It's
one of my favorites for a good reason. This hero has everything. This hero has so many good laning partners. Hero that probably out of all Dota toolkits has the best toolkit out of all of them, because you have save, you have BKB piercing stun, you have Roshan, you have ability to kill tanky heroes like Timbersaw tie with the tag team, and you also have ways of blocking, choosing where you want to take the fight. And it's like relatively easy to play, super strong in the lane, high armor. And speaking of tanky heroes, Timbersaw does come out. So,
do you like the Timber with this lineup, though? Is it tanky enough against what Drow's going to be bringing to the table?
He gets extra armor. You're playing against Drow, so she pierces through your base armor. Same goes for ET. So any kind of extra armor that you do get is going to feel nice.
Now they're banning out offlaners. They get rid of that Centaur. And they're definitely needing an offlaner here for Extreme. Unless they want to go offlane ET, but I doubt that.
No, I want to see them maybe pick up some team fighter from the offlane. I would love to see potentially something like a like Mars, maybe XXS. I know Mars is not the most played hero right now, but the hero still feels okay in a right game.
Right. Looking at what other offlaners might be available.
They do have overall
Kunkka.
last pick, so they will see the lane, what's it gonna be? Because Vici Gaming, they still need to pick carry hero for Paparazzi. Like if it's gonna be some illusion-based carry, like TB, potentially they could maybe get something like a Brewmaster. This is something that XXS also plays really well. Maybe even Tidehunter if they want to have that. Potentially even Slardar if they feel like they need more control, if it's a good matchup for them. But Paparazzi, what do they need on side of
Radiant team back.
them? So yeah, removing CK. CK has been on the rise. All right, bringing in some old school classics. I think Spectre, like this is Spectre Nature's Prophet. They have pretty good global presence. The lane is not the strongest. This is basically what Warlock plus Spectre was back in the days when it was popular, because Nature's Prophet does provide you with the healing early on. It's not as strong as Warlock Spectre, I would say, but it's still relatively good. And now this opens up offlaners that gives you pretty free lane. You're not going to be... Like, you can't die. Like, you're definitely not going to die to NP Spectre. So pretty much whatever they pick for XXS should have a free lane. If they decided to go with something like Slardar, if they decided to pick up this Bristleback, which they did, which means that XXS is going to be having a complete free farm. And it's been a while since I saw Spectre in action. This has always been one of the Chinese classics, which does allow them, you know, to scale, but also a counter to Drow Ranger in theory. But I'm not sure if I like it too much.
Right. I was going to say, what kind of build do you think that this Spectre is going to try and go? Is it like early aggression, or are we seeing maybe a more laid back Spectre? Because you said they had the global presence. There can definitely be a lot of jumps that Paparazzi makes. Ori blinks in. You've got the Nature's Prophet also TPing forward. You go with your Shadow Step and just get a bunch of kills here. So it feels like it's definitely set up to be some early aggressive style from Spectre. But is this a game that you have to play like that? Because if it goes late, it feels like you might fall behind and really not be able to kill these heroes on the side of Extreme where, you know, XXS just sits at the front.
Yeah, you also have break mechanic. This is the reason why Shadow Shaman has been super popular. His level 15 talent allowing you to cast the break. There are not that many break mechanics in Dota anymore that feel really strong. Silver Edge is kind of meh. Viper.
Right.
Problem is you have Viper on the team. So then, even though it is more reliable compared to back in the days when you needed to sit in Nether Toxin, now it's tied to your ulti, but still doesn't feel as good. And Phylactery / Kanda is also kind of a item way too expensive. So that's also not really... That's why also the Shadow Shaman is super popular. And one thing I do hate is that you need to buy Quelling Blade when you play against Nature's Prophet. So seeing Shadow Shaman with Quelling Blade, for example, it does trigger my PTSD. I'm like, man, Shadow Shaman, he's gonna be stealing some of my CS. That's just pub experience.
Gotta let a couple go, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the tax. It's the support tax. But they are trying to wrap around here on Extreme, but don't quite find anything. And they did place just a ward on the high ground while they were coming over this way, both over in mid and in this little jungle area by the steps. So giving them some decent vision on anybody who might be coming from bottom over to mid. Don't hate that. And how's this matchup go? XM against Ori, the Queen of Pain against the Storm.
I just wanted to check real quickly. Yeah, he did go for Bondage Facet, which seems to be the better overall facet on Queen of Pain. So this is a, I would say, old/new type of attack, where Queen of Pain back in the days, you could have Blade Mail, you could lifesteal off of your Blade Mail, makes you super tanky, kind of an item that she needs. With the other facet, you do go for Dagon, but this is the one that seems to be more popular nowadays, and I've seen it in action. It feels really, really strong. So you can blink in, pop that Blade Mail. You have a good amount of lifesteal as well, and reflecting that damage as well. You can also lifesteal off of pure damage and magical reflect them. So that's really nice. But Ori immediately starting to put some pressure. Shadow Strike level 1.
And we'll see how Ori does. Definitely, I will say Ori, to me, on previous teams felt a little shaky towards the end of his tenure in that career, and you know, the Azure times that he spent, it felt like maybe he needed to be a little bit more informed. But he's going up against XM, who has felt like one of the strongest mids, not just in China, but just kind of in general. He needs to be very careful about how he plays this one now. And then up top, you've got Yang and Kaka here in a Timber Earthshaker lane that doesn't exactly feel like it's destined to get that many kills unless somebody's really out of position.
Yang is going for killer build, Timber Chain, Whirling Death immediately. Shaker early on doesn't provide you with that much, so it's not going to be as easy. But maybe if he manages to get a good block off on Colosun, could be enough. This is the lane, as we talked about, to the bottom, where XXS shouldn't have any issues. Also, the problem in this lane, the multiple action happening.
Yang's in trouble, and he's gonna die as well as Paparazzi. So 2 kills, 2 lanes. Feeling really good for the side of Extreme Gaming.
Problem in this bottom lane is they don't have a spell that stops Shadow Shaman from casting his spells. Like, you want to have some kind of a silence, some kind of a stun. Like, giving him 3 shackles in every single fight, not getting interrupted, is a pretty big deal. And also giving free lane to Bristleback. Like, sure, you have some good pure damage coming out from Timbersaw and Queen of Pain ulti, but other than that, it still feels like a very, very good Bristleback game, especially with the start that he's having.
My mind kind of thinks that maybe Vici could have thought about swapping the support lanes. Throwing Earthshaker bottom to disrupt the Shaman, and then...
worse. And again, they're going in on the Spectre. Yeah, I mean, Shaker doesn't do anything. He's basically a Fisher at early levels.
In some trouble. I think Paparazzi's very dead.
Very dead.
Yeah, Viscous Nasal Goo and the Quill Spray just absolutely blowing him up. There's nothing to stop that. I mean, that's the only reason I'm thinking Earthshaker bottom is literally just a fissure to stop these heroes from chasing a little bit.
Ooh, DY.
But yeah, it wouldn't feel that real. It wouldn't feel that great.
No. DY TP to the mid lane, stole the rune from XM, so that's something.
All right. Get himself a little bit of juice. But XM on the run. Ori doesn't have a blink, and he could throw a Shadow Strike, but DY does have Sprout. He's under tower. I don't really think we see XM die here.
Nah, he's fine. He's definitely fine.
Yeah,
It's
5% chance he dies.
Vici Gaming, they are not fine with this type of a draft. This is also a very slow draft. It needs to be a lot on Ori, who needs to make the space. And now that I'm thinking about it, these guys have been missing in action for a really long time. You think they read every single patch note? Maybe they've been playing pubs, but something can slip through definitely if you're not playing every single patch. And we can see some of the weaknesses in their draft already, where this bottom lane does feel like a disaster. Spectre's also not a hero that can make an easy comeback by any means. This is not a flash farming hero. You want to get to level 6 with the Twisted Knife, so you want to start getting more active. But in terms of farming, it's really not easy for Spectre.
And I don't think it's going to get much easier for the Spectre either. Like, this lane just feels so difficult, and Ori's going to have to make rotations, but his lane has to go perfectly for him to be able to do so. You kind of just have to stop the bleeding in these side lanes, which might be a little bit easier said than done. Paparazzi level 2 and just kind of sat AFK
Spectre
for a
game.
second. Oy.
Lane is pushing in, though.
Ukaka, very dead.
Basically solo killed here.
Yeah, this is another lane where, I mean, we've seen it. Ame, with Pelosin right in the face of these two heroes on Vici, like, Ame is just throwing some right clicks in with these frost arrows and has been putting out free damage the entire game so far. I mean, he has not been stopped really at all, and Ame's having a free one, and that's never something you want to hear if you're the other team.
Dry Ranger is really strong in terms of the laning, the harassment that you're getting, pretty much like a Viper, but Taka's playing around the mid lane. Maybe they're thinking about getting the dive onto Storm Spirit, not allowing him to pick up the Water Rune again, so that's pretty big. So XM, he will need some kind of a help, some kind of stacks that he can fall back to, because Ori right now, he is sitting at 23 and 10 compared to Stone's Break, who's at 19. If he can get a good Fissure block, maybe this is going to be the opening.
They're thinking about setting DY in there as well. He feinted a TP for just a second, but XM's going to have to step a little bit further forward for them to do that. And that's the difficult thing. He's kind of aware of the situation. And that sends Kaka up towards the bounty room. But now they've got the shackles onto this Spectre. And already, you look, 6 stacks of the Viscous Nasal Goo. There's not really much Paparazzi can do but hide under the tower.
Minus 11 armor underneath the towers. So basically minus 13. Because armor does, like, you get 2 extra armor from the tower. XXS, once he gets to his Vanguard, he's pretty much unkillable unless they rotate Pivot
Shack
Shot,
on DY.
Bane, or bring 4 heroes. Because right now, it just doesn't feel like they have any kind of damage. This bottom lane is just a complete disaster for them. Your carry is sitting at 14 CS compared to the enemy carry who's sitting at 32 and 10. So having almost the same amount of denies as you have lasted, which is never a good sign.
No, never is. I will say that both those heroes didn't die over bottom, so at least there's that. That's like the small positives to pull from the lane at the moment. I think at least staying alive at the moment for the side of Vici is a net positive, because again, they're feinting this TP over towards mid, thinking about going for XM, because if you want to get XM, it has to happen pre-6. And they actually might just find the Shadow Shaman who came over. Snag that illusion rune and throws the shackles on a DY, has the hex as well, but eventually this will be a dead Shadow Shaman, and Ori will get credit for the kill and put this side of Vici on the board.
That's something at least. They managed to stabilize the game a little bit, but this Spectre, she needs a lot. Also, she might be the one getting the XP from the Wisdom Rune, considering how things are going right now. Another Shadow Strike, didn't dodge it this time.
Yeah, Paparazzi's level 4. Oof. XM, now that he's level 6, it's a lot harder of a kill to again. Speaking of Paparazzi, he is down bottom, hexed up, killed off XXS with another one. I mean, they're under the tier 1 with no fear. There's really not much that's there to stop them, especially Kaka's showing mid. There's a little bit of mana left on XM, and they're trying to hold for a fissure. They'll use that Sonic Wave. They've got the jump forward. Ori gets the kill, taking out the Storm Spirit. And Vici with another kill, but it again is at the cost of the life of Paparazzi, who is getting nothing bottom.
What do you mean he's getting nothing bottom? He just got 2 CS under the tower. Also, they used the opportunity. You said that the Kaka was showing in the mid lane. Yang was sitting at half HP, so they knew that they can't really make a move. They've been showing way too many heroes. Some of them were low HP. And now Spectre, level 4. And this is going to be a rough one.
All they want for Paparazzi is to get to level 6 so they can have Ori going for ganks and Paparazzi maybe coming in for like the carry impact of one right click that gets the kill. Just find a way to get Paparazzi back into the game, but that all starts with him getting level 6, and he is still so far away from that. The saving grace right now is Ori. He's had a really good mid lane. Like, he is ahead of XM. You know, I spoke a little bit too soon, saying that he was potentially the weak link, or has been previously when he was on Azure. And right now, he looks pretty clean. I mean, this is a really good game from him so far. The problem is, both side lanes for the side of Extreme Gaming have had more than perfect lanes.
He desperately needs that level 6, but they also can't leave him alone.
No. Sprout really doesn't do much. They've got these Quelling Blades ready. They've got the Hex, and now they'll go to the Shackle. They'll try to get a kill on the DY. I mean, Paparazzi is here, and they are going to try and get a kill, at least on his InQ. They'll lose DY, and they need one more right click. It'll be split between them, the TP out from the Bristle back, and XXS is away, as Yang even makes the TP rotation towards bottom.
Just TP out. They have only one stun available, and that's going to be coming out from Earthshaker. Now, there was a trick question that I read on Reddit a couple of years ago. How many stuns does Earthshaker have?
Oop, hold on. Hold that thought. DY is very dead in the top lane. XM getting credit for that kill. He's now level 8. How many stuns does Earthshaker have?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
4?
What is that?
Radiant's top
I was thinking. I'm thinking. Come on.
You saw 4 abilities, you're like 4. I mean, because Echo Slam is not a stun. Neither is Enchant Totem.
Yang.
Technically.
They're going to get a kill here onto the Timber. Easy, throw down these Serpent Wards and go for the tier 1. So what's the answer?
I don't know what the answer. It's a trick question that doesn't
What do
have
you
the
mean?
real
What do you
answer.
say? You're making fun of me saying 4. You don't even have an answer. You don't even know if 4 is wrong. XM getting wooed, but... Ooh. Paparazzi wants this. Needs one more right click.
Got
Even
him.
committing under the tier 2 tower, he will stop at nothing. We've been taking so much damage from that tier 2 tower, but immediately just TPs back home.
Dire's middle tower has
I mean, that's exactly what they want. Level 6, Shadow Step, get a kill. Especially one on XM that pays well. So wait, you're telling me the thread didn't have an answer?
Radiant's bottom
It depends the way you look at it.
Well, did you even read it?
Yeah, it was so long ago, I just remembered the question. I didn't remember all the answers in the thread.
That's fair. Valid. Looking over at XM. So many X's on this team. XM, XXS. ZinQ, he's got an X in there. Extreme Gaming, that's got an X on it. There's teams of X's.
And on the other side, a lot of ex-professional e-gamers as well that did
Yeah.
retire. And now they make a comeback. It's nice to see. Things are not going too well for them right now, but this is going to be double Blade Mail strat in terms of uncontrollable damage against Raw Ranger. Pretty nice. Bristleback. Green Bristleback is not that big of a threat.
Kaka not able to survive, but Ori gets the kill, and I believe, yeah, Paparazzi was trying to shadow step and get the kill on that one. Not able to get the last hit. Tried though. Exactly what they
Controlling
wanted.
The runes for Ori.
Yeah,
Very
and
nicely
it's
so
allowed
far.
Ori to have such a good game. He is second in the net worth. Considering the game that XXS had, the fact that Ori has higher net worth and all, you know, it's only like 100 gold, but I mean, that is still a visible positive for VG.
This is the first active rune that XM did manage to get. Kate is available. Another Shadow Shaman Wards will be dropped. So even though this is not Giga Ward, it still allows you to go for the towers, of course, but Giga Ward is just way too good. Like, Fog, he sold me on this. I was not a believer, but he showed me that this facet can be good.
Stupendous.
It's impossible to kill it. It deals insane amount of damage. Like, if you if you are trying to fight next to Giga Ward, you get hit if you have any kind of minus armor, which they definitely do in this lineup with Bristleback and ET. Like, this lineup actually scales really well into the late game. How's Paparazzi doing? He's doing okay, better than Yang, who's only sitting at 4,000 net worth right now. I mean, he's been left alone. Kaka has been roaming around playing with Ori. And speaking of that, they're going to put her up one more time and try to make something happen.
Yeah, might find Pelusin. And they'll have Shadow Step ready. I mean, that is the move. They'd love to find the Drow, and they have drawn the line on where Drow should be farming, but Ori is going to spot Pelusin instead. So the Shadow Step comes out. They'll look for the sleep, and Yang's the one who gets credit for the kill again. And Paparazzi does jump out of there. XXS taking a lot of damage. The Fisher comes through, and Ame, they've got DY sneaking behind and got the Sprout out of this Drow, and a Sonic Wave comes in. They get the kill on Ame. There's the Echo Slam. XM Ball Lightning trying to run the Shackles Connect onto Yang, so he's going to be stuck still. They got the kill on the Kaka. They'll fake out Yang. Ori the blink over looking for XXS, trying to get a kill here. But XM still with him. Not a lot of mana, but Ori not a
He's
lot
killed
of life.
himself on the blade mill.
Neutral creep gets Ori. That was almost best case scenario for Ori there. DY is going to die.
Not too bad of a fight for Vici Gaming. I mean, they managed to kill Drow Ranger. Sure, Ori died to neutral creep, so that's a big chunk of gold and XP that did get denied. See the gold change. Still in favor of Extreme Gaming.
But it could have been even worse if Ori dies there to a hero.
Yeah, definitely could have been. But this, like the lifesteal, it makes him super tanky. Lifestealing in the middle of a fight. Also, you could see Stormspirit. He was trying so hard. Like, I love that Ori is basically a ward. He blinks in and sets up vision for his Spectre to jump in and get the kill immediately. And then they're going to start to play slightly more aggressive, maybe a little bit too aggressive. Sure, they're going to be getting the kill on Ame. This Echo Slam didn't really do that much. This is level 1 Echo Slam also with only 1 point in Aftershock, so it doesn't deal as much damage. But yeah, this is the big one.
The thing that's really, and I can't believe, God, I can't believe a neutral creep got that.
I gotta find Saturn to see how much damage he actually has. This is pretty
Seriously,
ridiculous.
that was such a low amount of damage to get that kill, and now DY is getting credit for that kill. But again, at the beginning, of course, they have Paparazzi there who helps them get the ET, but that's everybody from Extreme really showing up for that fight, and it kind of favors, I would say, at least a little bit Vici, you know, taking what we can get here. And I think that's a little bit of a sign. Oh, Ame is completely blocked. Great fissure from Kaka, and they leave the kill for Paparazzi. Kaka might just die. Already 5 stacks on the Viscous Nasal Goo, so he is very vulnerable and very dead. But another kill on Ame, who had a free lane, and they're starting to slow down the Drow and starting to really lift up this Spectre.
Ame's still on top of the network, but you can feel the lack of his defensive items. He doesn't have Pike, he doesn't have Manta Style, basically rushing his Aghanim Scepter, which is great against Timbersaw. It's an insane amount of damage, stopping the healing, but might need something defensively.
BKB for Worry soon. Blade Mail, BKB. Just looking around here, and things have kind of slowed down a little bit. I would say Vici want to play aggressive, but for Extreme, they want to just sit and farm it looks like. Which is a little bit surprising, I would say, considering you've got a Storm that might want to just ball lightning, pull, and get some kills here. But they're also now thinking about Roche.
Power of Shadow Shaman. Gives you an insane amount of damage. You have minus armor coming up from Bristleback. And yeah, did check. Setter had 17 damage, and he managed to get the kill. This is also, it was 17 damage pre-reduction. Thing sitting at 33, no, actually 49 physical resistance, so her HP must have dropped to like 8 or 9, which did manage for Satyr to get a kill.
That's crazy math, and I appreciate that so much. Can't catch me doing that kind of math.
Oh, you can. It's just a confidence. You can lie. It's actually okay to lie from time to time.
Now
like
I don't know if you're telling the truth.
Once per game, not once per series. Once per game, you are allowed to tell one lie. This is what Total Guy taught me when I was getting into casting job.
DUI TPing in, and that is going to be Paparazzi making the jump, looking for the kill, and that will be Yang with the whirling shock for him to get that at least one, but they're trying to turn this DUI very vulnerable. Ame now jumped right on top of Yang's here with Ori. The Sonic Wave comes through, but Ori is dead for the life of Ame. They will shackle up and lock down Yang, and eventually they'll get this kill. Not sure how worth it that ends up being, but they are really just trying to put in the moves to get Paparazzi anything out of the map. And with Kaka found, this is going to be a 4th kill and a triple for XM.
XM holding the Aegis, having regeneration rune. You can see the power of this Queen of Pain, like how much she's lifestealing in a bit of a fight. She pops Blade Mail, has Essence Ring as well, makes her super tanky. It's just that it's not enough. Like, you could tell that they're definitely lacking some of that damage. With 2 blade mails, they are returning quite a lot, but still doesn't feel like it's enough. Ahmed dead again. Ahmed has been involved in 10 out of 17 kills, mostly dying before he manages to get any kind of kills, but yeah, definitely needs a defensive item.
It needs something to survive a little bit more. Serpent Words come out again, and now they're going to make the jump. There's the Chakram thrown forward, but XM go to the back lines looking for DY. Echo Slam is down. They've got the extra follow-up, and XXS is going to be dead. But they've got Paparazzi in a bad spot. He'll fall, so does DY. And this is falling apart for the side of Peachy as, again, XM just looking to clean up everything that he can. Another triple kill, but they'll take out Polosin. And XM in for more. He's got the help of Ame, who hits the silence to get the kill to Kaka. XM survives again with a sliver of health.
Didn't even lose that Aegis, so we'll have that for another 2.5 minutes. He's doing quite a lot of work, almost 5,000 damage coming out from him in the previous fight. Ame again deciding to show up. Burstaback could have maybe lived if he had, like, look at his mana. He has 149 out of, and needs 1 mana for pipe that he didn't use in the previous fight. Could have made the difference. If he popped that before Echo Slam, maybe he could have lived long enough to get another round of spells, get his magic stick. Dota is the game of numbers and unluck.
And currently the low numbers have been what has changed this game thus far. And XM, Ball Lightning, all the way in, looking for that high 5, as he is now godlike in this game. And this is right as the Shrine is about to spawn.
If he is not playing close to the Earthshaker, they literally have 0 stuns. They have nothing to stop him with. As long as he has enough mana, should be able to get out of the trouble. Yang is having a rough game. Like, this is usually what you get at like 15-ish minutes on Timbersaw, Blink Dagger, Kaya, and you're ready to jump in, blow somebody up, and he just blinked in aggressively. Yang.
Woo. That was close. Closer than I thought it would be.
If he died there, that might have been his permanent retirement.
Top tower is under attack.
Now Chakram still chasing, and they are chasing Paparazzi. Popping that blade mail. They're not going to continue to dive any deeper than that, but kind of unaware to the fact that really Paparazzi was pretty alone. That was a gift almost for this Spectre, who's still just trying to find, I mean, has blade mail, has manta, but it's not the best when you look at where the net worths are. Extreme are up 11,000 gold.
Yeah, considering everything, I'd say that he's still in a relatively good spot, especially who was his laning partner and how the game started. Look at check the number of camps. 16 camp stack on Extreme Gaming, 8 on Vici. Okay.
Ooh, Echo starting. Shadow Step and the Sonic Wave, all that committed to try and get Ame, but he is alive and turning this around. He pops that BKB, 4 heroes dead on the side of Vici in what was an attempt to try and get a kill onto the Drow Ranger, but they come up with nothing.
All these small things again. Dota is the game of numbers, making him survive. Has power treads on strength, pops the BKB, 2 points in attributes as well. Didn't max out his gust, and also having Poor Man's Shield with Mystical, so he had extra 10 magic resistance, which did make a lot of difference in that fight. He gets the BKB off, Poor Man's Shield, some damage block coming out from it. Swaps
See it again.
Yeah, you could see it. He swapped the strength threads immediately, which did make a lot of difference. Got the Pavis, doesn't need to care about the blade mail, and he pops the BKB, and suddenly, like, they were so close to getting that kill, but even if they do, they were still gonna be losing the fight.
That Earth Splitter, man. Close to getting 2 kills in that exchange. They're just falling too far behind. And they've been, from like minute 3, they've been on this plan to just buy some time and get Paparazzi in a position to feel like he can do some damage. But he's, I mean, it seems like 2 items away from that, or he's kind of fallen down back to reality from the game that he had. And there really hasn't been much from Yang, I would say.
Yeah, it's either yin or yang for him. And this time it's no good. 2
No,
and
not at the
5.
moment.
Yeah, he's involved in 50% of the kills, but you can definitely see hero damage coming out from the 2 carries, 14,000. Like Spectre, considering everything, I already said that she's doing fine, but the rest of the team, like Kaka's not having that great of a game either.
No, not really.
Ori show.
Radiant
This isn't exactly the big Kaka hero that I would know, but we'll see now where with BKB or Squitter flies through, and they are going to Shadow Step as they will get a kill here onto the Shadow Shaman. They even find XM, but they just don't have the follow-up lockdown, and we'll even pop that BKB to make sure that he can get away.
Still managing to fight back even with 15,000 deficit.
Yeah, it's a lot behind him, and they only get themselves the support, but at least it's something. It's gold in the pocket of Vici. Problem is, they're going to need a lot of gold. We'll see if they even have that ready to go. Ame, who had died 3 times, kind of in consecutive timing. Almost at 18,000 net worth, very far ahead of the side of Vici. Anybody on the side of Vici? But he had a free game to start. Picked up that Ags, went into the BKB, has this Hurricane Pike. There's no real way. I think that I see them killing Ame unless he is really, truly alone. And even then, popping that BKB makes him pretty free and pretty stable to fight back.
I mean, the first time I saw somebody pick up this talent on Drow Ranger was Pure a couple of months ago. Level 20 on Drow Ranger, 50% dust self-movement speed. You're basically hasted in a fight.
That's pretty important, honestly, against this team that wants to get some good positioning. They'll go again. We'll find the Shadow Shaman. Yang getting a kill on this one, and it's another jump from Paparazzi. This is something that they wanted to do, I would say, a little bit earlier in the grand scheme of this game. However, for the moment, it has really not been like that for them. Things a little bit quiet, I would say. Overall.
Waiting for Roshan to respawn. This is the next big timing for Extreme Gaming. They're gonna finish Aghanim Scepter. Sorry, Lincoln's here on Drow Ranger. It's still pretty early for me. 11 a.m.
Oh, so
Gonna
early.
wake up fully.
You gotta have your coffee.
Now, I'm just teasing Decop because it's like 5 a.m. for him. And I want to complain that it's early for me.
XM, by the way, 23 Galvanized stack. Quite the number there, an extra 7.4 in the mana regen. We've seen him get away with a sliver of health and mana before, but he is ready to go and gets the best rune, the regen rune. And again, going for Roche.
How does Storm always get some indirect buffs? I'll hold that thought. Let's see if maybe Vici Game is going to be able to take that fight Roshan down to half HP already.
This is going to be close. DY going in. There's the sprout. Nobody can get the Aegis. It's on the ground alone. Oh, he's going to snatch it. DY's dead. Ame falls. We've got no Drow. They're going to look for the Shadow Shaman and Vici with a Hail Mary play here, starting with DY. They get themselves an Aegis. They get the kill on the Drow. The BKB is going to be popped by XM. They look like they're going to get a kill on a Yang, and that Earth Splitter's huge. Big damage there onto Yang. They take out Ori's first life.
They can use that Aegis, but they're going to look to get a kill into XM, and they just can't do it. They'll find the Elder Titan. Paka gone to XXS, but
trying to
still the
TP
TP right in the face of this Spectre, but not going to be able to pull it off. DY buys back, but is dead again. XXS with a double kill while they try to ignore him. But he does get a couple under his belt.
That was such a massive play coming on from DY. Comes in, uses the blind sprout, and blocks off the Drow Ranger from picking up the Aegis, which does allow Queen of Pain to jump. I mean, this one also could be on XM. I think they wanted to give Aegis to Ame and XM. Not sure where he was. We're probably going to be seeing that fight one more time, but I think he needed to zip it. He had good like 2-3 seconds to be able to react to what's happening and try to snatch the Aegis of his own. But Ori dies. Still, Ori's dealing insane amount of damage. If we could check the damage numbers so far dealt by the heroes, I think Queen of Pain is definitely gonna be up there.
Yeah, Ori doing everything he can in his will. Try and drag Vici into a competitive game here. Let's take a look at the replay. So we'll see. I mean, XM's at the top left. He's got time, but he actually zips to go to get DY instead.
That was a big mistake. Like, this is 5 profit we're talking about. This hero's dead anyway, sitting in the middle of a fight. Doesn't deal that much damage. Not going to be able to get, like, multiple spells off. It's not that big of a threat, but still, Extreme Gaming, 17,000 gold lead for them.
I say uh-oh, but it's actually the Shadow Shaman is dead. Yang might be in a little bit of trouble. The Twisted Chakram thrown out, but XM has a lot of mana to work with. They look for Ame again, and they'll pop that Lincoln's. The BKB is popped.
No Nightfall
and now
available.
Ame might be in trouble. Stop. Sonic Wave.
Fail. Yeah, didn't see that one.
They're still going in, and they want this. There's the blink, the Echo Slam, no BKB, and on his head again. They take him out, but look for Pelosin, who's trying to get a sleep off, but unable to do so. Kaka's stopping the TP, thinking about going down for XXS, but do they have the control? Do they have the damage? Paparazzi needs to be a little bit careful. The Viscous Nasal Goo is stacking up, and he is in some trouble, but he's got himself that Manta style, and now XXS, who just reigns so strong, so tanky, unkillable. Eventually, they will find DY, who will end up dead to XM.
A bit of a weird fight from Extreme Gaming. Ame, he continues to die, even though with all these defensive items, it doesn't feel like it's good enough. And Spectre, you can now feel that Paparazzi is actually doing quite a lot of damage. Scotty completed, so that's extra 35. Like, Scotty has been rough. It's 35 stats, so that makes you super tanky, and it's also very good against Bristleback. XM is in.
Ori. Wow. Yeah, they really just made the jump in. XM, he's not afraid. He's beyond godlike. Knew he heads into there. And the rest of his team, and they're going to get another one beyond godlike. XM is having a game. He has thrown down the gauntlet. He is 12-2-12. I mean, the guy just has not really felt bad in this game since the laning stage ended. He had a little bit of a tough time pre-6, but since then he has been off to the races.
The rest of the team trying to, like, he's balancing it out. The rest of the team trying to throw the game as hard as possible, but XM, he's pulling on his side even harder. He's like, you guys are not going to be able to do what you want. Having a blast of a game, 12-2-12. They have more than enough damage. XXS is also having a great game. Sitting at 4,000 HP, even though in theory they should be having, like, with the heroes that they do have, with Timbersaw, with Scotty now, Spirit Vessel, that regeneration shouldn't be as high, but also he might have way too much HP to be able to get killed. Once he finishes off AC, that's going to be extra armor as well, something that he needs, sitting at 16 armor right now. But also, this is pretty much the classic Bristleback, and this is also last pick Bristleback.
Ame's Blinkins was pop, but another Sonic Wave that really doesn't do much. XXS, how do they kill XXS? I mean, this guy has 4,000 health. He's got a heart. I don't really see his health going down. It is literally stayed at the same spot the entire time. Yang is in pretty deep. This Earth Splitter's not going to have much impact this time around. But with the BKB popped, Ori's going to make the jump forward. He's going to be caught, and they get the kill. He is dead for 75, and with no Queen of Pain, life just gets so much more difficult for Vici. And the side effects tree don't have to leave.
Something we said at the start of the game, that Queen of Pain was pretty much getting every single power rune up until, I believe, 12-minute mark. And ever since then, it's been pretty much XM who's been picking them up and controlling the tempo of the game. Kaya Sanj, Parasma, Whisper of the Dread, as well as Stop Spirit with Mystical. Pretty much everything you want to have. And again, Green Q, gonna drop the wards.
One for a tier 3 top.
Sieging the tower.
Lightning in, Shackle connected, Paparazzi standing still, but the Echo Sun comes in, they've got the totem, they'll get the follow-up damage, but XM's gonna pop the BKB. They'll get the Kona Zinq, but Paparazzi committed in, and he is dead. They buy back on the Shadow Shaman. They do have buyback available on this Spectre, but it's just not something that they really want to use, but they cannot wait 70 seconds to have this Spectre on the sidelines. So he'll buy back, pushing back that Nullifier if he even gets to it. And they are on the Mega Creep. UI caught out of position. Up onto the high ground. Shackle XM there again, and that should be another kill. This time for XXS. Sonic Wave connects. Ami's dead once more, but he's not really the problem. They can kill this Drow 1,000 times, but when you've got a Bristle that literally doesn't lose life, they don't really care if you kill the Drow. They'll go for more. They'll find Kaka. Yang's dead. 3 heroes gone. Down goes the Shadow Shaman again, but the Shadow step forward from Paparazzi as XM, he is still alive. The buyback committed from Kaka. Paparazzi's actually here in the trees. Ori jumped forward, and he's just dead. GG is called. Extreme will take game number 1. Vici for a moment had hope, but that was ripped away real quick.
Oh, XM and XXS carrying this game pretty damn hard. They had some really good Earth Splitters as well, but overall, Extreme Gaming, it was not a clean victory. It was a great start, and then a little bit of a throw. Then they got the lead again. Then they managed to lose the Aegis. Abe has been heavily focused in pretty much every single fight. Vici Gaming, they had an idea how to play against this lineup, try to counter the Drow Ranger, but also had some weaknesses in the armor in terms of their bottom lane, especially where they were unable pretty much to do anything about it. Setting things up for a failure in the safe lane. Top lane was also not the most successful one. It was pretty much Ori who dominated the game with the help of Kaka in the mid lane, but this also left both your side lanes very vulnerable.
Yeah, Ori, the only one who is really having a game, but you can see Paparazzi, he tried to come back. They tried to make a comeback happen with shades of a Vici comeback against LBZS when they made that 40,000 net worth comeback, but this was not the game for a comeback like that, unfortunately. The lack of control, very evident in a game like this.
For sure. If Kaka is dead, they don't have control, but this also, I think this also shows the strength of Queen of Pain with this plate mail and bondage facet. He had a great time. I want to see how much damage he dealt in that game, because I feel like the numbers are going to be pretty high. So yeah, 30,000 damage coming out from Ori. Pretty much the same amount of damage as XXS. The one that stands out the most, of course, is going to be XXS and his Storm Spirit. This fight here was, again, where Ame dies, but the rest of the team is going to be able to get some cleanup kills. XXS unkillable with this itemization. Did manage to die only one time. Didn't really see Hex Break mechanic in action too much on level 15. He didn't even get it in this fight, but overall, Shadow Shaman still feels like one of the best, if not the best position for. Like, some teams are playing it as position 5, but overall, the hero's toolkit feels very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, he offered so much for this team, right? He's offering the control, he's offering Shackle Hex, and then he's offering opportunities to go for Roche, opportunities to push. It felt like they were using Serpent Wards off cooldown. Like, when they had it available, they were either taking a tower, taking an objective, or taking a fight. And it was really well done here by Extreme to kind of understand the timings that they needed to go with.
for the Shadow Shaman. And, you know, it's not the prettiest game for Ame, but it's a game that works for Extreme. You know, he had a really good game in terms of net worth. He ends up being last on his team in terms of cores. But, you know, when Ame is showing to be the issue, or at least a potential issue for Vici, and they're focusing him, but it opens up so much for your Storm and your Bristle, you're more than okay with that.
Yeah,
I mean,
most
XM and
definitely.
XXS had great games.
Supports and Ame dying, leaving XM and XXS to clean up in every single fight. Sometimes you have to be more sacrificial in your own gameplay, and he got heavily focused in this one. Standout player going to be XXS. I don't know if they forgot about Bristleback, even with all the nerfs, like the constant nerfs that we've been seeing, red facet, the green facet as well in the last couple of patches. This hero still feels like it can be first picked, and in this game they managed to get it on the last pick, which was a bit of an awkward one. Maybe they forgot about it. Maybe they thought the Bristle was nerfed as well, but this hero just feels unkillable in most of the games that we're seeing.
Yeah, he feels very unkillable. I believe one of those bans was the Centaur. I think now you got to think about the Bristle if you're in a situation like that again. It is definitely an offlaner that really made them pay. And it also comes down to the fact that in the lane, they didn't really have anything to stop him either. They set him up for this amazing game. I mean, they ran down Paparazzi a couple times. They ran down DY a couple times as well. I mean, there was nothing to stop him, and I think that Vici really needed to think about the lack of stuns that they had in that lineup, because just an Earthshaker is not going to cut it.
No, definitely not. They definitely need to have some kind of a lineup that can play the game from start to finish. Extreme Gaming, they had very good lanes. Mid lane has been camped for XM, but he managed to make a comeback, and yeah, I want to see what they're going to be able to cook for game number 2.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back here to the second game of this third series. It's Vici up against Extreme Gaming. We're right on into the second draft here. And Vici, they got to look out. They can't be giving a free game to a bristleback this time around. So we'll see what they want to ban, as they do end up starting with the Nature's Prophet Doom bans, and Undying finds himself banned with the Tiny. Undying making a resurgence. This hero felt non-existent for a while.
Yeah, some of the other offlaners and position 5s have been nerfed, like Warlock. We've seen like new Jakiro as well, and we're seeing some new position 5s like Undying, which is also a flex hero, works really well from the off lane, Oracle as well from the mid lane. Extreme Gaming, they do have overall last pick one more time. They utilized it pretty nicely in the previous game, and we'll see how they're going to do it in this one. Pretty much the same bans, other than Nature's Prophet, I believe.
Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, the Nature's Prophet made it through. And they do ban that Nyx, so they're still giving respect to Kaka on the Nyx Assassin. No big surprise there. Also,
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I guess they're all in the same... I guess they're in a team house. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I was looking at the background of Pelosin, XM, and Ame, because they've all got that picture behind them, but Pelosin's webcam makes it look like he's in a different room, even though the background's the same. So I was wondering if they were boot camping together, if they're all together for the side of Extreme, because it doesn't look like that's the case for Vici. But I think they're
Focusing on
all
important stuff.
I mean,
Let's
I
see.
think boot
Yeah,
camping's
they're-
important. Yeah, they're all in
they're
different places here, though, for
definitely in different
Vici.
places, so. Playing it from home for now.
Things could change if, they do win this qualifier for Vici. But Extreme, of course, they've got Zhao 8 at the helm. Much more established, of course, in terms of a team. They didn't just form last week or anything like that.
5 seconds remaining.
But they go to the Dark Willow first for Extreme, and the Pango for Vici. They ban out that Storm. They ban the Morph, the TB, getting those big hits out of here, but they draft this Monkey King for Extreme.
This is a hero that can follow Pango, whether Pango's going to the mid lane or going to the off lane. We'll have a good matchup against him. Dark Willow also very good counter to Pango here. Bramble Maze is something that he doesn't like to play into. Any kind of root mechanic. You can't swashbuckle. You can't use your shield crash. You're going to shield crash in the same spot, but you can't deal damage if they're running away. Makes it very difficult for Pango to play. And maybe if they want to even ruin Pango a little bit more after seeing 2 picks from Vici Gaming, I could see some Bane coming out. Something that has BKB piercing tool. Something that can stop him from getting the Rolling Thunder in the middle of a fight. Vici Gaming, they have the opportunity to pick Shadow Shaman themselves, which could be very nice against Monkey King. You need some kind of a control in the lane, especially if this is going to be Monkey in the safe lane. And of course, it is Kaka's classic, so we'll definitely love to see him in action on this hero. It's been a good couple of years.
Has been some time. Seeing what they want to pair up with this Pango here. Definitely giving it a lot of time, digging deep into this reserve time early on to the draft. Really trying to figure it out.
I gotta check on camera, make sure that everybody is in their spots, because they are running out of reserve time now. Pretty much. Burning all of that reserve time, thinking what they want to pick here.
And they go to their Phoenix, and I don't know why DY didn't exactly look too happy about that, but that's just basic emotion reading from high level. I don't think there's anything behind that. It just looked like maybe he was annoyed they spent so much time just to think about this Shadow Shaman Phoenix combo.
5 seconds remaining.
Good way of protecting the egg.
Yeah.
Phoenix also very good against Monkey King. You can counter what he's trying to do. in the middle of a fight, drop down the egg. So they need to fall back as well. And the monkey doesn't have that facet anymore, which does allow him to get in and out of the Wukongs. It was pretty powerful for 4 seconds. And this hero is going to ruin pretty much all of their heroes. Luckily, it only has one silence, which is Global Silence. It doesn't have the second silence, which has been very obnoxious to play against. Kind of glad we got rid of that, but they also gonna go with Bristleback one more time. Not that good of a Bristle game compared to the previous one. Shadow Shaman, he needs a lot of time to get to his level 15. To have Break Mechanic, this is like 30 minutes we're talking about, but Phoenix can be the one dealing with him. Pangolier is also relatively good. Bristleback doesn't have that much armor early on. So Pango being all physical damage. I'm just a little worried how the team fights are going to go. Because Vici Gaming, they do have Pango's Rolling Thunder. They do have Phoenix Egg. But if both supports are getting their spells off, Silencer and Dark Willow, they can protect each other. A bit more difficult. And speaking of damage, I really like this one. Ursa's Stongs have been on the rise. In this patch, or previous patch, 739, in general, it does allow you to kill Bristleback. It's good against Silencer. It's good against Monkey, because you can... It's pretty much the only hero, other than maybe something like Sven, who can stand his ground in the middle of Wukongs and try to fight against Monkey.
Curious to see how it does. It's been picked 12 times, only to a 50% win rate, though, in all of the regional qualifiers. We'll see what they want to do to protect it. And see what they're thinking Extreme want to go for. But not a lot of reserve time. I mean, they are down to their last 7 seconds. They'll take out the sniper first. Need to make sure that this egg is safe, and with a sniper in the game, that could have been a little bit more difficult. But what do they want to do for the bans from Extreme as well? Vici have kind of put themselves in a little bit of a difficult spot in terms of having some thinking time.
I would be okay if Extreme Gaming picks something like a puck for themselves. In terms of, it's good against Pango, it's great against Ursa, having another layer of silence. The only control that they do have is Shadow Shaman, and I think Puck punishes both of these heroes, both of the supports, especially when paired up with Silencer.
5 seconds remaining.
You have also an ability to keep them inside of Wukong's command. Bristle is just going to do Bristle things. Axe has been also, I don't know how much you've seen, but during Dream League, this hero became super popular as well. Other offlaners again got nerfed, and it's another hero that can just turn around Bristleback, can kill Monkey King with the Blade Mail. Because right now, they kind of need an initiation. They need somebody to start the fight. There really depends where this Pango is going to go. Pango from the offlane can build into different items. I think Spirit Vessel is also the item that Pango nowadays from the offlane can go. You can build into Mage Slayer. You can build into Diffusal Blade. Pretty much anything Ace showed during Dream League that you can also be buying into Aura items. Crimson Guard, Pipe as well, make your team super tanky. So now they want to decide, like, again, they don't have the last pick, so Extreme Gaming, they can adjust. They're going to be seeing the full draft, and Monkey wants to play against Pango wherever he goes, and then they're going to, so they're going to go with Tidehunter, a beefy guy. Let's see if Monkey King decides to lane against him. Usually it is a good lane. It doesn't have, like, you don't have... It got nerfed. I'm just going to throw it out there. Monkey got nerfed over the last couple of patches. His facet got removed.
5 seconds
His, like, when lifesteal changed, he also got heavily nerfed because you're not going to be lifestealing as much anymore. And speaking of break mechanic, something that we discussed during the previous game is Viper. And it's a good Viper game. You're playing against Ursa, you're playing against Tidehunter, so you will have break available.
You were talking about the
play into this. Oof.
You were talking about the Viper, and
It is getting played by XM. He is a Viper player.
Pretty much.
He is one of those guys who pulls out the Viper, the OD, has a couple of these picks that now feel a lot stronger. We were talking about how it's not surprising to see Kaka back into the mix when he's got himself Shadow Shaman at the top of the meta, but when Viper's even thinkable, XM is going to be there. He loves this hero.
He will find a way to play Viper no matter what.
Yeah, he loves this Viper. Actually, I'm going to take a look and see what his overall win rate is with this hero. It's actually not that amazing. It's good, but you'd think it'd be a lot higher for a guy who loves Viper.
I would say like 62, 63%.
It's 57%.
That's nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it's a little bit lower than I thought it would be. The last time he played it was 4 months ago. And, he's been playing all right with it. But he did, it's funny, he did pull it out during the previous TI. So he does, when it comes down to the road to TI and the qualifying for TI, he is a Viper guy. Which, I don't know if that's a good thing, but we'll see if it works out in this series. I think the Extreme have definitely shown that they are, at least through game one, a step up on Vici for the moment. But this last pick Viper has the potential to be pretty devastating overall. And it makes me nervous.
I mean, Viper has changed so much over the years. The hero can actually get good amount of farm even if you're losing the lane. It's not ideal compared to some other mid laners, but he can definitely catch up, especially if you start putting more points into Nether Toxin. And I'm looking at the starting items and looking at fastest that they've chosen. Monkey King did go for Simian Stride. I want to see the other facet in action. Like, I think it has some potential. It's just that it's nowhere as good compared to the previous one.
And why is that?
I mean, the previous one allowed you to get pushed out, getting kicked out of Wukong's command, come back, you die, Wukong stays for 4 seconds. This one, like the one that he didn't choose, is the one that allows you to, like inside Wukong's, to become one of the statues, become invulnerable, and then you spawn at that place, which is kind of okay for like juking purposes, but still haven't seen it being utilized. Ori gonna place down Observer Ward in the mid lane.
Yeah, this time he has the obs in the mid lane. I think last game Extreme were the ones who controlled the vision there, but they're going to throw down a relatively decent ward here. I like this one, placed by XM. I'll actually be in vision when the smoke does break. Both teams are actually in some vision here. Obs up on the high ground there for the side of Vici. Maybe they get a kill onto the Dark Will, but immediately into the Shadow Realm. Trying to throw some damage on the Kaka, and everything missed.
Everything uphill.
that was... I thought I saw that wrong for a second when he took 0 damage with 3 things flying at him. That was crazy. Okay. Math Master, if you can do some odds on that and what just happened, him not getting hit by any of those projectiles, that would be great.
He got the old school luck. That's how they are. I'm
Fair to
looking
break
at
it
the
down to
bottom
that.
lane. Yang, he has Magic Wand as his starting item. Not sure if I like it too much. Like, this is the stats build that you get from, like, the most amount of stats. Because you have 3 branches, you have Magic Wand, and Tidehunter makes you super tanky. But this is also not a lane where you're going to be spamming any of the spells. I don't think you're going to be getting the value out of it completely. Monkey King, he started with the Boundless Strike. Silencer is also not a hero that spams by any means. So we'll see how that's going to be played out. I would prefer if that's, one smaller item, like some of the stats for Bracer. Because you're definitely going to be needing the region, and you also need boost speed. You need your phase boots, you need your wind lace in this matchup. Blood grenade, DY.
Taking so much damage early on from this silencer. Yeah, I don't know how I feel. I kind of agree with you. A stats wand isn't exactly what I think is going to be amazing.
It is very good against certain matchups, especially in the side lanes, of course, because there's going to be 2 heroes, so you will be spamming the spells. Ori already getting the treatment in the mid lane.
Yeah, not exactly having a comparable time to the previous game. XM going to be dominating here with this Viper for now. But bottom lane, you can still see the problems. Mid lane, XM. Ori, he's going to get that water rune, but you can see he's got a Viper on his tail.
Miss
and
again on the uphill. This team has been blessed by Gaben. They're like, we got to give them something. They've been missing in action for a good 2 years. Ori will need to find a way how to play this lane.
He already swashbuckled, and he's playing on the Radiant side of the map. He tries to pull this creep wave all the way over, but this is now the long run. All the way back. We'll have a bottle getting delivered, but it's not comfortable for this Pangolier at all.
You know, as expected. I mean, you're playing against Viper, you're playing against XM Viper, you're playing melee against Viper. None of these things do feel good.
Yeah. Ame is in trouble bottom, while top lane, they go for Kaka. They get killing a DY to get Kaka, and now they look over Paparazzi. Looked for a second that they were going to maybe get a kill on Ame as they body blocked with the Phoenix, but they didn't have the damage. I mean, it's not exactly crazy damage here from a Phoenix and a Tidehunter.
Same thing
And Yang
happened in
even getting
game 1.
pushed back further.
I think they're syncing nicely, syncing up with each other. They're getting a kill in the side lane at the same time. 3 minutes in, they pick up both Lotuses. This is also very interesting from Ame, getting Null Talisman as his item. Ame has been obsessed with Null Talisman, I swear. When he was playing Jug, when he was trying to make Jug work for good, like, 6 tournaments in a row, there had to be, like,
Yeah.
1 or 2 games of Jug. Always Null Talisman.
Ramble Maze down, Zinq low, not gonna die. Yeah, Ame tried to make that Jug work for a while. I think there was that, I mean, it was during TI, right? Where they had a conversation with, I think the coach at the time was Maps. And he said something along the lines of, Ame wanted Jug, so we gave him Jug, and Jug was not
That's
in the
how it
meta
usually
at
works.
all.
And he's been doing that for pretty much every single Dream League. XM trying to get a solo kill on Ori here, pushing him out. There is Water Rune available. XM, he's going to start running towards that one. He needs to be careful. Ori has boots of speed, but so does XM.
Ooh. Getting very low. Has to sip on that bottle as XM, man. He is putting the hurt onto Ori, who will get another couple of sips on that bottle thanks to the bounty rune. Even TPing back over to mid to try and just sneak in a last hit, but only getting one. No double stack on the creep waves here for XM, and he'll control up this creep wave and be very happy about where he sits. 22-15 to the 13-1 of Ori. And we say this every time we see it. You know it's going bad when the denies of your enemy in your lane are higher than your last hits.
I'm not sure where he's going. He might be going to try to steal enemy bounty rune if it's still there, but it seems like it's not, so... Ori... Oh, it is there. Never mind.
Map bug. Didn't look like it was there on our view. Yang. He is tanky enough to get away and not die too much. And now the shackles come through. DUI's top. And XXS feeling vulnerable in the early parts of this game, but that is going to be a trade on a DY. It might even be a kill on a Kaka. As that is a very dead Shadow Shaman. And Pelosin getting the kill and getting the +1 on the brain drain.
Before they are getting BKBs, before they're getting any kind of dispels, they're playing against Green Bristleback, which is insane amount of slow. You get hit by 2 Nasal Goo, it's gonna slow you by so much, and then 1 hit from Viper, you're basically not gonna be able to move.
Haste on XXS. Meanwhile, XM coming around the block. Ori's only level 4. Is right now technically 2 levels behind, but he is 1 last hit away from getting to level 5.
Yeah, you gotta make it sound more dramatic.
Yeah, that's my job.
Always the drama queen, like in real life as well.
Okay, come on. What do you mean? I'm not a drama queen. What are you
That's
talking
something
about?
the drama queen would say. Exactly.
Exactly. How do I deny being a drama queen? If saying I'm not a drama queen is a drama queen thing to say, then I wouldn't say I'm a drama king, if anything. Yang just standing here, kind of hoping that he gets more out of the lane. He's 35-3. He's having a fun time. It's not terrible for him at all. Net worth, not exactly amazing though when you compare it to the Bristleback. But they have opted to leave this tide alone, and I will say 7.5 minutes in, when it says 2,000 to 3,000 net worth ahead, things
Are scanning.
don't exactly seem
Radiant's bottom
amazing
tower is under attack.
for the side of Vici.
Is under attack.
I love your match segments.
What do you mean?
You see 2-3K, 8 minutes in. That's pretty much GG. Ame getting initiated on in the bottom lane, but Pango's still level 5. Needed 1 CS for level 6. Gonna get stunned and probably killed here. And they're gonna be able to find him. One more slow. Ori.
Shadow Realm Strike. Ori doesn't have the mana for a swashbuckle. Zinq will continue the chase, but XM gives up and will actually head back towards mid. And Zinq by himself says, I don't need a Viper. I'm going to get the kill on my own. All right. Well, lands the Bramble Maze, gets the kill on Ori, and now he is quite high, almost level 7.
Solo XP. And we'll try to go and play around Ursa. Paparazzi is level 6, not the easiest hero to kill. Silencer, how's he looking? Level
Ooh, DY.
5.5 DY.
Arcane Curse. Not going to be enough. It was close, but just enough to survive and not give up another brain drain here to Pelosi. You go to the Rolling Thunder, the Viper Strike comes in. You have the Shackle and the control, but the damage isn't there. The Ravage committed even there as they've got the Hex now. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown to get a kill on an XM. As Pelosi tries to turn this around with an Arcane Curse and some help as Zinq comes over, but he doesn't have a lot of mana to play with, so Bramble Maze is a little bit late, but eventually connects onto the Shadow Shaman with the Bedlam. They'll at least get a trade, but a good kill onto XM overall for Vici.
This is what you do to Viper after, like, he was so close to getting kills on Pangolier. He needs that one extra hit of slow to be able to connect, because one is most of the time not enough to slow you down and be able to run down and get the extra slows as well. But this also might be the first game that I've seen in a long time that one team has 3 null talismans. There's one on Dark Willow, one on Monkey King, and also one on Bristleback.
The item's back. Good item now. I'm a little bit scared, Lacoste.
Dire's top tower
Vanguard already, XXS. Having a free lane again. He died that one time, but he is top of the net worth. Uh-oh. Terrorize, Bedlam, solo target, DY. Not going to make it out, and Zinq's having one of those games where he is 5-0-1 on the Dark Willow.
Having a blast of a game. This is also a very good Yule Scepter game, but seems like he wants to pick up Blink Dagger. I think eventually he's gonna get it, but you're playing against Ursa. It's a great way of setting up your spells, and also a great way of fighting against Ursa. Ursa did lose the tower, not the most important thing, but didn't die a single time. I think that's what matters for Paparazzi compared to the previous game. Even though in terms of network he's not doing the greatest, you can still recover nicely, and you can see the power of this Dark Willow against Pangolier, making his life pretty much miserable. Ori still struggling, sitting at 3,000 network. Jinku almost has the same amount of farm.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal for Ori. A complete difference from game number 1.
is under attack.
What I will say is
Dire's middle
the
tower
side
has fallen.
of Vici, if they can get a fight in which they get 1 or 2 heroes
they do have an opportunity to go for a very early rush.
They do. Then there's a lot of damage on their side. You can basically do it with Ursa +1, or you can do it with Shadow Shaman. Like if you're taking a good fight, you kill one hero. Pretty much Roshan belongs to them if they're going to be nearby. Also to point out, Ame, his item build, he is going for no boots, no points in Jingu, just straight up farm with his Primal Spring and straight into Radiance. And this is going to be 12-minute Radiance.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, Ame. That, not exactly what I was expecting, but sure. I mean, that
I love
feels
this build. Radiance
amazing.
into Obs, into TP Clarity, into another Obs. He wants to be setting things up as Monkey King.
Under attack.
Make sure that he has enough vision. But yeah, Radiance is such a great item in this patch. Like the way camps have been changed, the camps have been moved. It does feel you can always farm 2 camps at the same time.
Rolling Thunder coming through and looking for Pelosin. They will get a kill here onto the Silencer, but now the multiple TPs coming through for the side of Extreme Gaming. They go to the Rabbit, that'll land
That's a
on a
big
3.
combo.
Supernova's there. And down goes the Dark Will for the first time. XM, he is dead too. 3 heroes gone. XXS, he as unkillable as he was last game. I mean, the chase is on, but XXS eventually falls to DY and 4 kills for the side of VG.
What a great team fight. Ame, I'm not sure if he did not have TP ready, but it seems like he did not want to participate in that fight.
No
TP
TP ready
has
at the
been-
time.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
has been-
tower is under attack.
On the courier, and good ways to, like, you have Rolling Thunder, you get it off before they get the global silence. You have Egg, and you also have Tidehunter ulti, so a lot of team fights, a lot of protection for both of your supports. This is something that I mention quite often, something that China always kind of like to have, is having protection for their own supports, especially with the Tidehunter Shadow Shaman combination, because Shadow Shaman usually is the vulnerable one. If he's getting jumped, but if you have Tidehunter, that changes quite a lot of things, especially pre-BKB, which means that you are going to get stunned. And now the game is pretty even. Paparazzi about to finish off his Battle Fury.
You talked about it.
Farm. Yeah, this
Paparazzi not dying and getting farmed this time around.
This lineup will definitely scale in terms of how well they're going to be able to team fight. You mentioned Roshan, objective taking. Like, that's why Ursa is so popular. He can pretty much solo kill Roshan. He can solo kill Tormentor.
Let's see when they want to go for it, though. He's got he's going Battle Fury Blink Dagger for the Ursa, which is a little bit interesting.
What's interesting about it?
I don't know. Just, we'll see, you know, if he wanted something other than just the movement for the blink. If he wanted to go something different, I don't know. Interesting to me. Just wants to blink into the fight.
What do your Ursas usually get?
Nothing. I don't know. They don't have Battle Fury at this point. I'll tell you that. They're still farming.
This is pretty standard. Blink into BKB. Tempted by
And so is
Passer,
the
maybe
Willow.
Nullifier.
Have the stun ray.
Got this
They'll
one.
burn him out. Let's see. Ame wants to go in, finds the Boundless, but goes back up into the tree while they use the global silence. Wukong's right on a Paparazzi, but the damage not being dealt. Supernova's there again, and it is not going to explode. They get it in the nick of time, and Kaka and DY are both dead to Extreme.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I guess Ame opting to go for Radiance. He is playing into Ursa matchup, so wants to have carry-to-carry matchup in his favor, having that miss chance. Which is nice, but also at one point, I guess he's just not gonna buy boots on the hero. Like, Power Treads is such a good item in general. This is something that, like, if you could get it from offlane most of the time, it would feel good. Carries are blessed that they can buy this item. This item pretty much gives you everything. but he's completely skipping it, going into BKB immediately after.
Hex and the Shackle. They'll get a kill on XM. Meanwhile, they've got the Big Boy Ward.
And you also have Big Boy Dormant Curio. 4 in this game. Everybody wants to scale, both towards an Extreme Gaming and both towards an Vici.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
You like Dormant Curio?
Might be slightly overrated. I think the item is strong. It's just some of the combination are really, really good. And this is something we talked about. As long as they can get a pick off near Roshan, they should be able to kill Roshan. Or he's going to even use roll just to make sure that Roshan belongs to them.
Yeah, Paparazzi getting his hands onto that Aegis. That early objective taking was something that we had talked about. They are chasing. They want to terrorize. Lands on the 2. They'll take up the Aegis. They're still looking for more. And now the Ravage comes through. Ami's dead. But can they get another kill here as they go to the Global Silence? The Supernova pops, but down goes Paparazzi for the second time. Kaka, he'll fall 2. That's going to be 3 dead on the side of Vici. Overall, not a bad fight here for Extreme, despite the fact that they lose the Monkey King.
Again, Ame has been used as a bait successfully. Same thing happened in game number 1 multiple times. Rest of the team ready to clean up. This is the combo that I wanted to see. Like we were seeing it first time, 18 minutes into the game. Bristleback and Viper getting paired up together, getting that extra bit of a slow. Get Arcane Curse on top of somebody, they're not gonna move. 100 move speed pretty much, and then you can just run them down. But Ame decided to go for boots. If you look at this item build right now, you can post it on Reddit and be like, guess the hero DI Qualifiers edition. Because this doesn't say anything. This looks like actual grief if you look at the items. Brown boots, Sage Mask in the backpack, Branch, and Brigand's Blade. I'm just trying to think which hero would buy these items.
You gotta also say it in which order it was bought too.
I could see Bloodseeker buying these items, but you also can't have brown boots. Like this being Faith boots or treads would feel much nicer. Same goes for Kunkka, but Kunkka doesn't buy into Null. Bloodseeker had mana issues in the previous patch. Probably Zeus in some bracket at one point did buy these items.
My bracket.
Yeah, some Herald Zeus did go and
okay.
Be like, okay, I saw this Radiance and Spectre. It's really good. It must also work on Zeus. But back to the game. Let's see how they're going to be able to find another opportunity like this. Global Silence coming off cooldown in 5 seconds.
Could have a chance to fight. I mean, doing that thing that he does, like you mentioned, he's the bait as everybody else is able to survive and put the damage on. BKB being built here for the Viper, and they are smoked up going through the Twin Gate, maybe looking for an opportunity to use Ame here as the Vision Seeker. They are coming through, maybe expecting them to go for the Tormentor, and Ame's ready, but
I believe they saw the Radiance burn.
Yeah, they backed away immediately. They don't have back that far away, but now Paparazzi with that Blink Dagger, he's able to back up, now going for the BKB. So immediately backs away, and they were gonna go for that Tormentor, look for another objective, but that ends up getting taken by Extreme and gives Pelosi the shard. So the Brain Drain gets upgraded. Steal even more of that mana. Could end up being a little bit problematic for Tidehunter if he loses a bit more on that Brain Drain. They're gonna take 3 here from Kaka though. And get another kill on the Shadow Shaman.
Finishes one big item, immediately buys Observer Ward, has one more queued up.
That's the new trend. I think all cores should think about buying obses for themselves like that. How close is Paparazzi to this BKB? All right. Not terribly close. But getting there. Give him a little bit of space. He'll have it soon enough. They're not set just yet. They do have this global silence. XM does come through towards bottom. XXS and Xingqiu are here, so the trio of X's are ready to go if anybody were to show themselves. The side of Vici are on the other side of the map, and as Ame continues to just farm max here over towards top, they start to rotate, and he kind of senses that and immediately goes towards bottom to join the rest of his team.
With the facet, Simeon Stride, you have 0 cooldown on your jump, so you can pretty much be anywhere on the map. Also does have a level 15 talent, allows him to jump even further. But he's staying on top of the trees this whole time. Not getting too much farm.
And get himself top of the net worth. He does come out of the trees a little bit, but it's starting to give me vibes of like Necro Cliff Radiance. He could just stay in the trees. Just sit there and Radiance burn. Never really needs to come down.
What is this strat you're talking about? You combine two of the strats. MP, all right, hold that thought. Ursa getting silenced.
Yeah, he's going to have to run, but Ame with BKB, they're going to look for Paparazzi. Now they've got the Shackle, they have the Rolling Thunder. They're going to turn this around, and Xingqiu goes into the Shadow Realm. But even inside the Shadow Realm, the Rolling Thunder does the connection and gets the kill with the Shield Crash. Ori at least getting that one onto the Dark Willow. And Ori is quietly on this mega kill streak, despite the fact that the game has felt like Extreme have really been in the driver's seat.
Ame's having too much fun. They definitely lack some damage. They brought only 2 heroes plus the global silence, but they also need something else to be able to kill this Ursa. He's actually not getting that much farm. He's just jumping. He got 2 creeps from the previous wave. Let's see if he's going to be able to stack this triangle. But talk to me about this strat, this Necro on the cliff.
You remember the old Radiance Cliff strat back in the day?
I remember Nature's Prophet on the cliff, and I remember Necro was farming with Aura in the triangle when it worked on Ancients.
Yeah.
But I don't remember Necro sitting on a cliff with Radiance. That sounds horrible. How do you get up in the first place, and how do you get down?
Yeah, you get up there with your blink that you've bought with your, your gold. Maybe I am mixing 2 strats together. It's early in the morning, Lacoste. I just remember my brother trying all these strats. He was the one who did this in games.
And where is he right now? He's a pilot, right? That's the brother you're talking about?
Yeah.
Like, my full potential in Dota has been unlocked. Now it's time to move to something else. I achieved everything that I could in this video game. Played Necro,
stay on the cliffs in game.
On a cliff with Blink Dagger. It's time
stay
to
on
move
the cliff
on.
in games and avoid cliffs in real life. It just, oof. Yeah, I was combining 2 strats here, but for the Monkey King with the Radiance, it's the sit in the trees and burn them away strat. There it is. I came up with something. Coined by Ame. Also known as the tree burn.
It
He's
is
still
a lot
top of the net
clicking,
worth.
and it's also a nightmare for our observers to follow him.
Yeah, the Simeon Stride does not make it easy. Roche in that potential spawn window. Ursa got that BKB. Yes, he did. He's looking for the shard. Does have the gold for it if he wants to buy out on it. Oh, it's just this tree over in the bottom lane. I wonder what it is. Ame, he's here for the APM. The amount of buttons clicking to move around here with the Simeon Stride. He's up, he's down, he's back up, he's back down, he's hitting, he's balance striking, he's here for the APM. That's all that can be said.
Game did slow down.
Yeah,
Gucci Gaming,
pretty
we've
quiet.
been following Ame for the last 5 minutes. Time to focus on other heroes as well. Ursa finished off his BKB, is going into Shard. So that's going to be his way of dispelling things early, which I really like. Now he swaps it immediately after I say it.
By the way, DY's got Guardian Greaves ready.
Yeah,
No
I
charges
like
on
that
the
one.
urn.
Did lose
But
some of
he's
the
got that.
mana early to Silencer and opted to go for mana boots. But he knew that he's going for Guardian Greaves, wants to get rid of Silence again. The spell mechanic in this game is too valuable. Would love to see some Lotus Orbs and stuff, if they can farm them. Ori has been recovering nicely. Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter,
Diffusal.
Blade, yeah.
All smoked, all through the Twin Gate, trying to find a fight, knowing that Roche is potentially up, and it is up. Bramble Maze, Force Staff, giving away the Gush lands on XXS, but he still continues to run it Ori, who will swashbuckle up onto the high ground. Quickly out of the 5 stacks of Viscous Nasal Goo, but it won't matter. They'll disengage, but you gotta be pretty weary about Extreme looking to take Roche, and even that take on Roche is not that easy, as they could just go try to blink Ravage. They've got 5,500 gold here on Monkey King, so Ame saving up the money and spending. There it is. The double Dior purchase.
Very
Ready
expensive.
for that Eye of Scotty.
35, all stats. In terms of stopping the healing, there isn't really that much other than Sunray. I mean, he does have a Guardian Greaves, which is also fine, but I think it's more about slow and also about him being more survivable. Immediately to the top lane. Roshan is alive in the top pit. I think this time around, they should not let Vici Gaming try to take it. Ame needs to be with the rest of the team. Their lockdown is also a bit limited, something that Vici Gaming did lack in game number 1. Now they have Boundless Strike and they have Bramble Maze, but that's about it. A lot of other slows.
Smoke from both teams once again, and back to the same spot in which they missed each other in the last attempt. Vici, though, looking for an opportunity. It's going to be Kaka and DY towards the front, but they're going to go to the Viper Strike and the Paparazzi. Ori with the Rolling Thunder already expended, and this feels like another, hey, we met each other, we used a couple of ults, let's back away smokes. At least initially.
They know without Rolling Thunder, their team fight is still strong. Tidehunter has Blink Dagger, DY level 2 Supernova. So now they're going to pop Roshan's Roar and maybe try to bait with it. Ame. In the trees,
He doesn't need to be in the
things
pit.
out.
Sunray on XXS. Burning him a little bit. XM, though, throws that Nether Toxin up onto the high ground. That'll force DY to move. Balance Strike lands on a Paparazzi. Does have that Enrage, does have that BKB ready to go if he wants to make a move on anybody, but there's the Bramble Maze, and now they're thinking about going to the Ravage, but the BKB is going to be popped by XM. They go to the Global Silence. They'll look over at Paparazzi. Supernova to try and protect this Ursa, who's now TPing out. Or stops the TP. He was TPing out, and now he's going to try and run, but they are going to lose DY? No. He's able to Icarus dive away for the moment. The Radiant's burning, but not going to be on top of him as he'll TP away. Did anybody die?
No.
No.
Just kidding. Testing things out, how strong we are. Rolling Thunder is coming off cooldown, but they need to push out this bottom lane.
What?
It's been pushed heavily to tier 3 tower. Not enough lockdown. This is such a nicely timed global silence from Polosun, where Tidehunter blinked in and was unable to get the Ravage off. He was ready for that immediately. But again, they're not focusing the same target. Ame, he did not commit with his BKB. Jumping from the trees.
I'm a little surprised. But they're able to survive on both teams. Again, thinking about Roche, but back into the pit. He'll walk over. Game's been sitting close in terms of net worth thus far.
Yeah, we haven't seen more than 3k gold lead
No.
for the last like 10, maybe even 15-ish minutes.
But now even in, honestly, the fact that Roche hasn't been taken is a little bit of a surprise. Still looking to try and fight. Ame still moving forward. DY going to be caught. Boundless Strike is there, but the four staffs trying to get DY out. The Icarus dive, and he'll find some space. Pops those Guardian Greaves, and he's able to survive once again. This is opening up more time for Paparazzi to just continue to farm. He's now level 20.
Limited amounts of lockdown. They have no abilities that go through debuff immunity. Sure, you can use Viper Strike, you can hold with Silence, but you can't really stop Ursa from BKB and keeping out. Origin.
Rolling Thunder. They'll find themselves a kill. They get the kill into the Dark Will. They look for the Wukong's command from Ame, but currently it's just Zone Denial and Roche being pulled out of the pit. And they're unable to finish it. Again,
No
it's
Wukong's
just not...
command. I mean, these Wukongs, they've not been getting the value out of them. Usually
No,
it's
not
Duel,
really.
You're trying to take the fight, but Vici Gaming, they are running away from it. And Success, he needs to try to make something happen. Try to be annoying in their face. Ame does have BKB available if he wants to take the fight, but Paparazzi and
Giant
Giga Ward are
Serpent
going
Ward.
to be inside the pit.
Sunray, XXS burning a little bit. They go to the Ravage. Can they get the kill here on XXS? Yes, they can. The Global Silence is going to be a little bit late. They get the Aegis into the hands of Paparazzi. Technically a snatch of the kill. I believe from the Nether Toxin to the Viper. The look here is Polosin able to TP out, but now they've got the Shackle. That connects on XM, who will pop the BKB, but the damage coming in from Paparazzi. He'll run at XM, who's trying to get around these trees, but eventually gets caught. Vici get the better of that fight. And they are starting to find themselves a little bit of a lead.
This game is becoming rough for Extreme Gaming. Seems like they don't have enough control to be able to kill these heroes. Wukong's command, they're running away. If they can kite long enough, and this time around, Yank, he gets the initiation. They find Bristleback. Bristle needs to be much more careful compared to the previous game where he gets leashed by Dead in the Water. Ursa is going to just eat him alive.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's got an Aegis now for 4 minutes. Bristle, who is much more tanky now, on his way to an AC. He's still 1,900 gold away from that, but at this point, he had a heart. He was giga farmed, and things get a little bit slower for him, and we'll see XM. He'll disconnect. They'll pause the game for Extreme, and overall,
Kale action.
pretty close, but Vici starting to pull away with one. A lot of Gale Guards in the neutral slot. Couple of Shivs.
A lot of Blink Daggers as well. 4 Blink Daggers on Vici Gaming. DY is not going to buy it. But the interesting one to me is that Ame is still going for Nullifier. He's going Radiance and Nullifier, which is not the most common one. Usually you want to have some other slots, but I guess considering that he never wanted to upgrade his boots, he might be thinking that he's not going to be needing the boots as well, because you can disassemble Radiance, get the value out of it, maybe buy Butterfly and still have value, the missed chance against Ursa, because Ursa is also running out of slots. Ursa has... he actually has 0 slots right now, so we'll need to replace his boots once he picks up his upgraded Blink Dagger, and can't buy MKB because he's about to buy his Octarine Core. So playing a bit of a different build, allowing him to get the lower cooldown, and also the Dispel mechanic. I think that's the big one, playing of lower cooldown Earthshock and having the spell mechanic with the Shard.
One of the biggest things I'm noticing is the fact that XM has fallen far behind in levels of Ori. He hasn't farmed nearly as well. As the game has started, he's bottom of the net worth in cores. After dominating the lane, he has kind of fallen off a cliff when it comes to his game.
Which cliff?
He's
The one that
0-4
he
and
was
7.
farming on with Radiance and Blink, or different cliff?
Yeah, it was. It was
I
that
gotta
cliff.
test this out.
He joined my brother. This was like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. It's not viable anymore. What do you mean test out the strategy?
Might be viable again. Some of the old strategies are coming back. This is just how Dota works.
You know, it was back in the day. back in the low MMR day brackets of whatever my brother was playing. Got some vision down that spots out Paparazzi, but he is not afraid with this Aegis. Finishes off that Octarine Core, puts the Basher in the backpack for now. XM needs to find some farm. He is looking for a Manta style. He is looking for a Blink Dagger, but he is just not getting much of anything. And now the Nullifier on the Paparazzi. Yo, Primal Spring Dawn. Ramble Maze, Yules, and the Wukongs for the BKB. And the Balance Strike again, just another Wukong's extended for 0 results. Terrorize.
They got him.
That lands. So now, all of a sudden, maybe this Ursa's a little vulnerable. They do have Supernova. They do have Ravage with the Rolling Thunder coming through from Ori. They go to the Supernova. The Global Silence comes out. They go to the Boundless Strike. They're looking to get the egg. They get the kill on a DY. They'll end up losing Xingqiu, but now the Rolling Thunder coming through again. Here comes the Ravage. XM is dead. They'll take out Pelosin, but down goes Paparazzi. He's dead for 80. The Giga Ward is there. Ame trying to fight here with XXS. The Balance Strike gets him some health with the
Big
Jingu.
Lotus.
But now, can he survive? Can he look for more? Can he pop this Lotus? He will. But Taka taking some damage to XXS. This Giga Ward doing some decent damage onto this Bristle, but not enough. And now Ame is going to be able to Primal Spring away. They pick up the gem that they drop, but it ends up being a 3 for 3.
I don't know about this Basher. I mean, this is usually the Ursa item, but right now you're playing into Radiance. It just feels like you might need to get it. It's also the fact that they did pick up Nullifier, Scotty, and they also have Break from Viper. So basically, Ursa doesn't work. This bear has been broken. It means that Fury Swipes don't work because they are breakable. And also, your Overpower gets nullified, which means that, what do you have? You have Earthshock and Enrage. These are the two abilities that you have. It's not like you have this permanently, but in the middle of a fight, you're gonna get heavily focused.
For sure. The thing that they've been doing that's kind of compensating for that is XM has been dying very quickly and early in these fights. So maybe he's not getting the Viper Strike off, but all he needs is a split second of some free time to really hurt this Ursa's fight.
And speaking of break mechanics as well, Shadow Shaman has been level 15 for quite some time, level 17 now. A lot of good things to break in this game. Bristleback, Viper, even Monkey King, so he can get the Jingu off. He's going for more damage on Ame. I would also love Ame to pick up Basher / Abyssal Blade, because they definitely lack control. Like every single Wukong's command, everybody is running away.
Yeah, there hasn't really been a Wukongs in which they've held heroes down. It's been more so a zone denial strat or usage. It hasn't felt great. Did force the early BKB though from the Ursa, which allowed them to continue to chase though.
Okay. Looking at what Ursa has in his quick buy. Overwhelming Blink. So wants to jump in, create chaos. They don't have that many Blink daggers. Like, it's very annoying for you to play against Overwhelming Blink. Cancels your Blink dagger, you can't blink out for such a long time. It's also extra bit of a slow. I guess he just wants to be super annoying, but I think he's also gonna get kited. This build, when I don't know when this happened, it was like a year and a half, 2 years ago, when people did go for Octarine Cord, Shard, Aghanim Scepter, and Wind Waker build, it did allow you to become pretty much unkillable. We'll see about that one.
But not currently. Or it doesn't feel like that as much. 17 all. 38 minutes into the game, and looking at DY's progression. He wants Shiva's Guard, but he only has 500 gold, so that is a pipe dream. We'll see if he gets it. Ags now for this silencer, by the way. Pelosin getting that upgrade on the Global Silence, applying that Arcane Curse. Some good damage. And even more to think about, too.
It is very annoying because you can't blink. You already pointed out that they have 4 blinks. Sure, they have the spells. But overall, it is very annoying for you to start a fight. If you're getting initiated on like mobile. Or right now, Vici Gaming looking for something, looking for an opportunity. Maybe get a pick off.
Would have to start potentially with a Ravage, but they aren't going to find anybody with this smoke. Another smoke by Vici. I mean, both these teams haven't exactly had smokes go according to plan. Has not entirely worked out for him. And missing that smoke now puts the game back at even, gives some time here for Ame, who's picked up this Daedalus. Finally have this Manta on XM, but he is still lowest on the cores in terms of net worth. They want the BKB on Yang. They need these BKBs to really kind of deal with what Extreme are throwing, maybe the Global Silence as well, so they can kind of maybe find a fight. But the ones who smoke this time around are the side of Extreme Gaming. Can they find anything? Paparazzi, he is not completely alone. Lion Warrior nearby. They go to the Global Silence. Is going to put the Arcane Curse onto these heroes. They're trying to get the kill here onto this Pangolier, and they'll take him out. The Terrorize thrown over. That lands on a DY. It goes into the Supernova. They're going to buy back. They go to the Ravage. The right clicks from XXS to try and get this egg. With the Dark Willow, they'll take out DY. Do lose this Silencer. The Wukong's command again. The Balance Strike connects onto this Shadow Shaman. They'll take out Kaka. Ame gets the kill there. But XM standing his ground. Paparazzi's dead at the cost of XM. They'll take out Xingqiu. It ends up being a 3-for-3 so far. The TP attempt out, but XXS has the damage to kill off Yang. And that will be technically a full team wipe as they bought back on this Pangolier.
Finding Ori immediately and then killing him with Global Silence. Sure, Phoenix tries to save him. Guardian Greaves immediately goes for the Sunray, but he's also going to be staying relatively close. So they jump him, they kill the egg. I love that Bristle finds the opportunity. XXS recognizing what needs to be done in the middle of that fight. And now it seems like it's way too much, like way too many items that they do have. We've seen Vici Gaming execute their team fight like twice this game properly, especially the one in the bottom at the start where they used Ravage, Egg, but so far Extreme Gaming has managed to not fall into the same trap multiple times. Roshan will be alive in the bottom pit. It's going to take another 35-40 seconds. And also in terms of scaling, Bolison, with this Aghanim Scepter, he can stay further away from the fight, get Refresher as his next item. We're going to see the fight again, where Ori just doesn't have enough. Ursa also doesn't feel quite comfortable jumping in. You can see that Kaka is also relatively far away. And this Ravage, sure, it connects on a couple of targets, but they immediately pop the BKB. Kaka couldn't blink in immediately. And at that point, the fight is pretty much over. They're going to go in Shadow Shaman again. Ursa's getting kited. Viper's not even going to die. Okay, I didn't even see this. Curse Crown from Dark Willow. Stunning both of them.
Yeah, this Xingqiu Dark Willow has felt very, very good for them. Started 5-0-1 in the game, but is now only 6-7-9. That early start, though, offered them a lot. Had a quick 6. Able to use Terrorize quite a bit to their advantage. Oh, see, it's the Paparazzi quick strat. We're staffed down to the low ground. They go into the Global Silence. Wukong's around all these heroes. Balance Strike comes in. Yang's gonna die. They've already taken him to the Tide Hunter. He doesn't have buyback, and now Paparazzi on the run. The Viscous Nasal Goo, or you thinking about coming through, but he'll end up just backing away.
I've been saying this for a long time. Professional e-gamers just getting this strat from lower ranks. Now swing ranks from Heralds Going with Radiance on the cliff. I mean, they do have Wukong's command on top of that, but if it's working, it is not stupid. Roshan does belong to them. Ame's going to pick it up. Ame also has Aghanim Scepter. I just pick up Aghanim Scepter upgrade, get that blessing, reveal the slot, Refresher Orb as well available. Ame, even though he's been, like some of the builds that he did have, been kind of mean, in this game, it's working out. Radiance, Nullifier, all these items great against Ursa. We talked about Break Mechanic on top of that as well. And something to point out that he has Scotty, and there's also Crossbow on Viper, which is reducing the healing coming out by the same amount. It's also a great amount of slow. Don't worry. But the Refresher, let's see, he needs to get the good jump. He needs to get that first jump.
Link, big award, that's all down. Yules though from Xingqiu, that's going to come through on the Shadow Shaman, trying to stop that control that they have. They'll take it to the Aegis. They'll restart with that. The Viper Strike comes through from XM. The Rolling Thunder's going to be around them. They'll go to the Wukong's command, but now they need to leave this circle. Ori, ooh, getting hit up pretty hard, even within the roll.
Ahmed did not want to use his BKB nor Refresher. Both of them were kind of coming off cooldown. Refresher Shard coming from the back, so he had a cooldown. Gets that Wukong's. It also means that he has BKB, double BKB actually, plus potentially Wukong's, and you might even have double Wukong's for the next fight. It's just very difficult for you to take the fight if he's getting the Wukong's, if he's getting the BKB. There's not much that works through BKB on the other side, and you only have one set of barracks left. They can still take the tier 2 tower in the top lane, and this is where the problem starts when they start sieging with the Wukong's command. You'll always have an opportunity to end the game, no matter what kind of heroes they have on the enemy side. If we're talking about some tossbacks, skewerbacks, this time they don't have it, but they have an overwhelming team fight. It's still going to be very difficult to fight into Wukong's, even double Wukong's.
It's very tough to fight into the Ame Monkey King, especially now with the amplified damage. Not sure they're going to be looking to fight just yet.
Looking at these numbers, the one that stands out the most is Ursa, sitting at 12,000 in the 45 minutes.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, you're really expecting a lot more from an Ursa, but hasn't really been given the opportunities to do so.
Ame's just going in.
Yeah, he's pretty far. They go to the Global Silence, they go to the Refresher, the Boundless Strike lands on to Yang, who's never even able to get that Ravage off, so he's forced to buy back. They landed the Terrorize, it's on a Paparazzi, he is going to be dead. Everyone going to be forced to buy back. They go to the Giga Ward, but they can't stand within this Wukong's. They're going to get another kill on Akaka. 4 heroes are already dead, but 3 have bought back. As they will stand their ground for now. Ori, he needs to bail. They go to the Ravage, maybe they get a kill onto Ame, but he's able to Boundless Strike and get away. Oh, with a little bit of health, they'll look for Paparazzi. That's a dead Ursa for the second time. Not much they can do. They've nullified this Tidehunter, and they'll call GG. Extreme Game taking a 2-0 over Vici, completing the full team wipe there.
And Ursa's series fights, they stay on you for such a long time, but really like the play from Ame. Immediately initiating, getting that jump from the tree into BKB, knowing that he might get hexed, so does not want to risk anything. Gets the BKB, gets the Wukong's command with level 25 talent. That ring becomes pretty massive, and then gets another one, which does allow them to get the team fight. Oof, Paparazzi having 2 really rough games. The first one started like really, really bad. This one started slightly better, but still. I think also the big issue was giving them Bristleback 2 times in a row. XXS playing Bristleback this time around with 3 deaths compared to game number 1 where he died once, but still having pretty much a flawless game overall. That Roche fight where he died, I think that was a big mistake, but doesn't really matter. They still managed to pull some really nice fights. Ame making this new type of a build work, and this is what I want to see in the patch. People 3 crafting, going for different kind of stuff. Even though they had overwhelming team fight on Lucha Gaming, they haven't been able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, the team fight, I mean, there were some great Global Silences that really stopped the team fight, especially in that last fight over in the top part of the map. But you can see just the survivability here from XXS. The fact that Ame is also going to be able to leave here is pretty nuts and just never punished.
It was quite the game overall for Ame, only dying once. 7-1-16 on this Monkey King, and you can see these fights where XXS pops this BKB, doesn't really care for this Ravage, pops this egg, they buy back on Ori. Even with the lockdown that they had for Vici, it was the patience from Extreme Gaming that really paid off.
Yeah, this fight right here is what pretty much sealed the deal. At that point, Vici Gaming, they were down 1k, which is pretty much nothing. But the way that they chosen to take the fight was pretty much kill Ori, who has to use buyback. They kill Phoenix, forcing the egg, and this is pretty much the last fight. Wukong's command covering the whole screen. They are unable to get pretty much anything done. I don't think they're going to be able to kill a single hero. And you can see Ori getting rolled through the Monkey King's ulti. It's just not enough. It's you're going to drop down from 100% to 50% if you are going through those Wukongs. At that point, the game is pretty much over.
The fact that they can't even get Ame there is just another insult to injury, and you can see the scores on your screen. 7-1-16 for Ame, 7-3-18 for XXS. XXS, the one who took the spotlight last game, but I believe it should be Ame for this one. And just, you know, obviously comparing numbers, it just did not look good for Vici really at all. And they had a couple of fights that maybe brought it back close, but overall, it just never really clicked for them once the BKBs were available. And you could see Ame here on his way to a 1200 XPM game almost, and the GPM at 824. I mean, this guy, it felt like he was kind of horsing around a little bit, but it didn't matter. At the end of the day, they end up getting that victory.
Yeah, he was monkeying around on the trees, but yeah, in the end, it did work out for them. Extreme Gaming, they still have to polish some of their gameplay if they want to be, you know, qualifying to TI, because there's a lot of strong teams in the qualifiers, and something was just like not clicking whenever I saw them play. These are the type of games, because a lot of the times they will throw their lead, like we've seen them not being able to capitalize on some of the gains that they do have, like even in game one. I want to see them upgrade that, because this is a team that is very fun to watch, and I definitely want to see them in action as the qualifiers progresses. But yeah, definitely one of the stronger teams on paper, but we'll see if they're going to be able to do it, if they're going to be able to take that slot, and there's only one slot available.
Yeah, one slot for a tight region of qualifiers like this. And, you know, you see really, it feels like the top three are Yakult, Extreme, and Azure Ray, who are in the next series. Azure Ray is going to be playing Future Esport. The Azure Ray lineup this time around is Monet, Somnus, JT, PYW, and X Nova. And that should be an interesting series that will be following this one. And we'll be taking a short break before we go into that series, so stay tuned. We'll see you in a moment. We'll be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to the final series of the day. We got ourselves Azure against Future Esport Lacoste. It is the final series. It might also end up being a 2-0. I thought maybe the last series would be a little bit closer, but I will say this one compared to the last feels like a little bit wider of a margin.
Definitely does. Azure, they have some of the old school, some of the legends again on the team. This team has been formed literally 15 days ago for the qualifiers with Xnoa, PYW, JT, Somnus, and Monet. Somnus, one of my favorite players of all time. He is back, but he's been also taking the break for quite some time now after finishing fourth at TI 2023. He kind of took the break afterwards. This is also a team that they did form, at least that Azure, pretty much for fun. I remember them talking about it in the interviews. So do not underestimate Chinese stacks that have a lot of history together, that have a lot of experience, that are playing in the qualifiers as well. Because this type of a team, like, these are some of the strongest players that China has ever produced, pretty much. So be aware of that. And Future Esports, I'm not familiar with most of their players. I do recognize Irving, and I do recognize that's pretty much it, actually.
Y Chen played for some tier 2 teams, Team Max, IG Vitality, Team Ever back in the day. I don't know if maybe you remember Zhu. He used to go by the
Imitator.
name Imitator.
Okay, now I know him. He played for Bright.
Yes. And then Lloyd is a SEA player, so he comes in joining CDR, who I believe CDR had a quick stint with a Chinese team. He played with Phoenix Gaming. So that was his quick stint in China. But overall, it's a relatively quick put together stack. Azure the same, but with a lot more prestige, I would say, in terms of what they've done with in themselves individually. An amazing support duo, truthfully, PYW and Xnova. I mean, this is definitely, I would say, in that top 3, the Occult, Extreme, and Azure, in terms of teams coming together. The one thing that is missing from Azure is the fact that Somnus doesn't have the pink cat ears headset. That was the good luck charm when he was playing in the DPC.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about OG and how they, like, Xnoa, he played for OG, not for a long time, but some players that left OG have found quite a good success. I think 23 Savage, going back to Southeast Asian team, is a good example where they just got a relatively good placement in the Dream League as well. But we'll see what these guys can do. Future Esport picking up Tiny as their opener as a response to Bristleback. Tiny is a bit of a flex pick, can be played from 1 and 2. Maybe if you want to play it as a position 4 as well. With some Enigma from the offlane, that can work. But Bristleback, we've seen him in the previous series. This Euro, pretty much undefeated. Looks very, very strong, can build into multiple items. Comes online super fast. Like, you can't kill him in the lane unless he makes a mistake. But this is basically Morphling from the safe lane. The only time Bristleback dies is when he decides to die or when he decides to turn his front.
Other than that, he's been very survivable. What's his win rate throughout the regions right now? 73% in 15 games. Obviously, we've only had 2 regions prior to this, but overall, still a good win rate throughout the regional qualifiers to this point. See what they want to pair it up with, as JT will feel pretty comfortable on this Bristleback. I'm wondering what they're gonna want to throw on for Somnus. Somnus, he's been participating in the Immortal Cup as well. He's been playing with X Nova. He's been playing with his team is CTY, himself, Chalice, Ice, X Nova, and DDC. That is quite the squad.
A lot of
and
legends.
they have really been dominating.
What is that cup you're talking about? I'm not familiar. I haven't been watching much
So
of
the
that.
Immortal Cup is just was mostly retired players coming together to play for $150,000 prize pool, and they did like a bidding draft toward style to pick the teams, and it's a bunch of old players coming together to play. There were 8 captains: Joe, Maybe, SCCC, FY, DY, as well as DD, YYF, and one other, which was somebody I forget. It was Old Chen was the last captain, and they've come together. They did a warm-up group stage. They did a Swiss stage, and they, have been playing in the playoffs. So it's been a fun tournament, just getting people back into the mix, and I think it's kind of influenced as well some of these players coming back. I think they got that itch. They're playing in the warm-ups, and all of a sudden they're just like, you know what? Maybe I could try and go to TI, and they went open qualifiers for Azure, and now they're into the closed qualifiers.
When you think you're out, they pull you back in.
They drag you back in.
Yeah, pretty much every single time. That's how Dota works. They really want to ruin this Phoenix. They don't want Phoenix to get the egg off. You're playing against Jakiro with the double attack. Lina as well pretty much gets supercharged when she uses Laguna. Still not showing where these heroes are going. So now you have Flex with Lina between position 1 and 2, and you also have Tiny, who can go to both of these lanes as well. You will need some kind of a jump, and this is going to be their jump, because right now you have Clockwork, Phoenix, and Bristleback that are not the greatest heroes against Lina. So Clockwork with the Storm Spirit, even though this is very, very good amount of control for future esports, so Storm Spirit is definitely not going to be having the freest game. Every single hero has like multiple stuns. Tiny 2 abilities, Dark Willow pretty much has 3 abilities, Jakiro as well with the facet if he goes for the double stun facet, Lina as well. So quite a lot of control, quite a lot of cheap, low cooldown damage on the side of future esports. I think this game for Bristleback, I would love to see a pipe. Most of the damage is magical on their side, so probably Vanguard into Pipe Rush afterwards, just to make sure that you have enough HP with Vanguard so you can't be blown up, but also picking up that pipe. Right now, in terms of carries, I would love to see maybe something like a Drow Ranger as well for Azure.
Could see Drow. I know that at least in the Immortal Cup, Monet's been playing Troll Razor.
A classic Monet Troll. He's obsessed with that hero for some reason.
His troll is, I would say, equivalent to Ame's Jug. They're just always trying to get those heroes to work for themselves.
What else did he
that
play?
Has been,
what did you say? Troll? Morphling?
Troll, Razor. He's always been a fan of that safe lane Razor. What else has he played? He played the Gyro. He gave I think safe lane Lina a try as well. He's been a Weaver guy. All right. I like what he's shown. Sven has been a choice for him as well.
I like that.
Oh, there it is.
Like matchup, Sven against Lina is pretty much always going to be in favor of Sven. You provide your team with the Warcry, you have explosive damage, something that Lina doesn't like to play into. Any kind of repositioning tool, Tiny, Magnus, these type are the best heroes against Lina, and anything that can get on top of her, any kind of jump, and now they fixed the issue. Clockwork traditionally has been very good against Lina. Now you have Storm Spirit and Sven, so you jump onto a target, you immediately delete it. They have no ways of dealing with BKB Sven, so you need to initiate first, try to burst him. They have a good amount of control, in terms of layering their stuns, you can basically stun people for 10 seconds with the heroes that they do have. So that's pretty nice. So if they are the ones getting initiation, they might be getting the kill. But if this Sven just goes in with BKB and Blink, I think the heroes are going to get deleted.
Yeah. Outputting quite a bit of damage, who could clean up Jakiro as well as this Darkwill. But now they go to the Dawnbreaker, and I kind of like this hero in a long drawn out fight. Solar Guardian, coming through. We'll see if Irving can make something work. But it does worry me early on, especially. You hit that level 6 for a couple of these heroes on Azure, and you could be going for pickoff, Somnus, Ball Lightning, Vortex, Hook Shot from PYW. Honestly, early with God Strength, you can get involved if you want to. You don't need to for Monet, but JT, we've seen Bristles be tanky, and Bristles just kind of getting it done.
Another magic-based offlaner can build into some aura items if necessary, but Dawnbreaker has looked okay-ish. I'm going back to Dream Leagues. I think the hero has been picked a couple of times. Also, with the changes to her innate ability at the start of the day, you get extra 20% damage, which is nice when we think about Phoenix using the Supernova. So that's going to turn it into daytime. You will get extra bit of damage. I don't think they lack any kind of damage, but this is just very cookie-cutter draft from Future Esport, where basically they picked heroes, they have a lot of stuns. I'm just a little worried that this Sven is just going to go ham in the game, because if they don't snowball out of the lanes, I think this type of a draft can fall off relatively quickly.
How long do you think overall this Sven needs before they're ready to fight? Is it
Sven needs Echo Saber,
BKB?
Mask of Madness, Blink BKB pretty much. He might be joining in some of these earlier fights. If he feels like the BKB is a must, he might skip the Blink Dagger, and then go back to the Blink Dagger after he gets his BKB, because there's a lot of magic damage, and BKB pretty much gives him protection against everything that they do have.
We'll see how quickly he wants to go for the BKB. We'll see if either team is able to pick up first blood before the bounties. I love this set. This Clockwork Bunny set that they were just showing in the showcase mode for PYW. Quite an adorable one. No, neither team going just yet, but there's the 5-man smoke from Azure. I still don't know what the answer is to what is an Azure.
I think you should be watching Interview with Pyrian Flax, TI 2023. I believe he asked the question. I don't remember the answer, though.
Yeah, I remember the interview. I don't remember the answer. Monet? Uh-oh. Throws that Storm Hammer. Bramble Maze couldn't quite maneuver his way through it, but I don't really have much more in terms of control. It's still 2 for 2 in the bounties. Early tango, though. For Monet used.
Ooh. Lena needs to be careful. They see Clockwork. They see PYW with that Observe Ward. So he's going down the river. Extra bit of a movement speed. X-Noah is in a good spot, but they can't really catch him.
Yeah, it'd be tough to get him under the tower. Not something you want to commit to. Lloyd also blocking the creeps. So even with that block, ends up getting hit a little bit by the tower. Readjust the lane, and we take a look as mid is Somnus on the Storm against the Tiny of Night. Or aka Y-Chen. But how does this matchup go? Storm v Tiny.
I don't think anybody dies in this matchup. Tiny's way too tanky. Like this hero, when he's played in the solo lane, his strength gain is insane. He gets 4 strength per level. So that's almost 100 HP for every single level, plus all the stats that he brings, buying gauntlets. So he's going to be fine. Both of them are going to be getting the farm. Also, Somnus should not die in this matchup. So, going to be pretty farm heavy. Both of them kind of rely on getting the runes, so I want to see two supports starting minute 4 to start going mid, secure those bounty runes, maybe try to steal it away.
See if that ends up happening. Bottom lane has been pretty quiet, and top lane, One X Nova, a combo of Phoenix and Sven. But again, maybe not a duo that gets many kills. It looks like bottom lane, to me, feels like the most killer of all the 3 lanes.
Yeah, JT doesn't feel too comfortable playing this lane, double melee into double range, so they are going to try to manipulate the creep wave, maybe get some stacks going. PYW needs to be careful here.
Already eating some damage, but no dual breath, no liquid fire thrown over onto PYW. Mid lane, though, look at the difference in CS already.
That's a bit of a skill difference as well. This is not how this matchup should work. We're talking about Giga Chad Somnus against Knight.
Maybe the headset ears were holding him back, because right now, new headphones. Look at this. Just looking to get quickly into 20 CS at 3 minutes.
Somnus has always been a lane dominator. Like, this is one of his strengths. I don't think this guy had many flaws throughout his career. Has always been stable. One of the most annoying guys to play against when it comes down to the mid lane. I don't remember a single time where I can, like, you know, because everybody in their long careers have a moment where they're like, oh, he fucked up really bad. But Somnus, he's been just like very, very good. And Knight sitting at 15 right now, but Somnus having a complete free farm.
Yeah, completely free farm, getting a couple denies under his belt as well. But using that avalanche, just trying to soak up some CS if they can. Bottom lane still pretty quiet. The game doesn't have its first blood just yet. It kind of feels like you can kind of remember everybody's biggest mess up in a game or throughout their career. Do you have a one that you remember of yourself at all, or is it just
What do you mean one? There's a half of the career.
Oh man. I was gonna guess which one was yours, and I almost feel like it was answering the email, "Are you willing to cast with B-Cup?"
Yeah, I said yes, unfortunately. I'm like, yeah, my career didn't work out as amazingly as I expected it to be, so I had to answer yes, and now I'm here. Now I'm stuck.
Oh, no.
JT getting initiated on bottom.
Oh. Some damage. He gets passed over a tango. Heal up a little bit.
I think Chidori had stun available for JT, and they were trying to get to go. But PYW was not close by, so maybe they thought he's going to be able to get in, disrupt him. Lanes, other lanes are going well. Irving is farming nicely against Sven, and this Phoenix, you said this is not a killer lane by any means. It is a lane where they want to get most of the levels out of the lane, secure Sven's farm, and then Sven's going to go jungle. X-Nova is going to stay in the lane, collect some of that solo XP without trying to die. So a bit of a slower lineup from Azure. Bristleback also not a hero that is super aggressive, but they might get Lina here.
Yeah, Chidori in some trouble. Throws out the stun, lands on PYW, where the battery assault and the damage from JT to get the first blood for the side of Azure. Even think about getting a +1 here onto the heroes. JT throwing out these quills, doing some heavy damage. The Viscous Beetlejuice getting up there, and JT under the tower.
Nice frog.
Step, but this is going to be another kill for Azure, and JT has to get that tower aggro off himself so he can survive.
He has enough gold actually to buy full Vanguard 6 minutes in on top of Bracer. He's going to pull the lane as well, get some solo XP. I think Lina in this matchup, I see that she has Falcon Blade completed, but I think you need boost of speed. You need to be able to outrun them. You need to be able to get away from Clockwork. That's the most important thing. Because if you get initiated on, you could see the damage coming out from both of these heroes. Stacking Quills, stacking Goo. And JT is not even going to go back. Staying in the bottom lane. Oh, Monet.
Greedy. Very greedy.
X Noah, look at it. Look at the smile on his face. He's like, phew. Monet. It should not happen.
No. And
Dire's tower is under attack.
I don't think that'll be a moment where he tilts out, but there have been some very big tilt Monet moments. You know, the most notable Monet moment being the one where he
Is it
called
Morphling
GG.
related? No.
No, it is not. He was playing Razor against Heckies and died like 4 times in 11 minutes and just called GG. He was like, all right, that's it. I'm done. He didn't want to play anymore.
Do you remember that guy a couple of years ago, maybe like 6 years ago or something? They were playing South American qualifiers, and I think he just left. He said, I'm not sure if that's true or not, that he had to go to the mall with his mom.
No,
Somebody
I don't
in
remember
chat
this.
will remember this story.
Wow,
I'm not sure if it was
chat
like
once
the
delay is up.
semifinals or the grand finals, but
Grand finals.
he had to go. He had to bail. Like I think he saw some of the shoes that were on sale, and mom did not want to lose that opportunity. Yeah, she did not want to miss out.
I can't wait for the delay to be up. I want to see who knows this story. I need a little bit more info on this. Might have to message John when I get the chance.
Who?
John X Fire.
Oh, John X. Oh, it was South American scene, so I'm not sure.
Oh, South America.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
I thought you said SEA. EYW soaking up some experience mid because Somnus, he is level 8. And now bottom to potentially get a kill here onto Lloyd. And by potentially, I mean very much get a kill on Lloyd. And Sword Guardian and the Avalanche with toss. Ooh, the ball lightning avoiding the LSA. Still has a lot of mana to work with.
It is a lot of stuns that they do have, but very nicely done from Somnus. They placed down that Observer Ward. UIW did earlier. And he hides in the trees, finds Jakiro, gets the kill, and gets out. Forces 4-man rotation. Forces Dawn ulti.
Radiant's middle tower.
And then just farms a stack. And Somnus is as efficient as it gets at the moment. Sitting top of the net worth. The one struggling the most currently is surprisingly Monet. He's bottom of the core net worth. I say that, but there is no Solar Guardian available. They go to the Supernova. Ooh. That's a bit of a flub. And they might pay for this as PYW is dead. Irving coming back around to get that kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They dove in a little bit too far. They flubbed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But Irving able to secure a kill on his own. He's going into the blade mail early. That's what
Okay,
he
I
wants.
found the story. I had to Google the story.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It was 7 years ago. Midas out of South American qualifiers because of Suits. Apparently, Suits had to go to the mall with his mom, so he couldn't play the tiebreaker, and now Midas is out. And there's the whole chat, and there's an update apparently, and he actually lied and wasn't playing Fortnite the whole and was playing Fortnite the whole time.
That's even wilder. I thought he just went to the mall. Now you're telling me he played Fortnite instead. You know, when the when your group signs on, you gotta play. You don't get those opportunities too often.
Yeah, the boys were online. They're like, we haven't played in such a long time together. We have to bang out the game right now.
You joining us for duo queue? Oh, hell yeah. What are you doing right now? Oh, just playing in a grand final.
It was a tiebreaker one, so it has quite a lot of upvotes. I think I saw like 4,000 upvotes on that thread. Closed it because I thought we were done talking about that one. But Monet, he continues to farm up. Is definitely going to catch up. Has Dormant Curio with alert right now for attack speed. Mask of Madness. Bringing 2 supports to try to defend this tower. Jakiro is already in there. 2 supports, they don't really provide them with much. X-Noah is level 7 because he was soaking up some of that XP. So both supports are kind of high level. It's just that they can't really do much, like in terms of getting in. So X-Noah just might die here. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, not using the egg, not really having the opportunity to use the egg either. Just ends up dead. Gives up a life, but overall, not really a big deal. He's opening up some space. Monet getting some farm. He's starting to climb the ladder, and they've got a 3,000 net worth lead. Especially a big lead here for Somnus, who's going into the Kaya Sanj to start. Somnus having such a good game so far. And he's keeping towards top. PYW is level 7, so he has hookshot available. They're going to look to try and make a move and play aggressively the whole time, too. This is something that's kind of scary, is the fact that JT just has an open game.
Complete free farm, has 2 of those kills that managed to kill tower in the bottom lane.
Irving,
he's in.
Hook shot. And they are going to get this kill. They've got the Vortex. They have the damage. God Strength Fuse. Monet getting the kill there onto this Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker doesn't like to play into Clockwork matchup. I mean, Clockwork's not the most popular hero now. I also don't like how we're balancing some of the heroes in terms of we give them something, then we figure out it's too strong. For example, Clockwork's Battery Assault, it dealt double damage to creeps, and the hero was super popular because it did allow you to get the farm. And then we figured maybe it's too strong, so then we took it away from him, and now he's pretty much nowhere to be seen. It has always been PYW's classic, but this matchup, doesn't allow you to use pretty much any of your abilities. Can't use Celestial Hammer, can't get out because of the Battery Assault, can't use Starbreaker, Solar Guardian gets interrupted. It's pretty much Clockwork against Primal Beast. Not any of your abilities are going to get interrupted.
12 cams stacked here for Azure to the 6 of Future Esports. Shrine's gonna spawn up. PYW gonna grab his. The other one available still on the side of the Radiant. You can see that Lina had been farming. Chidori trying to do anything again. He's got the Maelstrom into the Falcon Blade. They do look towards mid, but X-Nova soaking up a lot of experience, a lot of gold for him too.
Get a good amount of farm because your carry is not active at all. He's going to be farming in the outer ring. Monet about to finish off his Echo Saber. This is going to be such a big timing for them once he picks up his BKB, once he gets the Blink Dagger. And again, PYW is in.
Hook shot, Bedlam Avalanche. So PYW going to give up his life for the kill of Somnus, who will get himself Galvanized Stack. Also gets to level 12, so pushes that up to 9. Dawnbreaker, they're looking to go, but they've got the blade now.
Double blade mill
to the side. JT, he's going to survive this. Supernova pops, and Irving's dead. JT getting the kill. They initiated onto him, but the help of his team, he's able to survive. Sunray onto JT, that'll heal him up. X-Nova helping out as best he can, using a pretty good Supernova off on the edge of the fight.
What do you call him when he dies, when they kill Supernova? They call him X-Nova.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That might be the best one I've ever heard from you. Like, that is actually one of the best ones. The best part is your laugh. It makes me know how proud you are of that one, and it's just like, I don't know, that might be the best. Somebody needs to make a top 5 Lacoste egg. Night, sun rate pretty low. Spirit Vessel hook shot, they get the kill on a Knight. They're going to look for more. The LSA is going to land on the 2. The damage coming through on a Somnus, but they'll continue forward for the Jakiro, getting themselves a second. X-Nova does end up dying, but they've got themselves the Vortex pulling in. Shidori trying to get Somnus, but just does not have the damage. And that is a 3-for-1 in the favor of Azure Ray. As the Cogs and still on a PYW, the Terrorize lands, but the TP attempt, and that is a Dark Willow that is able to lead.
Sister Shroud. Not sure if that made so much difference, but he got the kill, so his Sister Shroud did reset. This item is a bit underrated. When I first read it, I'm like, is this really good? And then I thought it was shitty, and then I played with it, and suddenly this item feels really nice, especially when you're playing against some right-clickers, like you're playing against Storm, who wants to zip in, wants to deal that damage. Same goes for Storm. This is basically, I'm not gonna say the better version, because it's definitely not, but it also gives you second chance to miss the attack, which is pretty nice. What was the item called? The one that gave move speed, the one that gave you 100% evasion, and then it stop lurking.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Gossamer Cape, that is right. My brain, for some reason,
Dire are scanning.
couldn't figure it out.
Appreciate that production.
We removed the item. I don't know if we cycled it out or if we deleted it permanently, but that was a very, very good item.
Hook shot and the Vortex. Meaning a lot in onto Irving, and they will get a kill onto the Dawnbreaker. What is a Gossamer?
What is this, some quiz show?
Anyway.
Like, what? What is Azure Ray for 500? What is Gossamer?
for 1,000. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We'll be back from commercial to see the final Jeopardy. Anyway, 10-6 for Azure Ray, as they've got an 8,000 net worth lead. Monet continuing to farm now, was bottom
Radiant's bottom
of the
attack.
net worth for the cores, but has put himself towards the top. He's there with JT, who's having a pretty much free game. And this is really troublesome for future esport. And yeah, the Dota Plus win probability, honestly, a little bit higher than I thought it would be for the Radiant side.
This might not be the future of the Dota esport the way they're playing right now.
Even with the Terrorize and the ulti from Irving, they
got him.
finally get the kill. X-Nova's also dead. But Shidori, he's the first one to fall on the side of Future Esports, so that means a lot of the damage is kind of taken out of the fight. Somnus is able to get himself at least the Jakiro. They get 3 kills on the side of Azure Ray despite losing 2. The whole time Monet farming. He's going into the BKB, looking to get involved afterwards.
I was surprised JT didn't go for earlier pipe, or at least Glimmer Cape. Seems like he wants to go for both items. Finished off Crimson Guard. They didn't have that much right-click damage anyway, because Lena's damage is some right-click, but most of the damage is magical Maelstrom procs, your LSA, your ulti. It's very easy to itemize against this type of a lineup. I think Crimson, like Vanguard's fine. I think Crimson is a bit of a bait.
Would you, yeah, the Crimson Blade Mail, he is going for pipe now, but it is going to be some time until he gets that. Sister Shroud
Radiant are scanning.
getting picked up again by the Dark Willow. Quick Tormentor, easy. PYW gets a shard. Has access to the jetpack. Has Force Staff, Phase Boots, Force Staff, and he's also got himself a Null Talisman. We've been kind of conversing about Null Talisman.
That seems like China is pretty big on that item. Haven't really seen it other regions pick it up as much. Maybe like on offlane Bristleback, on offlane Tango. Good combination with the Bracer. JT again.
You're trying, but he's still alive. Sunray, Macro Fire, and Chip. Now they're going to put the switch from that. Nova goes into the Supernova. And Dawnbreaker with the ult for the ball lightning to get the kill there onto the Phoenix. But down goes this Dark Willow. Chidori
Monet
falls.
and Somnus start cleaning up.
3 dime. And they're going to look as they kill Knight and take out the Dawnbreaker. Full team went for Azure.
They just don't have enough. This is also pre-pipe, these fights. They just don't have enough. They just don't have enough damage. Like, they're super tanky, Storm Spirit, SNY, BKB. We talked about them not having abilities that go through debuff immunity. Sure, there is Solar Guardian, but you're not afraid. This is not instant by any means. It might become almost instant when he picks up Aghanim Scepter, but it is quite difficult. 17,000 already for Azure Ray.
Not the easiest of games to come back from. Well, let's take a look at the replay. They start by originally going for JT. And X-Nova just stand his ground, go to the Unray. Eventually, Chidori gets the right clicks, just ignoring Monet, who's right in the face.
Not much he can do.
But,
we said that this
yeah.
is going to be the big timing, them picking up BKB on Sven with the Blink Dagger. Now he's going to start to get even more smaller damage items, Crystallis, then he gets to the Daedalus. Heroes are just going to explode. You're not going to be able to react to both supports. They don't have any like, real support items right now. No Glimmers, no Force Staff. So heroes are just going to straight up die whenever they get initiated on by Sven.
Well, they got initiated there. End up losing Irving once more. Lloyd looking for an ice path, but good job there by Somnus to avoid the ice path. Ancient Prowler Shaman trying to make his life a little bit more difficult with the Petrify, but Somnus didn't really care for it.
Tower is under attack.
Chidori trying to get as much as he can out of the map, looking for this BKB, but still about 1,000 gold away from it, so it'll be a little bit of time. And I don't know how much time he's got. They're down 20,000 net worth. With an Aegis in the hands of Somnus. Monet closing in on level 20 as well. Makes me think that they just could push in and
They
potentially
could,
end
but
this
they
game in the
also
next
want to
few
give
minutes.
respect to getting tossed back, maybe getting like, because the amounts of stun that they do have is pretty insane on Radiant's lineup. But I could also see them going for the high ground, getting the pick off, and then committing while having this Aegis on a Storm Spirit. Monet is smoked up. He's ready to go.
See what either of them can find. You can see Knight's the one who's sitting on the back. He's the one who wants to blink into the toss back. But now Irving again will use that shard to try and stay alive, but the hook shot follows up the vortex, and Irving tries to toss the hammer to some freedom, but it won't matter. Celestial Hammer not pulling him into anything of doing, and Monet, Knight, he thought about it, but he blinked in and he didn't do anything. No toss back, Terrorize connects, AT's in the base. Vessel on him, but these heroes are being sent back into their count. And they find the Dawnbreaker ult onto a couple of Supernova coming through, and this is a problem for the side of Future Esport. You get the first kill on this Omnis, they do take out JT. At least without the Bristle, they have a shot.
This just might be
Sunray,
it.
Spirit Vessel, Irving's dead too. Lloyd ends up falling. GG is called. Full team wipe here for the side of Azure. The shot that they had was there and went away very quickly as game one, 25 minutes in, goes to Azure.
Now, let's be real. Their chances of winning this game, especially with the draft that they did have, was not the greatest. Like, this is very difficult strat to make work because you have like a lot of cookie cutter, a lot of small stuns, but if you lose the lane, and they did lose lanes pretty heavily, Lina needs some time to be able to get online. Tiny, he got shut down by Somnus. Somnus has had a blast of a game, and so did Bristleback. Again, we're seeing this Bristleback win without getting addressed, having the free lane, having complete free farm. He brings auras to the table. He did have pipe for the last fight. Might have had it earlier, but other than that, it just feels very, very difficult for them to make this type of a lineup work.
Yeah, it felt very difficult, and we could see just the plays from PYW. The early experience here for the supports of Azure really proven to be very difficult for Future Esport to deal with. And they've tried a couple times. They just didn't have the damage in a lot of these fights either. Where JT's able to walk away from this one. Yes, they get X-Nova, but they lose so much for it.
And at that point, Azure already 20 minutes in, 13,000 net worth ahead. There wasn't really much in terms of stopping them.
No, they had this great timing. Somnus didn't die a single time in this game. Monet had one questionable death, continued to farm up. All the rest of the team, they are making the plays. And then suddenly he shows up with a BKB, Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, has insane amount of damage. Lina, as a carry, she just doesn't like to play into this matchup. She doesn't like to play into anything that can get on top of her. And the last 3 picks were pretty much that from Azure. Storm, Clockwork, and Sven, making sure that Lina is not going to have a good time.
Monet picking up the double kill at the end there, the triple kill overall, and 6-1-4 for him, but Somnus 10-0-8, dominated the lane, had like 30 CS in a heartbeat. It felt so good from Somnus here, and Knight just unable to keep up. So Azure took that game pretty quickly. I would say my spotlight, definitely Somnus after game number 1.
Oh, absolutely. Always a pleasure to see this guy in action.
Yeah, pretty good seeing Somnus back into the mix of things. PYW and Xnova showing that they are a solid support duo. There was a lot of talk back in the day, especially on Vici when PYW and DY were together. But, I mean, Xnova has been one of the main supports here for the Chinese region, and him getting together with PYW might be something really magical in the making, as the two of them have looked pretty good so far. Obviously, it's just one game against the team that they're probably destined to beat. But overall, I mean, that is a way to really come out of the gates. Azure, their first professional game altogether, and they got themselves a pretty easy victory.
They did. They're looking good. This is not going to be the true test to what this team can do. We need to start thinking about the other top-tier teams, Yakult Brothers, Extreme Gaming, maybe even Vici Gaming. These are the big top 4, I would say, in this one. But, yeah, so far so good. And they also need to play the second game. I also want to see some extra adjustment coming out from Future Esports, where they're going to be playing a bit of an easier lineup, something that can also scale, but we'll see what they're going to be able to cook for the second game.
Yeah, we'll see what they cook up, but right now they got to get the ingredients ready. So we're going to take a quick break on this one. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back here to the Chinese qualifiers, the Chinese close qualifiers on the road to the international. It's 2 lanes on this road. That's it. One going and continuing to try and get to the arena, and the other lane where you make the U-turn if you lose and you go back home, even though you might be home already.
Yeah.
Anyway, game 2, Azure and Future Esport trying to make something happen. As Future Esport, they looked very beatable in game number 1, but they need to try and change it up as Azure in the lanes really kind of dominated, Somnus especially.
Yeah, they will need to step it up a little bit when it comes down to the gameplay. They need to play probably more around their mid laner, so they need to make sure that Knight is having a good time after what happened in game number 1, where Somnus pretty much solo carried the game from the mid lane. So I want to see maybe slightly more rune control for him. And I also want to see something that will, like, Tiny is pretty basic, I would say, in terms of what the hero wants to do. They're playing against stronger opponents, more experienced opponents. So you will need to think about how you're going to approach this draft. I don't think you can just be picking the heroes that you kind of feel comfortable. In Future Esport will remove Storm Spirit. This is the way to start. This hero is super highly rated right now for a good reason. Can be flexed at a safe lane, off lane, and can be played as a position 5 as well. So having that opportunity and also being able to, I don't know if you experience much offlane Undying, but this hero pretty much owns, because you're playing against 2 heroes. You don't care too much about what you're playing into, because you're super strong level 1, level 2, level 3 especially. Supports, they buy a blood grenade if they have any kind of a stun. Somebody's caught out of position with 4 strength loss, 8 strength loss. Suddenly, you're just going to get doed. And it does feel that this hero didn't receive any major buffs, but it seems like this is a bit of a new flavor of the month.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's been pretty popular. Where's he in the qualifiers?
It has to be one of the
overall?
higher contested heroes.
Yeah, picked 14 times, but I believe, yeah, banned 64 times. So that is pretty up there. 82.98% contest rate, which is some of the highest, if not the highest. Shadow Shaman, Bristle, Undying, and TA are your top 4. And Undying, we'll see him and see if it's the right fit for Future Esport. See the TA already getting banned out. Terrorblade as well. That has been a popular fixture in the qualifiers thus far. But let's see what else this draft has in store for us.
Yeah, I would love to see. I know Jakiro is not the most popular hero right now, though we saw it in the previous game. It does feel that Jakiro did fall off, but I want to see something that can kill the Tombstone as well. This is also a great counter to Undying, especially if it's going to be core Undying. You get clipped by ulti, you're just straight up gonna die. Like, it's like, it's very, very difficult. This is basically not, we're not in the territory we're talking about Huskar against AA, but it's definitely up there.
Yeah, AA feeling like a strong support. Not really, I would say, flavor of the month, as he's consistently been picked
He's been
up.
good for the last year or so.
Yeah. After being widely ignored as well. Before that is what I mean. But picked 28 times already, and now they go into the Bat Rider. And this is another hero that's been kind of coming back. 17 picks, 36 bans up to this point. And it's been 12 games on the Stoked facet, 5 games on the Arsonist facet. Played in a bunch of different roles as well, with a couple of matches.
Yeah.
4 and mid.
Did anyone play it as carry? That's the question.
No.
Nobody
nobody's
is
played
brave
as
enough
carry
yet to play it. But I think mid has a lot of potential, especially if we're talking about mid and super late game. when you get to your like items, BKB, Blink Dagger, Treads. Maybe if you can get, Witchblade, Parasma, Dragonlance, these type of items, you can basically, like I was playing the game the other day and Batrider did 4,000 damage in 2 seconds. It gets pretty insane.
Let's see how they use this Batrider. I like this draft already a lot more than the last one. And now they go to the Sword Arrow. And yeah, I really like this draft so far.
So now they have Batrider and they have Slardar. So Pango, if he's going to the mid lane, he's straight up not going to have a good time. So I think Azure Ray might need to swap things around, put this Pango in the off lane, and choose a different mid laner for Somnus. A lot of slow. You drop down Tombstone, Batrider with Sticky Napalms. You have Slardar chasing you down, providing vision with Corrosive Haze. This type of lineup can kind of plays itself.
Yeah, and it's kind of explosive early, honestly. Level 6 comes around and you can do quite a bit. Lasso, Corrosive Haze. You have Tombstone pretty early on. Like, it's not really one of those things that's very long of a wait for. Like, this is honestly a good trio. But we'll see
Slardar is a little
what
bit,
the double pick is.
Slardar is a little bit early for what he brings to the table. I don't think you can just straight up pick this hero, but if this is something that they do play, then it's fine. Gyrocopter deals with the Tombstone, so you don't necessarily need to kill it. You're still going to be able to deal damage if Batrider is diving you, if you're going to be playing against Slardar. Really depends how they are going to be playing these lanes, because they have good amount of flexibility between their heroes. And one more Clockwork for PYW.
Yeah, Clockwork and the Gyro, and we've seen what the Gyro can do at times past, and Shadow Fiend gets picked up. And that'll be what Somnus is up against. I guess the question now becomes, do they want to just throw the off-lane Pango, or do they want to go for something else over mid?
I think this might be safe lane Shadow Fiend with Undying 5. And they're going to be looking for a different mid laner for a future esport.
Okay. Be quite interesting.
Usually Shadowfiend needs some kind of a setup, whether we're talking about if he's played from the safe lane, Naga Siren, Tusk, Clockwork, these type of heroes.
Radiant team back.
Curious to see what the bans are. Yeah, Queen of Pain. So thinking at least initially that that's going to be a off-lane Pango.
Yeah, I see this Queen of Pain. So this says we want to play Batrider mostly from the mid lane. I think Puck is also the one that does okay where you can't kill it. It is very annoying to play against Batrider in the mid lane, getting those stick in the palms. Some of the matchups are quite underwhelming. You can definitely snowball, and that's exactly what they're going for. But this is also a relatively early Batrider pick, and if Somnus wants to get something from the mid lane, something that can survive, I could also see, like, I know it's not the most popular hero, but hero like Windranger, something that can run away, heroes that don't care that about your stick in the palms, could be really good.
The Slardar so far throughout all the qualifiers, by the way, has 10 games, 4 mid, 3 safe lane, 3 off lane. Very even split.
Who played it in the safe lane? Who's brave enough?
Who is the brave person to have played it in the safe lane?
Yeah, which team?
Let me check. If I can get that for you soon enough.
5 seconds remaining.
Mid lane. Here it is. All right, it was JP on Infamous, played it twice in the safe lane. Or no, played it 3 times. He was the only person who played it safe lane 3 times.
Because I don't remember anybody playing it, so it must be like team specific. That's why I asked. Because others, they do flex it from the mid and off lane from time to time. And there's that ban we talked about, removing Puck. So this Batrider is definitely going to the mid lane. Is there anything else that Somnus could bank out? I said that there's potential for them to pick Windranger, even though this hero we haven't really seen much. But this lineup has a lot of minus armor, a lot of tankiness as well. These heroes are not easy to kill. Let's see how Somnus approaches this one.
Wonder how much. They don't have a lot of reserve time. He's got a smile on his face, so everybody's got a smile except for
5 seconds.
JT. He's pretty quiet, it seems, for the moment. But everybody seeming calm still for the side of Azure. I also, not that this is going to be one of those moments where you go, really important for the calling of the situation, but I believe Somnus is wearing like a Somnus shirt with the cat ears on his logo, which is pretty cool. It became his symbol, but he's not wearing it here. The luck is unneeded as they won game 1, and now he's putting himself on the Monkey King.
Okay, so they did swap things around because they saw Kunkka, they saw Shadowfin and Slaughter, meaning that Batrider is going to be played as a support, and Somnus picks up Monkey King as his last pick. So we'll be playing against Slaughter. Wants to be able to trade a little bit in the lane. I don't recall seeing this matchup recently. Slaughter, in theory, does fine against most of the melees, kind of crushes them. No pun intended, but Somnus and Monkey King, like Monkey from the mid lane has been very popular at the start of the Dream League, during the Dream League as well, because this has been a very long tournament, 2 weeks. And I've not been convinced by the way Monkey King has been like played out. He got nerfed in terms of the facets, something that we did talk about in the previous series, but also that he can't lifesteal off the creeps as much as he could have before. So a lot of these things, it tends to add up. And also Jingu has been nerfed in the previous patch. So I think it went down from 5 to 3.5 seconds at level 1, which is also a relatively big nerf to the hero.
I'm interested to see how it does, and I'm kind of surprised. Are you surprised that the Batrider fell down in priority so much?
Seems like that's why I wanted to have him as a flex and then try to find something different that is better overall for the game. This type of a lineup really scales good. Like you have Batrider to initiate, you have good amount of team fight with Undying, Slardar, Kunkka as well. Heroes are going to be super tanky.
We'll see if they end up being as tanky as they need to be. Irving on that Kunkka, Chidori on that Shadow Fiend in the safe lane, I believe. We'll see how it all pans out. Somnus really dominated in game number 1. It'll be quite interesting to see if he does it again in game number 2. As the matchup maybe, isn't exactly what it ends up being. We said that the matchup in the first game was pretty close overall, but player-wise, it ended up being all Somnus. And he just played it perfectly. Now wrapping around on Future Esport with 4 heroes. They might run into a fight. And UIW immediately with the Cogs. They go to the cold feet. And that Cogs pushing him back means he's frozen over. That's first blood at least. Xnova getting credit for that one. Lloyd already has himself 8 on the decay. But he is still starting to run. Knight now
Blood
needs to
Grenade is
leave.
ready on
JT coming
PYW.
around. Shield Crash. And they focus their attention now onto the Slardar. Cold feet again, but he is just a little bit too quick inside this water.
Ooh, man, they just lost the fight with Undying at level 1, which is a really bad sign. Your Slardar, he needs to... I don't know where he's going to be, because right now he's getting chased by Clockwork. He can't TP out. He might just die here. Roshan, got the bash. UIW will get the kill.
Roche now 0-0-1 to start the game.
This also leaves Somnus in the mid lane, getting some of the solo XP, getting some of the free CS as well. Knight, I think this is the best thing that could have happened, because if he runs back, then needs the TP, his game is kind of ruined.
Yeah, it would have been Really rough for him, so he ends up TPing into the lane, but he's going to be behind. Meanwhile, PYW getting a courier, taking out Chidori's tangos, so he is, without regen, has 4 charges on a wand, but a little bit tougher when you don't have that regen. Life not as easy. Mid matchup, I'm curious. I'm curious to see how Somnus plays it, as he's already level 2, has that boundless strike, and just keeping Knight away from the wave.
Knight did buy Boots of Speed as his first item before Bottle. Trying to square up, but he also has Sprint level 1. By level 1, I mean he got it at level 2. So it doesn't seem like he wants to trade. Usually you put points in Bash of the Deep. That seems like he's thinking that level 2 Jingu is going to be way too much for him to deal with.
This is a bit of a problem, especially if Somnus can control the wave. He is already at 7 denies. Has to try and get this under the tower. Didn't get that one, but did get the second attempt. But again, a balanced strike with another deny, and there's another. I mean, this is, again, just a clinic from Somnus in terms of zone denial and creep denial. Knight is not really going to have fun in this lane, and now the lane comes all the way back for Somnus. So this is perfect so far.
10 denies. Slaughter is sitting at 6. BYW trying to square up against Undying. This is not an easy lane for them in the top by any means, so they need to manipulate the creep wave. Playing into Shadowfiend Undying might be a bit too difficult. Pango from the offlane doesn't really provide you with that much damage. So you can even check that he has a lucky shot. Doesn't plan on spending the mana. Chidori
trying to get something, even going under the tower, taking a couple of shots. PYW pulling the creep wave all the way over. You can see JT not there with a lot of health. Neither really is PYW. They'll try to hold on, at least for the moment. Not give up anything in this lane. No kills for Future Esport as Monet getting chased, but the cold feet and the torrent off the mark. Now the turnaround with the rocket barrage. Monet alive for the moment. The slowdown for the vortex, and Irving can't get this kill onto the gyrocopter.
That was nicely done. Xnova has a couple of tangos for him to work with. What is he bringing on the courier? Just a clarity for now. Monet doesn't have much HP to work with. Neither does JT. That's going to be the kill. Ooh. I'm a little surprised he did go for point and lucky shot, because he has enough mana to use both of the abilities, has magic wand as well. Because if you misuse shield crash, they're going to use that opportunity and try to go on you. Shield swashbuckle usually like pushes you out of the trouble. He can't land the second, maybe even third raise. On this in the mid lane, 24 and 12 against 15 and 4 right now.
At least Knight is starting to get something out of it, but it really isn't much. They've only got that singular kills on a JT. Gets slowed up, chasing for Monet thanks to the Death Rhyme stacks doing their thing. Oh, I like that addition to Ancient Apparition with the whole Death Rhyme being a thing. Obviously, it's not new.
It's been like that for a while, and people were not picking Ancient Apparition, and then suddenly realized how strong it is, and this was the first pick hero for quite some time now. It got nerfed, but definitely needed. Definitely a good addition. Batrider is getting zoned out. Monet level 4, 2 points in Flak, 2 points in Rocket Barrage.
Not really getting touched anymore in the lane, at least for now. 32 and 4, 34 and 18 for Somnus, who is closing in on level 6. Meanwhile, JT getting a kill, ends up trading PYW for it. Chidori getting credit for that. And now Somnus is in fact at level 6. We'll see what he wants to do if he moves anywhere. That changing of the guard is his facet. So not like the Ame Simeon stride.
That's the one that I wanted to see. So we'll see how good it's going to be. Double rate band on him. Wants to have that
Full
extra bit of
supports mid.
armor, extra bit of damage. Trying to make a move onto
Crush,
Somnus.
Flame Break, Tombstone in the Wukongs. Now going to start to try and focus on this
There it is.
tower, or on this Tombstone, but ends up changing the guard and gets under the tower.
All right, I'm convinced. I convinced myself by watching Somnus do it here, getting out of trouble, that this facet is viable.
So you're all in on it?
Definitely. Even though Ame had a pretty great game with the other facet, allowed him to jump from the trees, did kind of innovate. People have done it before, but this build has not been viable in quite some time. Getting the Radiance immediately. He had Sage Mask, Null Talisman, PYW. Lloyd, very dead here.
Yeah, even the double decay is not going to matter. They'll get this kill. 5-2, 7 minutes in for the side of Azure. One shrine picked up by the Bat Rider, the other shrine picked up by this Clockwork. Jumping halfway to 5 off that. Meanwhile, X Nova, he's just about level 5. Early 6 for him would be quite nice. Using this Ice Blast is one of those things, Ancient Apparition just, it gives you kill possibility at all points in the game. You always have a way back in with a good Ice Blast.
Pretty much. This time around, they don't have the best setup other than Clockwork, but other heroes are kind of meh. But you can make it work. You can basically solo kill people. You can kill people when you pair them up with another support, and that's always going to be a deadly combo. Somnus. Dodge that stun.
Crush. Not landing. Flame Break. And now here comes the Ghost Ship. Everybody's here again. I mean, they want to shut down Somnus. They'll bring in the whole kit and caboodle for him.
Much better game. We talked about their draft looking so much better in the second game. Knight is, not going to say recovering, but with his stat on Somnus, he's going to be able to catch up a little bit. And they also have good ways to farm. We're talking about Shadow Fiend. We're talking about Kunkka from the off lane, who is about to crack level 7. Tidebringer being on 4-second cooldown. Makes your farm pretty insane, and already a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, Chidori farming really well. Almost 5,000 net worth. Back here in the jungle, hasn't really been touched by JT. He's level 6, so you just have that Rolling Thunder. But not really seeing the movement and the dominance that we saw in game number 1 from Azure. They are up 5-3, but it was a lot more of a shutdown in game number 1 at this point.
It was. Somnus was having a blast of a game. He is making a move, going through the Twin Gate. Is level 7, but no points in Primal Spring, which makes it a lot more difficult for him to try to set things up. Back Rider.
Actually the one who's spotted, but the Cold Feet won't pop over, and now he's kind of got to run a little bit. He'll change the guard. He'll go to the other side. They get to kill the Undying. The Ghost Ship comes through. UIW is dead. Meanwhile, tonight, and this Bat Rider is looking for an opportunity up on this cliff, but I'm not really sure what for. He's only level 4. He doesn't have a lasso, and there's not really much he could do. So both these teams just kind of disengage off that.
Again, it was nicely done by Somnus. Changing the guard. Facet works out amazingly for him. Gets out of trouble, doesn't need to be afraid.
Isn't really afraid either. I mean, why would you be? This has kept Monet pretty free overall. He's just continued to farm as this Falcon Blade, looking for the early Ags if he can get his hands on it. He's top of the net worth for the side of Azure. Still no lasso, but they do have level 6 now for the Ancient Apparition. Full supports on Future Esport don't have their ulti.
Dire's middle tower is
See if they want to work with this Ice Blast early on. if they can. It would be quite the way to take out Chidori if they could find him, but he's been sitting pretty far back.
Right now, both
In his-
sports trying to get their level 6s in the triangle. There's been a good amount of stacking, which Irving is going to take care of. But JT making the move. And again, JT's going to be buying auras for the team. Going immediately into Vanguard / Crimson Guard. Most of the damage on their side is physical, so this is a very good item to be able to block the game, block some of that damage. And I also would love to see maybe X-Nova getting Pavis or getting full Solar Crest later on. PYW, we've seen him in the previous game as well, going for extra armor. He is going for phase boots on the hero, plus Windlace, which makes him much more maneuverable in the fight, giving them extra bit of armor as well. How's that a facet? How's that a like chainmail? Why is that a thing? Why would you ever choose that? Like it should be a part of a clockwork. It should not be his facet.
You don't think chainmail? It's delicious. That's why. Whew. On damage on the Ancient Apparition, no Ice Blast throw at all, and Monet actually on the cusp of dying inside the jungle, by the way, but he is fine. TP's back home.
Radiant are scanning.
Gotta buy 100 chainmails. Give yourself a feast.
This just
Why
sounds
famished?
horrible.
Diminishing returns, certainly, right?
Even if it's part of the clockwork, like, might be good for like 50-60 minute game, but other than that, it's just a massive meme. JT isn't Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder X-Nova's gonna be around here though. Look for the Requiem that lands, but waiting on this potential Ice Blast. Slithering Crush, Wukong's Ice Blast committed on tonight. That'll be a kill to the Slardar. You can't really run into this Wukong's. They've got the hook shot. Irving though pops the Blade Mail. You
He's
need
gonna
to be
start
careful.
to lose
Double
HP
decay.
now. Irving.
Lasso
will
on
drop.
cooldown, not a lot of mana here for the Bat Rider either. And now they've got the Soul
He
Rip. They're
sniped him with the
looking to jump,
rocket.
get the kill onto Irving with that rocket. Another couple of decays as he's up to 24 on the decay for the strength for this Undying.
Still not good enough. The amount,
No, not
PYW
really.
waited for that for a really long time, seeing that they dealt so much damage to Kunkka, his Rum, and both were wearing off. And then Monet also managing to snipe them with Flak Cannon. Knight is in.
Mid.
It's a
Down
bit of a-
strike.
Maybe he tried to force a rotation. I don't think he wanted to commit for a kill. Seeing that he has Spark of Courage, double Raid Band, sitting underneath the tower, basically has 20 armor on Monkey King.
Yeah, only level 1 on the Corrosive Haze, not going to be enough to really get the kill, as we saw. X-Nova really patient on the Ice Blast, too. Decided to end up going for Knight, but maybe they'd want to try and get a kill on Chidori. Weren't too concerned with him. T going Crimson to start.
Radiant
And this ag's just about finished on Monet.
are fortified.
Could be a time to fight once he gets this to look and go again. But they're even smoked up as a duo to meet up with JT to potentially find themselves a kill in a night.
Radiant
I think they should be playing around Chidori. Chidori is super farmed, 8,000 gold on Shadow Fiend, but at the end of the day, you're still Shadow Fiend. I've seen this hero fail so miserably so many times. If there are two heroes that I hate to have the most on my team as carries, Anti-Mage and Shadow Fiend. I think my win rate with these heroes, if I have them on my team, sub 10%. Ooh, a little bit of a misclick there. Misplay. Not sure if they're going to be able to get the kill. Also missing
No,
Ancient
everything
Apparition
missed.
ulti. Who do you even
That
blame
shot
there?
lands, he's dead.
Who do you blame there?
Radiant's
Never yourself. That's the right answer. The only answer, Benjamin, is to never blame yourself.
I never do.
Radiant structures are
Don't worry.
You always do.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's true. It's always my fault. Northern Crush Ghost ship coming through. X-Nova's dead with 4 heroes, 5 heroes around on this tower. Now they've got the lasso. It's onto the Monkey King. Somnus balance strike, but can he survive? He has to run away, burning out pretty low, but he'll be alive as they hold the high ground. But how long are they willing to do so? Going Thunder right near the steps might be a bad spot for them to be in. Chidori doesn't commit to this Requiem. They're going to have Ancient Apparition up in 5 seconds, so how long are they willing to stay? Because Ice Blast is going to be available for them. But the heroes on the side of Azure Ray, they just kind of give up position and leave it with the Tombstone down and don't want to fight.
It does seem like they need more. They need to get the pick off with this Ancient Apparition Clockwork and then maybe try to take the fight. There was also no Wukong available. And Somnus, I know that he has BKB in his quick buy, but he also might need to pick up his Aghanim Shard. I think this might be the cheaper way of him getting out of trouble to get initiated on. If X Mark into Torrent or both combo is not perfect, you can't get out as well.
Yeah, might need multiple options. Now Blink Dagger available on the Bat Rider. This could be a little bit of a turning point if they get a pickoff. We'll have to see if they want to smoke now with this Blink Dagger, if they want to go and try and find a lasso combination kill. Instead, now you kind of know the Blink Dagger exists. Ice Blast coming through. Oh, the damage! Yeah, he's going to shatter. It's at least a trade.
Good amount of XP for Ancient Apparition. Level 9.5 from that kill. And sitting on 1,400 gold. They definitely need some armor items. X-Noah, let's see what he decides to pick up. I'm down for Pavis, or Pavice, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, most of the damage is physical. You're playing against Shadow Fiend, you're playing against Slardar, so you want to tank up as much as possible. Also to point out, Knight did go for his shard immediately after, so prioritizing some of his own farm after the nerfed Bash of the Deep in terms of the damage that you deal to the creeps. This is kind of very necessary for you to be able to clear the camps.
Right. What would you like to see his continued build-up be?
On Florida?
After now getting this shard, yeah.
Yeah, probably just a BKB. Maybe start thinking about getting Aghanim Scepter afterwards, but definitely need some kind of a protection. In terms of damage that goes through debuff immunity, there isn't really much other than Clockwork's Hookshot, and you're fine with that. I mean, Ancient Apparition does as well, but I'm thinking about heroes or spells that can't stop him while he's in BKB mode. 45% chance for future esports to win this game. Even Gaben knows that Shadowfiend is a shitty carry. Doesn't believe in it.
Not with the minimal lead it has right now. But they find themselves the Bat Rider. Wukong's even committed. They go to the defusal. That'll slow up Lloyd, and now he is in a world of hurt. Dies and respawns immediately. So he's back in it. PYW, he's also going to get chased. Want to get this kill. They've got the X. They have the Ghost Ship.
He's super tanky.
PYW
Sister
is
Shroud.
still alive. Irving now on the run. Ice Blast is going to come through and land on Irving. And eventually, you got to assume they get this. And Knight, if he stays, he would be in trouble. So he needs to really leave this. But the chase was on for a moment to try and get that kill. He actually blinks back into the river.
This might be a mistake.
Yeah, this might be a massive mistake. Now
blade.
Knight, hook shot. Doesn't connect. Not sure it's going to matter all too much. They've got the extra help they need. JT's coming through, but this is going to be the sprint away, and he does actually escape.
Had the big Lotus, ate it, didn't even pop his bottle, manages to get out, goes into the river, gets extra movement speed. But yeah, that fight. They initiated onto Clockwork, who has phase boots, so having extra bit of armor, blade mail on top of that, and having Sister's Shroud. So evasion, very good against Shadowfiend, very good against Slardar. They're thinking about taking Tormentor, but they will need Slardar.
Storm.
They're super low.
Rocket
If
flare,
PYW
yes.
can maybe get a hook shot here.
Ice blast.
Ooh.
That
Got
lands.
him.
X Nova snipes him. Gonna say if that was available a little bit earlier, but now all of a sudden they're still looking. They're searching for Chidori. Balance Strike comes through. Cold Feet's gonna freeze him over, and they get a kill onto the Shadow Fiend. The fragile economy of a Shadow Fiend game.
It's always the
could
same
be in a
story.
problem.
You always need that
Yeah.
one extra item. You always prioritize something over your BKB. And it never feels like you have enough. Yeah, they had a very good read on the situation. I also think that they had Observer Ward that got dewarded, which scouted the movement when they were going through the outer ring. Who got the shard in the end? It was Batrider.
Worth it or no?
It's okay. It's okay. If you're playing like core Batrider, or if we're talking about scaling to some mid and late game, then the shard is fine. But I don't think you're going to be feeling too much influence of this shard in some like 25, 30-minute fights.
Right. They smoke up again on Future Esport. They're trying to make this work. But the problem is, I want to say if they lose another fight, kind of like that,
Are scanning.
things might start to plummet out of their favor very quickly. UIW, he was spotted for a second, but they go to the lasso. The BKB is popped, and the turnaround is
that's
there.
a good rolling thunder.
Is in trouble. The hook shot, the cogs, and now the ice blast flying in. That means Irving's in trouble. They lost Chidori already, and Irving will eventually shatter. PYW will die, but it's more than worth it.
Ravage.
They will lose a
Do it.
fourth.
Croakers did it. Yeah, these fights, they're stacking on top of each other. Jaro just had his BKB reveal. Slaughter managed. Oh, not going to be able to go through the gates. This is
Still
also
gonna try and chase.
Yeah, this is also not Monkey King from the previous series with Primal
Simeon's
Spring.
Stride.
Yeah.
Almost says it's BKB, but that is a big fight turnaround. Back-to-back deaths on Shadow Fiend is one of those things that just feels so detrimental to him having a good game.
Jaro had a pretty free enter to the fight, getting the BKB off, then getting called down. Couple of flat cannons as well. And also Rolling Thunder. Two of them getting stuck together, getting hit by Ice Blast. Inside of the cogs as well.
Take a look at the replay and quickly rip through this Bat Rider, and then the Rolling Thunder on the two, hook shot in. Cogs line up this Ice Blast, and this is a dead Bat Rider again. That's live. And just about has the gold for the BKB recipe. Somnus will also have his BKB, and things for Future Esports starting to look a little bit grim. 20-8 in favor of Azure.
I don't know, something about Carry Shadowfiend makes me super happy whenever I see this hero lose. He didn't lose yet, but we might get there eventually.
Being a hater.
Always. The only time I was fine with Shadowfiend when he was being played from the mid lane with Arcane Blink when it was CBR.
All right, that's fair enough. But you're also maybe a fan of the 1v1 mid tournaments, right?
Big fan. Back in my days, Benjamin, if somebody was talking shit to you, you invited them to private lobby 1v1 Shadowfiend, especially in these in-house leagues, where you could unvouch them. You could actually
Unvouch them?
Yeah, you could actually kick them from the league if you win.
That's
You had the option to
Kinda
do
crazy.
so.
damn. That's like playing for pink slips. For all you not familiar, pink slips are your registration for the car. It's like Fast and Furious. Lasso, one in PYW, tanky but not tanky enough. BKB even committed here by
Monkey's in.
Somnus with the balanced strike. He goes through as the Wukong's Ice Blast flying, landing on tonight. makes him a little bit hesitant to jump back in, and they'll get the kill to Chidori again. Take out that tombstone, 200 gold there. Boundless Strike lands. They get the Undying 2 for 1. And they're still looking. 19 kills X Nova, but that's just the support. Is this going to be worth it? It is if he can get out. Unka trying to leave. BKB even popped here by Knight. But they'll find Irving, pushing these heroes back, but the Boundless Strike doesn't care about a tidal wave. He'll surf that wave into a kill onto the Kunkka.
Shadowfin again having no real impact in the fight, dealing 1300 damage. This was just like some AoE damage with Requiem, but Monkey King was sticking on top of him, both of the BKBs plus Rolling Thunder. Unable to do anything while the rest of the team, like, I think Knight is really playing well. It's just that the carry is the problem. It's more about the hero rather than the player with this, especially in a situation where you're playing into BKBs. And now Monet is going to be picking up that Aegis and also finishing Daedalus in the next minute or so.
Damage will be overwhelming. Has the Aegis now on the Gyrocopter. Weren't really able to kill him before, and now they're going to have to kill him twice currently. Things might change, of course. Always wait out this Aegis, but probably, I mean, either are to the detriment. Fighting into the Aegis and or trying to just wait it out. Just farming way too well. X Nova level 15 on this Ancient Apparition.
He's living in most of the fights. Did get that solo XP from that kill when he was paired up with PYW. Love the items. Word of Atos, Solar Crest. Now probably gonna get Ghost Scepter for himself just to have protection against most of the physical damage, because Slaughter has been killing him. Knight having a good time. It's that they never get to initiate, and I also got to give credit to JP. His Rolling Thunders have been very disruptive in the backlines.
Tier 1 tower, top lane finally being taken out. They lose that bottom tier 2 for it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Trying to see maybe if anybody comes back to defend this, and I mean, currently they've just got the Bat Rider going. Irving finally going to show his face. They'll go to the Torrent. Boundless Strike not going to jump in on that. Has the X, so doesn't want to commit in too fully.
I think they needed one extra hit to proc his Rum. Could have been pretty big. Looks like they're not done yet. Creep Wave is approaching. Bat Rider on the different side of the map, trying to go for some split push action.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it got him a tier 1 and a
Yeah,
tier 2
let's see that
so
shard
far.
in action now. Bat Rider, this is why he
They
got it.
the Aegis.
It's good. This is good. Look at Bat Rider's damage. 15 stacks.
Doing a lot onto this tier 3 tower. How much are they willing to give up? But the hook shot comes in. They go to the Ice Blast. Chidori in trouble. A 4-staff back. Still with the Rolling Thunder right on top of him. They'll go for this Undying instead. They've got the Swashbuckle thinking about the Wukong's command. But there's the lasso on
This
the
is the
Summon.
tankiest
Boundless Strike
target.
comes in into Irving. And JT still standing his ground. They're starting to go to the decays. But Irving needs to be very careful. They've got the Tombstone down. They get the kill there onto this Kunkka. And they'll buy back on Irving. Cogs around on a Knight. The right clicks. Monet needs to be careful. Pops the BKB now trying to turn this one around. Boundless Strike once again. Chidori with the cold feet off.
Torrent on the 3 or 4.
He's in trouble. But Monet is low. He is dead. So is Chidori. They both don't have buyback. JT drops. That's going to be a third now, losing BYW. Somnus trying to just leave and will TP out as X Nova also falls. 4 heroes out of the side of it as Jure, and maybe just a bit too disjointed for them. And a
Way
bit
too deep. Yeah, definitely way too deep. And now you just gave Aghanim Scepter to Slaughter. So he's going to become even tankier to kill, extra status assistance, bonus armor as well. He's going to be sitting in the middle of a fight. Kunkka is also getting closer. He had to buy back in the previous fight, but still 1,400 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter, which is going to make them even tankier. This game is definitely not in the bag for Azure.
Radiant's middle tower
Imagine if you had something different than Shadowfiend. Because Shadowfiend hasn't really been doing damage in the last couple of fights.
No, he hasn't had the impact that they would have liked from something else. And the couple of deaths he's had have like quieted out his game. Kunkka also looking for that Ags. They're going to get themselves another shard here. This time it's going to be for Chidori.
Nothing too crazy. Also, a little surprised that he didn't put a single point in Feast of Souls. This ability has been buffed. Like, it's a good amount of move speed that you do get. And attack speed on top of that.
At the cost of 5 souls. I don't know. We'll see if he ever takes a level.
We're trying to make this ability relevant, but it seems like we still haven't found the middle ground for it, because it still feels like the numbers still feel pretty bad, but I saw some Shadowfiends take it.
They might. Eventually. I don't know when that point will be. Maybe if this game goes 45 minutes. We'll see it. But currently refusing. At least for the moment to go for it. JT looking for the AC. Monet on Satanic.
I'm a little surprised JT picked up Hyperstone as his item. You need to buy plate mail. If you're playing against 3 physical damaging cores, you also don't care about attack speed and tango as much. Maybe he thinks, I'll buy this, we're not going to be taking any fights. Okay, his career died. At least Monet's did.
In at least a bit, but able to escape.
There's some big
Nice.
items on future esports.
Data is now on the SF.
Kunkka with Aghanim Scepter, BKB on Batrider.
Down the Bat Rider, Ice Blast. Coming through. Lands actually onto the Undying, but the lasso, the hook shot, the kill. PYW is the one who ends up dead because 4 heroes are there. Now 5 for the side of future esport. One more good fight. And it might be good night for Azure in game 2. And this is a bit of a struggle. I mean, this is not what they would have wanted, but the smoke ends up breaking. Boundless Strike comes through at 2. They do not have Ice Blast in the moment, but the Ghost Ship comes in with a Wukong's command. They need to be careful. They'll start this Rolling Thunder continually going into the back lines, but it's on looking for the Undying, who will soul rip. Irving, he X'd himself back towards the rest of the side of Azure, but he's not going to pay for it. They still haven't killed off anybody. The Undying's still alive, but now the Slardar is going to die. Knight ends up down. Down goes Lloyd. Ice Blast finally back up. That lands on an Irving. That'll kill him. Undying respawns immediately. Thanks to the Ceaseless Dirge. But 3 heroes die on Future Esport just when it felt like they were putting the game back into their hands.
JT, again, doing a lot of work. Setting things up with Monkey King, Boundless Strike onto 2 of them. Again, Shadowfiend forced to use I don't think Requiem is dealing damage in the fight. Like, this ability is just maybe a disability, if you know what I mean. It just feels it's has no impact. You need to use it to try to zone them out. They pop the BKBs. And now Monet onto the high ground. There should be a set of barracks. Kunkka is dead for a really long time. Irving did buy back in the previous fight.
Roche is up if they want to back for it. They already let Somnus go towards top, so they'll only take bottom set of racks for now. But they could get themselves an Aegis. They can get themselves ready to go for the next fight. They're up 9,000 net worth. We'll see if the setup is there, though, for future esport. If they can find a way to maybe defend against this Roche if they want to. really looking like that's the move they want to make at the moment. They're actually going to concede this, sit back. They're not. I say that. Roche now screams, but are they going to smoke? Are they going to move? Kunkka coming over, but he's a little bit slow. They're not exactly making a beeline to the pit.
Kunkka's not coming. I don't think the rest of the team is either, because Kunkka just X'd himself and Roshan is already dead. So you need to play against Gyrocopter, who is also very close to his Butterfly, and Shadowfiend is nowhere close. Like, getting Butterfly in this situation where most of the damage is physical, you're just getting so much value out of it. Slaughter can't hit you. Sure, he can still stun you, but the right clicks are not going to go through.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Starting to push top. Now they've got an Aegis in their hands again. They've got a banner ready to drop down. A little bit maybe of a missed opportunity to try and contest the pit, but they're willing to fight against the Aegis on Monet. Last time he added, they took it out very quickly, so maybe they can repeat this process. And they're going to try and start it with the tidal wave over, and they might be able to get the first life, and they do very quickly. So not contesting the Aegis, not looking for that fight. They get the first life out of Mohen's hands, and now they get the lasso into the Requiem.
got
They're going to try to
BKB.
move, but the Rolling Thunder comes in. Ice Blast lands on a Both Knight as well as Irving. They're chasing this ball. Not really able to put the damage in.
good
The
Wukong's in the
from
back.
the side with a ballast strike. Oh, Samus.
It looked like the fight was kind of over already, considering how well they were casting spells, killing Gyrocopter immediately, getting Torrent on Aegis respawn, and then Samus just goes into the back line, Ancient Apparition, ulti, Slaughter's in, buyback, double buy.
Yeah, Ballast Strike torn up in the air, but Monet pops Satanic, the tidal wave pulling them in a little bit deeper, but they get the kill on a Knight as well as Lloyd. Everybody has spent their buybacks. PYW hookshotting on an X-Nova to try and get away from this one. The Yule's up into the air. The Torrent's going to land with the Slither and Crush. They'll get the kill on the JT. They'll at least get one, but they got to look for more. Homing missile flying out, hitting on Irving. They have Ice Blast. If they maybe want to turn this, they're going to need to be careful about the positioning, but the Torrent does land on the PYW. They go in for the Ice Blast out.
Chidori, he got clipped.
And that is going to go over onto 3 heroes. Irving's going to be hit by that Chidori hit as well. Slither and Crush to try and stop
He's
him.
gonna shatter.
That comes out from Irving. But they've shattered Chidori. The lasso doesn't matter. Down goes Zhu. That's going to be 3 heroes dead again. They've nullified Irving. He's trying to throw out the Ghost Ship fleet. But Irving now on the run as they bop back on the 2 heroes that die here on the side of Azure Ray. They get the kill on an X-Nova, but they'll look over at Monet, who is disarmed for the moment. Monet just died.
Man,
Unable
Irving,
to get anything back with this Satanic.
another Wukong.
Balance
This
strike
fight
with
has
the
been
nullifier.
going on for so long.
And they are going to take out Knight again. Buyback on Monet, buyback on X-Nova. That should theoretically be it. It is. They call GG. And Azure Ray take the 2-0 over Future Esports.
Oof, they made him work for it. Future Esports, not the best showing in game number 1, but in this second game, they definitely did pull some really nice moves. Again, I'm gonna just say it. I know that I said it multiple times. Shadowfiend carry, this hero is super hard to make work. Rest of the team, I would say the composition of the team was definitely really good. You could see the improvements compared to game number 1, what they've been able to do, especially with this Slaughter. Irvin had a relatively good game. But again, on the other side, Azure Ray, Monet, complete free farm, Somnus, pretty much flawless game. He did die only 1 time in this game and 1 time during the whole series.
Yeah, really good game overall. And you see in these fights, just they were able to blow up Monet. I mean, they did it both in the top defense and that defense there over bottom. This is a fight that Azure Ray kind of paid for. Felt like maybe Future Esport had something going for them.
Haven't seen much of the other 4 teams when we're talking about the Chinese qualifiers, that they're for like really strong teams and for teams that are probably going to drop out. But seeing Future Esports, how they managed to adapt to what happened in game number 1, game number 2, spellcasting, they had some really nice moves that they did, especially Knight. So yeah, I think this team could cause some upsets with a little bit of Polish, because right now you could sense that there are some flaws as well when it comes down to the gameplay. But overall, a team that could maybe cause a little bit of a surprise as well in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think they're definitely a team that can cause some surprises. I think Erica's team is a team that can cause some surprises as well. And this is definitely a tight qualifier with Vici, Tearlaments, Future Esport, Azure, Extreme, Yakult. Like 6 of these 8 teams feel very strong. So it would not shock me to see maybe an upset or 2 come into the mix. We'll have to see. I mean, this is a big game for Azure, 37-19. A little bit shaky. I think they're going to need to clean it up to win the qualifier overall. But for a day one, for a first series for this new roster, it looked fine.
Yeah, it looked good. It wasn't like anything spectacular because it's hard to tell them playing against Future Esport rather than playing against Extreme Gaming or your Cold Brothers, and they are going to be playing against Extreme Gaming in the next round. So that's going to be pretty much the true test, at least for now, to see how things are going to go. And standout player again for this match is going to be Somnus. No really complaining there, considering how well he's been playing, dominating the matchup again, and also making the moves, not dying almost at all in the whole series, which is very difficult to pull off. And yeah, delivering some big Wukongs, some backline plays, especially that fight inside the base.
Yeah, Somnus did a really good job in that series overall. Monet got some open space and time for him. X-Nova with a couple of significant ice blasts. I think the team definitely has its meshing points. Again, as I almost want to say this is definitely, they're definitely an underdog coming into this qualifier, but I think this is baseline power in this series because obviously it's their first series. I think with time, it could get better. If they somehow find their way past Extreme Gaming tomorrow, I think things all of a sudden get interesting for this squad. So let's take a look at today's results. It was all 2-0s, I believe, as it was, 2-0 for Tearlaments, the Erica squad, 2-0 for Yakult Brothers, 2-0 for Extreme, 2-0 for Azure. Kind of to be expected, right, with these results?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, this is just how it's balanced. And the next round is going to be very interesting because it's going to be Tearlaments against Yakult Brothers and Extreme Gaming against Azure Ray. So this is pretty big. Vici Gaming did lose against Extreme Gaming, but this is also the squad. They didn't look the greatest today, but the squad, again, that can maybe cause some of the upsets.
Mm-hmm. Definitely could potentially cause some upsets. Lower bracket, Excel Esports against Team Curtin, Vici Gaming against Future Esport. 2 of those teams are going to find themselves out of the qualifiers tomorrow. And, this Tearlaments lineup is definitely very interesting. Let's take a look at the schedule. It is those 2 elimination series to start. Excel Esports against Team Curtin, Vici against Future Esports, and then Tearlaments against Yakult Brothers, and Extreme against Azure Ray. And I mean, this Tearlaments lineup is some of that Team Zero squad that was ZZQ, 7E, but then you've got the veteran in Erica, you've got Echo, you've got SRF. I mean, 7E going from mid to 4 position, he looks pretty good. But it wouldn't be too surprising to see a run get made. Team Zero made a run and they qualified in the China qualifiers last time. We could see something from Tearlaments that maybe people don't expect. I think this is a very tight qualifier.
Yakult Brothers, they had a good run during Dream League, the last Dream League. I could maybe see them taking the game of Yakult Brothers, but winning the whole series, they're going to need to have a flawless gameplay.
Yeah, I do think I agree with that. And they've, made that switch for Yakult Brothers. They've gone from Beyond to Old 11, the Neck God. And he looked really good today. He's also been participating in that Immortal Cup, so it's not just this blind jump into Pro Dota, but the Yakult team is pretty strong. I mean, the top 4 or 5 teams all feel like they have a chance.
Absolutely. Chinese qualifiers are always 3 to watch. They might be, some of the upsets, but also seeing some of the legends combined together in a team, in a squad, and seeing them play again, because there's a lot of nostalgia with a lot of these Chinese pro players that are coming back that kind of retired. Ori, Paparazzi, Somnus as well. Seeing them in action always brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, it's always nice to see these guys in action. We can see them in action again tomorrow when you guys join us for the second day of Chinese Close Qualifiers on the road to the International. We'll say goodbye today, but see you tomorrow. We'll bid you adieu.